Welcome to the Light Novel Up audio channel. Like and subscribe so you never miss a new chapter. Visit lightnovelup.net to read the latest novels, updated regularly. Thank you.
Chapter 201. He is a Demon. After the tie with Ji Shui in the shooting contest, the two competed in many other events, including obstacle racing, rock climbing, among a host of other things. The auxiliary police trainees were impressed, and even Yan Wang and Feng Zichao were profoundly taken by the capabilities that these two had shown. Whether negotiating the hazards effortlessly in the obstacle race or climbing rock structures of 7 to 8 meters with the supreme ease of a seasoned free solo climber, these two were literally monsters. Xiao Luo and Shui were irrefutably the most capable trainees to ever attend the auxiliary police training camp. In fact, half a month of special training couldn't be considered long. Strictly speaking, it was really short. After completing the final assessment, the group would now be bidding farewell to a place that would hold the memories of their very first days in the force. It would forever remind them of their trials and tribulations, friendships, and perhaps even the scent of bare earth and toiling sweat. Although they despised this place over the last 2 weeks, when they were finally about to leave for good, an inexplicable feeling of sadness surged. "When you leave this place, please do not resent Feng and me. We trained you strictly because we want to secure you in your path of being an auxiliary police officer. After all, everyone only gets to live once. Therefore, your life is extremely precious. As you leave on both feet, I don't wish to hear any one of you becoming a martyr in the future. Yes, being a martyr is glorious, but the most important thing is to stay alive." Yan Wang's solemn voice was comforting and caring. This was the first time everyone heard his voice in such a pleasant way. It was not ear-piercing at all, and it even had a sense of empathy. "Sir, I can't bear to leave you, sir." Liu Tieguo stepped up and wanted to give Yan Wang a farewell hug. Yan Wang ticked him off with absolutely no kindness. He scolded, "Liu Tieguo, lowest score in the assessment, the person I'm most disgusted with is you. Scram as far as you can, and don't tell people that I'm your instructor. I cannot afford to be embarrassed like that." He promptly delivered a final kick up his posterior to make sure the message stayed in his mind for good measure. "Ha ha ha!" The newly minted auxiliary police officers couldn't help bursting into laughter, seeing Liu Tieguo falling on his buttocks as he tried to avoid the incoming bum-ripper. After laughing, however, their emotions returned and got the better of them. They couldn't bear to leave the training camp just like Liu Tieguo. They couldn't be parted from Yan Wang, Feng Zichao, and everybody else. A female officer had red eyes, and choking, she cried, "Officer Yan, Officer Feng, we will come back and visit you in the future." "Yeah, we will come back once we have the time. This place will forever be our home. Officer Yan, Officer Feng, please take care of yourselves." The others echoed. Xiao Luo was also feeling some inexplicable frets at this moment. He turned around to find Shui staring and winking at him with her bright eyes. As a courtesy, he returned her with a smile, but Shui for some reason changed her countenance, making a grimace by puffing up her cheeks like a pufferfish. "Enough. Stop being sentimental. Get your asses out of this place and report yourselves at your assigned police stations." Yan Wang was issuing an immediate eviction order. If he were to let the nostalgia go on, he was afraid he would lose his own composure. Get moving. The group of auxiliary police officers marched smartly towards the training camp's entrance with the visions of their future and memories of the training camp. They would soon begin their career as auxiliary police officers. "Salute!" When they were before the gates, Yan Wang's loud and penetrating voice came from behind them. The crowd turned around only to see Yan Wang and Feng Zichao standing firmly on their feet and giving them a standard salute. Under the sun, they were like 2 range poles, standing firm against the wind with a passionate sense of patriotism. Strive forward with courage. Fight relentlessly against crime. Never retreat, for justice will reign. The group subconsciously shouted the training camp slogan. Xiao Luo and Liu Tieguo were assigned to the Liren police substation, together with another loathsome figure, Ma Pingjin. Upon leaving the training camp, a black SUV drove over and stopped right in front of Gu Changshui. The door opened and Gu Changlin, in police uniform, came down from the car. "Gu Changlin!" Gu Changshui was like a child that had done something wrong, lowering her head and dodging Gu Chanlin's eyes. "Get in the car." Gu Chanlin's face was sullen. Evidently, she wasn't entirely happy about her sister becoming an auxiliary police officer. "Let me say goodbye to someone and I'll leave with you." "Fine, I'm giving you 3 minutes," Gu Chanlin said faintly. Gu Changshui nodded, turned around and ran toward Xiao Luo. Initially, Xiao Luo thought he could avoid Gu Chanlin, but when he saw Gu Changshui running towards him, he knew that it was inevitable. To his expectations, Gu Chanlin, seeing that it was him, walked briskly towards him as well. She was understandably surprised. "Xiao Luo, why are you here?" She spoke before Gu Changshui in a questioning tone. Gu Changshui blinked her gorgeous eyes at her sister and asked in bewilderment, "You guys know each other?" "I think you can say that we are old acquaintances." Xiao Luo smiled, then greeted Gu Chanlin. "It's been a while, Officer Gu." Gu Chanlin nearly went berserk looking at his innocent display. That man played her like a fiddle at Yellow Sky's casino, landing her in the hospital for weeks. It was impossible to say that she doesn't despise him. "What are you doing here?" Gu Chanlin wished to see Xiao Luo through. Xiao Luo said with a smile, "I guess you should have noticed that your sister and I are wearing the same uniform, which means that I'm also an auxiliary police officer." "You? An auxiliary police officer?" Gu Chanlin sneered. "Boss of Luo's workshop, a net worth of $6 to $7 billion, becoming an auxiliary police officer? Are you sure that this isn't a joke?" Xiao Luo nodded. "Yep, I suddenly gained interest in fighting crime." Right after saying that, he wished Gu Changshui farewell, then left with Liu Tieguo, as there was no need for him to get entangled with Gu Chanlin at this venue. Gu Chanlin figured everything out in a snap. Xiao Luo intended to deal with the Dragon Gang. Mafias like the Dragon Gang had always been the target of police prosecution, but the way they carry out their crimes were very seclusive and well planned. The organization's modus operandi ensured that core members of the Dragon Gang would never participate in the action directly themselves. And even if they did, the tactics they adopted would not leave behind any trail that could implicate them. All this while, the police have been powerless against the Dragon Gang. She had also recently acquired intel on the deaths of the Dragon Gang's 2 protectors, Leng Bao and Da Yuan, that occurred half a month ago. Da Yuan's death was still unknown, but Leng Bao was smashed to death by a plunging car that fell from above a building more than 10 stories high. What puzzled her was there were no pathways allowing a vehicle to be driven to the roof. The question of how that car got up there was still an unsolved mystery. In her mind, the prime suspect was Xiao Luo, but she couldn't imagine how he managed to accomplish such a feat. "Xiao Luo, I'll go find you when I have time," Gu Changshui shouted at Xiao Luo's back. "You are not allowed to find him," Gu Chanlin warned. Gu Changshui gazed her dazzling eyes at her sister and asked in bewilderment, "But why?" "He's a demon who kills without even blinking his eyes, only that we cannot prove that yet. Once we get evidence, we will arrest him for sure. I don't care what bonds you have with him since training camp, but from now on, you must make a clean break with him." "But he doesn't seem like a bad guy." Gu Changshui wanted to speak in Xiao Luo's defense, but under Gu Chanlin's unbending gaze, her voice grew softer, first to a whisper, then complete silence. Chapter 202. Woman Calling for Help. "Good. I can see great potential in you guys. Work hard and earn merits for yourselves. When the time comes, I will apply for you to serve as official police officers." Inside the Liren police substation, a man in his 30s, a smile on his face, was speaking to Xiao Luo, Liu Tieguo, and Ma Pingjin. The three of them were here reporting for duty. The man was the head of the Liren police substation, Feng Yuxi. He was tall, sturdy, had a macho look, and exuded a strong sense of integrity. Including himself, there were only some 20 people in the entire police station. There were less than 5 regular policemen, while the rest were all auxiliary police officers. The regular policemen that were deployed to this station were all older in age. They did not have the desire to go further in their careers. They were prepared to spend their remaining days as a police officer in this place, then retire and enjoy their old age. "Report, sir. We do not condone evil, and we will fight crime until the end." Ma Pingjin expressed his vow with an emphatic voice. Liu Tieguo wasn't willing to be outdone. He added, "Yes, we are resolute in fighting to the end against crime." Xiao Luo kept quiet. He wasn't too interested in uttering such clichés and in buttering up the chief. Now that he was already an auxiliary policeman, he could begin striking at the Dragon Gang. "It is very great for you to have such determination, but if you want to fight crime as a cop, you mustn't be afraid of doing things. For those who are against the law, arrest those you should and educate them if necessary. Never forget that the country is our strongest supporter, and absolutely nothing can be more important than our nation," Feng Yuxi said with comfort. "Yes, sir." Ma Pingjin responded loudly. As newcomers, they were all assigned an older auxiliary policeman to mentor them. The auxiliary policeman assigned to mentor Xiao Luo was a man in his 30s, Sun Haozhe. He had already been in this place for 6 to 7 years, and one could say that he was an expert in matters such as power distribution in this area, and the figures mustn't be provoked. When night fell, Sun Haozhe and Xiao Luo went to patrol the area they were responsible for on their motorcycles. As a newcomer to Liren, he felt it necessary to appraise Xiao Luo of the area they were responsible for. The biggest force in the Guangming district is the Dragon Gang. Their businesses are scattered throughout almost the entire Guangming district. Casinos, hotels, entertainment cities, brothels, and many more. This area we are responsible for is the Dragon Gang's red light district, operated by the Dragon Gang's protector, Han Mian. If I'm not mistaken, prostitution is forbidden in our country. Since you know that such a red light district exists, why don't you just sweep it clean? Xiao Luo asked with a frown. Sun Haozhe sighed. In this world, when there's light, there will be darkness. Without darkness, how can there be light? This is just like our relationship with these dark forces. Justice and evil have coexisted since the beginning of time. No place in this world can justice prevail purely. Likewise, no place on earth is pure evil. I shouldn't be saying this as a cop, but this is the truth. What I want to say is that don't even think of vanquishing evil. In my opinion, our responsibility as policemen is to maintain the balance between justice and evil. No matter us or them, whoever that breaks the balance should be punished. I don't understand. Sun Haozhe smiled and patted Xiao Luo's shoulders, exhorting him earnestly. You just have to remember that these red light districts aren't to be messed with. Just turn a blind eye at them, and only then can you be an auxiliary policeman in peace. I got it. Xiao Luo nodded, playing along with the older man. But the sole reason he became an auxiliary policeman was to destroy the Dragon Gang. Since the Dragon Gang was running a red light district in this area, this would be an excellent opportunity to go after them, naturally. To prevent Xiao Luo from inadvertently causing any trouble, Sun Haozhe brought him to one of the Dragon Gang's red light streets. The so-called red light district wasn't really a place that had red lights. On the contrary, It was a dimly lit alley a few hundred meters long. The place was filthy, messy, and simply awful. Litter was strewn everywhere, and on both sides of the alley, prostitutes paraded their wares with flamboyant makeup every other distance, exhibiting their thighs on a cold night wearing miniskirts, while their hourglass shapes incited lustful reverie. This is one of them. I'll bring you to the other two locations. We auxiliary policemen shouldn't be messing around at these three places. Leave that to the regulars. Sun Haozhe continued his tutelage. Xiao Luo lifted his eyebrows and followed him to the next red light district. However, as they were about to depart, he heard a hapless shriek of woe coming from behind him. From where he heard the loud commotion, a woman came running out from the street. Although she had heavy makeup on her face, he could tell that she was still young, perhaps about 20 years in age. She fell to the ground. There was a massive footprint on her back. Obviously, she was kicked to the ground by someone, and her pretty face was crumpled in pain. 5 bulky men strode angrily after her, cursing, and lifted her from the ground. One of them took on a cruel expression, punching her in the stomach as he grabbed her hair and shouted, "You fucking dare to run, girl? Do you know what this place is? When you come to this place, you need to serve your customers and earn money for me. Take this bitch away." The woman howled in agony, desperately calling for help. It was a tragic cry that pierced a soul. "Let's go. Stop looking," Sun Haozhe sighed helplessly. Xiao Luo said, "That girl is obviously being forced to do so. Forcing a fine girl into prostitution is a serious crime, even during ancient times. Haozhe, are you sure that we shouldn't be interfering?" Sun Haozhe stared at him. "Interfere? How should we do that? If we interfere, the next ones who'd suffer might be our family. But someone has to stand up to them." Xiao Luo got off his motorcycle. From controlling child beggars to deliberately torturing children into an unbearable state to gain sympathy, to forcing young girls into prostitution, everything the Dragon Gang had done made him bristle with anger. He never thought of himself as a nice person, but what Sun Yu had gone through fired his determination to go against the Dragon Gang. He refused to believe that he couldn't vanquish this evil force. Xiao Luo, Sun Haozhe wanted to stop him but was too late. He could only follow him to prevent him from messing things up to a state of no return. Xiao Luo shouted at the 5 bulky men, "Release her at once!" The 5 men turned to look at him strangely. Seemingly a ray of hope, the girl cried for help. A particularly muscular man with a scar on his face said chillingly, "Hey kid, you have no business here. You better stay out of this." After he noticed Xiao Luo's auxiliary police uniform, he snorted in contempt. "So you're an auxiliary policeman. Kid, you must be new, right? Didn't the one that took you here tell you to keep an eye shut?" "My apologies. I'm a cop. You're suspected of persecuting women for prostitution, and I hereby arrest you in accordance with the law. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say shall become evidence in court." Xiao Luo took out some handcuffs. When the 5 men heard him, they cracked up. The scarred man laughed sarcastically. "Hey kid, you watch too many movies, don't you? Rights to remain silent? You sound like a fucking fool. Are you doing a movie or what?" Ha ha ha! Chapter 203. Astonishing Work. "I will repeat, release her at once," Xiao Luo said coldly. "Huh, another little hothead punk. Hey kid, do you know how to spell the word death?" The scarred man squinted his eyes and looked at Xiao Luo. The scar on his face was like a centipede, adding a touch of gruesomeness to his fearsome bearing. At the same time, one of his underlings blew a whistle with his fingers. The whistle served as a flare being fired into the skies. Suddenly, a host of burly men emerged from both sides of the alley, holding metal bars and wooden cudgels in their hands. They surged over like a tide of darkness, quickly surrounding Xiao Luo and Sun Haozhe. Sun Haozhe's expression changed immediately. He quickly pleaded with a skittish smile, "Scar, this is his first day on the job. He doesn't know the rules yet."
Hause, I really don't know what rules we could possibly have here. We are cops, and fighting illegal crime is our duty, Xiao Luo snorted. Xiao Luo, are you for real or what? We're just auxiliary policemen, and we don't even have a proper weapon with us. Our main job is dealing with civil disputes. These things are not within the scope of our supervision. Sun Hao-ze continuously signaled him with his eyes. Their opponent was numerous in numbers, while they were only two. If this conflict were to go on, they would definitely be getting the shorter end of the stick. Even if they had intended to interfere, the correct procedure would have been to leave this place first, call to inform the substation, then wait for the substation to send some other people. And as to whether the girl could be saved if they had done that, it would remain a mystery. Auxiliary policeman is also a cop. They are forcing a girl to prostitution right in front of us, and there certainly are more of those dirty deals going on behind our backs. Xiao Luo's expression dimmed as he shouted at the scarred man. Last warning, release her now, or I will bring all of you back to the substation. What do you mean by you will bring all of us back? Do you mean your tiny substation is so big, can fit us all? A sloppy-looking man said casually while whistling. The others all laughed out loudly. Hey, little auxiliary policeman, if you could bring any one of us away, I will accept your surname, the scarred man said arrogantly with his nose lifted. Fine then, your surname will be Xiao after this, Xiao Luo said faintly. As soon as he ended his words, he greeted the scarred man's face with his fist, instantly smashing his nose. The scarred man fell to the ground. He touched the blood that was oozing out from his nostrils and roared, "Fuck you! Kill him!" The battle horn thus was sounded. Xiao Luo smirked. Don't mention these 40 to 50 people before him. He had no fear even if there were 100 of them. Anyone who was struck by his fist, feet, elbows, joints were knocked down instantly, twitching and shrieking in pain. He would dispatch anyone who came within range of his fist and feet. Simple, efficient, and brutal. Elegant footwork or dodging wasn't even necessary when dealing with such incompetent scumbags. The dull sound of fists on flesh echoed through the alley, accompanied by the rising and falling moans. Sun Hao-ze gawked in horror, forgetting to even move his legs. He couldn't believe that Xiao Luo had such brutal power and skill within him. He single-handedly put these 40 to 50 Dragon Gang members on the ground with only his pairs of hands and legs. He was literally a raging beast. Now that Xiao Luo had Yi Jin Jin, he could, in fact, not use his hands at all. He could just as easily dash around randomly like a raging bull and instantly knock down 5 or 6 people. A total rout without any suspense. After about 10 minutes, no one was left standing in the alley. Xiao Luo reached out his hands, grabbed the scarred man by his collar, and pulled him closer. The scarred man was suddenly as timid as a mouse. He said, "Don't forget that you're a cop. Cops can't simply hit people. I see that you have a scar on your face, and I thought you were vicious. Turns out that you're just garbage," Xiao Luo said chillingly as he dropped him to the ground. His words triggered something in the scarred man. When Xiao Luo turned around and was walking to the girl, he gritted his teeth and pulled a knife from his pocket. "Go to hell, you bastard!" With a billowing roar, he dashed at Xiao Luo and viciously stabbed his back. But as if he had eyes behind his back, he turned, pivoting with his left leg, then forcefully thrust his right leg and slammed it into the scarred man's chest. Bam! The impact sent a devastating force surging instantly through his body, and the scarred man could feel his internal organs trembling as he flew backward, spitting blood, then collapsed from the intense pain. Sun Hao-ze was in a stupor. His face was pale with fear, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Xiao Luo ignored him and went to the girl, inquiring her name, age, hometown, and the reason she was forced into prostitution. She was still quivering in fear, but felt reassured by Xiao Luo's presence and the uniform of an auxiliary policeman. She answered the questions one by one. She was from Shan province. After graduating from high school, she went looking for a job as she didn't gain admittance to any university. She came to Zhongshan via her middleman, but little did she know that her middleman was a nefarious pimp. After arriving at Zhongshan City, she was placed under his control. To force her to servitude and destroy her will to resist, 5 to 6 men raped her day and night, even going so far as to beat her with electric batons. Later, she was brought to this filthy alley to serve customers. "Haozhe, don't you feel anything after listening to her?" Xiao Luo turned around and asked Haozhe. Haozhe smiled bitterly. Anyone would have been enraged listening to the girl's miserable experience, but he also had his own family. As an auxiliary policeman, how would he dare to fight against a colossal monster like the Dragon Gang? Xiao Luo turned back to the girl. "Aside from you, are there any others who are being threatened?" "No one is willing to become a toy for men. We were all threatened from the very beginning, but after going through despair and struggle, many of them could no longer resist and succumb to their fate." The next day, the Lizhen police substation was bustling with noise. The reason was that Xiao Luo had arrested 20 brothel patrons, 35 people who were controlling the business, and 45 prostitutes who were forced into prostitution but whose will to resist still remained. "Brother, are you going against the heavens here?" Liu Tieguo gulped, as he was shocked by Xiao Luo's astonishing work. Xiao Luo shrugged his shoulders slightly and spread his hands in a silent reply, then followed his instructor into Feng Yuqi's office. Before Feng Yuqi could speak, the instructor reprimanded Xiao Luo without giving him a chance to explain himself. He was in a sullen mood, and it showed on his face. "Xiao Luo, what the hell you think you're doing? Who told you to meddle with that area?" "Instructor, could you please answer my question before I answer yours?" "Speak," Xiao Luo asked. "What is our duty as a cop?" The instructor snorted. "The police have to maintain social order, protect our citizens' safety, freedom, and legal assets, and prevent, stop, and punish illegal and criminal activities." "All right then. I saw a lady being forced into prostitution last night. As a policeman, do you think I should interfere?" Xiao Luo said coldly. Although it was the Dragon Gang he was dealing with, he didn't feel that what he did yesterday was wrong. "You are an auxiliary policeman, not a criminal policeman, nor a regular policeman. You just have to inform the station, and we will send someone to handle it." "It would have been too late by the time the station actually sent someone. The girl who was crying for help would have been locked up in some place long before that," Xiao Luo retorted.
Chapter 204. The Shrew. I think Xiao Luo will definitely be disciplined for this. He has arrested so many people, and they're all at once. Our lockup is almost full. Besides, the instructor's face was so icy and serious a while ago. He's probably berating Xiao Luo inside right now. Ma Pijin said to Liu Tieguo outside. "They're all criminals who broke the law. Why can't he arrest them?" Liu Tieguo uttered with a snort, speaking up for Xiao Luo. Ma Pijin crossed his arms firmly in front of his chest, unwilling to accept any other opinion. He then explained to Liu Tieguo like someone with vast experience, offering earnest advice. It's not that he can't arrest them, it's that he shouldn't overstep his role and create trouble. The district station should be the one to deal with this kind of criminal activity, where so many people are involved. Our substation is only a small place on a lower level. The main responsibility for us is to solve the ordinary civil dispute. It's not our part to crack down on serious crime. Liu Tieguo snorted lightly in disagreement and didn't bother to respond. Ma Pijin continued to speak. "You just wait and see. Xiao Luo will certainly pay for his action. This could even be the end of his career with the auxiliary police. What a hothead. He's crazy about gaining some honor, but doesn't realize he has to follow the rules to do the business." Ma Pijin was gloating, and it certainly did not sound like he sympathized or pitied Xiao Luo. He could hardly bear the sight of Xiao Luo. He hated his personality and was envious of his excellence during training camp. And now he couldn't wait to see Xiao Luo being punished for his faux pas, or better yet, even expelled from the force. Spite, such was often the outcome of envy and jealousy.
Inside the office of Feng Yuqi, the station chief, the instructor was infuriated. He couldn't believe Xiao Luo would have the gall to speak in such a way, not to mention those nasty insinuations. His ears turned red as he was lost for words. When I came to report for duty the other day, the station chief told us himself that a policeman should not be afraid of trouble. Anyone afraid of trouble should not join the police force. I took it seriously and acted strictly by that principle. Now the instructor is criticizing me for provoking people in that filthy place. Does that mean the instructor doesn't agree with the station chief's opinion? Piffed! Feng Yuqi was sitting on the chair, listening as they laid out their arguments, and drinking tea as he did so. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, he almost spurted out his tea and was momentarily stumped. He composed himself quickly and said, "Smart ass, it turns out you'd been waiting to use my words against me. You're right, I did say a police officer should not be afraid of trouble. But who would think you are so reckless as to dare encroach into the district station's jurisdiction?" The instructor nodded sternly, as if he finally caught Xiao Luo's vulnerable point. He echoed instantly, "Exactly! Do you know what kind of behavior this is? Overstepping your authority. You're only a mere auxiliary police officer. Who gave you the power to make arrests, and who gave you the right to talk to your supervisors in this way?" Xiao Luo was not in the mood to argue further with such a self-righteous and petty official. He decided to remain silent and only offered a deadpan look to anything more the instructor had to say. "Xiao Luo, you can leave for now," Feng Yuqi said firmly, but not in a harsh way. "Yes." Xiao Luo saluted his chief, turned around, and left the room. He didn't even glance at the instructor on the way out. "Old Fang, look at this youngster. He shows no respect for elders and superiors. So haughty and arrogant." Irked, the instructor seemed to be blowing off steams through his nose like an agitated bull before a fight. "I actually find this young man interesting." Feng Yuqi casually sipped on his tea, laughing, and he said, "Brother Xiao, how did it go? What did the station chief and the instructor have to say?" Liu Tieguo hurried forward, concerned, as soon as Xiao Luo came out. Standing close by, Ma Pi-jin sneered. "What else could they say? They definitely told him off and put him in his place with a stern warning. It's not like they were going to reward him." Xiao Luo glared coldly at Ma Pi-jin, then said in a calm but threatening tone, "You better hold your tongue unless you want me to introduce my knuckles to your teeth. You're a lout." Ma Pi-jin did worry that Xiao Luo would actually beat him up. He threw a quick comment before promptly removing himself from harm's way. Liu Tieguo looked at Ma Pi-jin slinking away with a look of disgust and said to Xiao Luo, "He is just an annoying ass-kisser. You don't need to be bothered by him. This kind of person is no different from those fat flies that can be found on smelly piles of shit." Xiao Luo smiled. Needless to say, he wasn't paying any attention to Ma Pi-jin, only threatened him to get under his skin. "By the way, what on earth did the station chief and the instructor say? They didn't say they are going to punish you, did they?" Liu Tieguo asked with grave concern. Xiao Luo curled up his lips and said, "Don't worry, Brother Guo, everything is fine." As he was speaking, he couldn't help noticing that a rude, boorish woman scolding the police officer who was questioning him at his desk. "Take out your evidence if you have any. If you don't have any proof that I stole anything, you'd better let me go immediately. Otherwise, I will get a lawyer and sue you for unlawful custody." Behaving with unbearable insolence, her harsh voice was so loud and disturbing that it could be heard from all corners of the entire substation. After catching a glimpse of Xiao Luo staring at her, she immediately thumped on the table and yelled up a storm. "Damn you, auxiliary police! What are you looking like? Have you never seen a beautiful woman like me?" Xiao Luo frowned, turning to Liu Tieguo, who was next to him, and asked, "What's the deal with this woman?" "She stole a wallet. The surveillance camera caught footage of her, but they couldn't find the wallet that she took. You see, even old Zhang is too afraid to speak loudly. This woman is so difficult to deal with." The old Zhang Liu Tieguo referred to was the police officer who was questioning the woman. He was counting down his days to retirement and didn't care to make any slips that would affect his pension. In such a situation, he would rather let the guilty ones go rather than risk making a wrongful arrest. Turns out to be a female thief. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows, feeling a pang of disappointment, frustrated by the ways of the world. She thought she could escape from the charge of theft if she behaved churlishly. To add to her fierce and unreasonable personality, she was quite sure that Xiao Luo was a newcomer who could be pushed around. She had noticed that he was only a young auxiliary police officer, fair in complexion, and had a face that she had never seen before. Picking up from where she left off moments ago, she vented her anger directly on Xiao Luo and said, "Hey, I was talking to you, you damn auxiliary police! Don't you pretend to be deaf? How did a suckling of a boy like you become a police officer? Aren't you afraid to bring shame to police forces with your stupid look? Hey, still playing dead and pretending you can't hear me? Fuck your mother and all your families!" Xiao Luo was viciously cursed with such venom for merely taking a glance at her. Many other auxiliary police officers in the substation were furious at the treatment he got. Only Ma Pi-jin took great pleasure and satisfaction from watching the commotion. But Xiao Luo was no pushover. He walked straight up to the woman and stared down at her from a height, his cold, chiseled face filled with disdain. He said, "Are you a shrew yelling abuse in the street? Unfortunately, this is not the street. It's the police station. You better behave yourself, otherwise what? Are you going to lynch me?" The woman suddenly shot up from her chair, screaming at the top of her lungs, her expression uncouth and ill-bred. "You damn auxiliary police, I'm setting myself against you right now. If you can't find evidence to prove that I stole the wallet, I will definitely hire lawyers to sue you and your shitty police station." "You really think I wouldn't do anything to you?" Xiao Luo said in a cold voice. The woman felt an anxious fear creeping upon her, but she was emboldened and confident that the young auxiliary police officer in front of her wouldn't dare to lay his hands on her. She climbed on her chair and stared eye to eye at Xiao Luo angrily and sneered, "Good! Come on! Hit me! You're fucking bastard if you dare!" Chapter 205. Feng Yu Qi's Plan. Standing on her chair, the woman only rose a little taller than Xiao Luo. She placed her hands aggressively on the hips and cursed at Xiao Luo like a furious witch. The words she spewed were filled with foul invectives and disgusting, inappropriate references to his entire ancestral line. All in all, she was quite a nasty piece of work. "Enough! You're in a police station. I can charge you with insulting police officers if you keep going like this." Old Zeng let out a dry cough and reminded her. The woman became even more aggressive and said, "Insulting police officers? Stop talking to me in this bureaucratic tone. How dare this damn auxiliary police call himself a police officer? He's no more than a fart in my eyes." Xiao Luo smiled and turned around without saying a further word. Thinking Xiao Luo had given in, the woman was puffed up with arrogance and got carried away. She screamed even louder at Xiao Luo. "Damn auxiliary police! Why did you leave? Come back here! Didn't you say you're going to hit me? Come on, you bastard, son of a bitch! If you don't have the guts—" Bending slightly, Xiao Luo picked up the chair next to him, turned around, and smashed it right into the frenzied woman. Bang! It all happened in a split second. The vile and incessant curses came to an abrupt stop. The despicable woman with the foul mouth was thrown back several meters, landing hard on the floor. An expression of panic and fear appeared on her wide-eyed face. She let out a blood-curdling scream, pointing at the blood in her mouth. For a second, everyone froze in the police station lobby. They looked at Xiao Luo in disbelief, with shock in their eyes. They never thought Xiao Luo would pick up a chair and attack a woman in a police station. But despite the excessive reaction, for the most part, the officers actually felt a sense of delight. She had it coming, and they wished they could have given it to her as well. "Attack! Police brutality! Almost beat me to death!" Coming out of her stupor, The woman realized what just happened and started rolling on the ground and acting hysterically. Xiao Luo strode toward her and looked down on her with piercing, cold eyes. What are you going to do? I can sue you. The woman shrunk in terror. She could see now that the auxiliary police officer standing in front of her was not someone to be trifled with. He had a cold, devil-like face when angered. "Didn't you say I don't have the guts to hit you? I'm going to hit you now to show it to you." As Xiao Luo reached out to slowly pick up another chair, his wicked smile convinced the woman what was about to happen next. Could he be planning on teaching this woman another lesson? Everyone in the room shuddered at the thought. The look of unbridled anger on Xiao Luo's face frightened them. Old Zhang sensed the situation was turning nasty and hurried to stop Xiao Luo. He said, "Xiao Luo, it's enough. Don't ruin your career over this kind of woman." "Old Zhang, just pretend you didn't see anything." Xiao Luo forced a smile at the man. The smile was quite disturbing in other people's eyes. Ma Pijin stood up at that moment and pointed at Xiao Luo and said harshly, "Xiao Luo, you have done enough. Do you really think the police station is your house where you can do whatever you want?" Ma Pijin was waging a tit-for-tat against Xiao Luo. Standing on the legal and moral high ground this time, he admonished him forcefully. Finding in Ma Pijin a straw to clutch at, she dramatically appealed for his help. "Officer, please stop him. This man is crazy." "Don't worry, lady. We won't let him run wild." Ma Pijin promised that to her in all sincerity. He then continued to chide Xiao Luo again. "Xiao Luo, you need to stop your abuse right now. Otherwise, I will arrest you and hold you responsible according to the law, even though we're colleagues." "Ass kicker, I usually don't bother to pay attention to you. I now find you aggravating." Xiao Luo forced out a cruel laugh, then deliberately stepped on the woman's hand. Although he didn't apply much pressure, the hard sole of his leather shoe made the woman scream like a pig before slaughter. "Ai! You! Intimidated, Ma Pijin broke out into a cold sweat. He immediately thought about instigating everyone in the room to berate Xiao Luo. "Xiao Luo deliberately broke the law. Let's hurry to stop him. We can't let him keep committing crimes." To his chagrin, no one responded to him. All the police officers who were looking on simply went back to whatever they were doing before, answering the phone, writing reports, pretending that they did not hear or see anything. "You, all!" Ma Pijin felt wronged by his colleagues and not a little embarrassed as well. He wondered why everyone shut their eyes to it when Xiao Luo was clearly doing something wrong. "Fine, I will go find the station chief since you all too afraid to act." Ma Pijin ran straight to the station chief's office. After a few minutes, the chief's door swung open and Ma Pijin walked out disheartened. Not only did Feng Yuqi not support him, but he was also given an earful by the chief. "Do you have to bother me for this kind of trivial matter? What the hell do I need you all for?" Feng Yuqi made clear where he stood. Ma Pijin didn't understand what he did wrong. Why did everyone choose to side with that lout Xiao Luo? "Hit a snag?" Liu Taidru asked with a chuckle. Ma Pijin pulled a long face and glared angrily. "With the size of our station, how could it be possible that the station chief didn't know what was happening outside his office? Ass kicker, your cleverness indeed overreached itself," Liu Taiju said to Ma Pijin. "Oh, by the way, I need to tell you the wallet that the woman stole was found. It was hidden inside her bra and fell out when Brother Xiao Luo grabbed her feet upside down and shook her a little. With the surveillance footage and the stolen goods, the woman's theft charge is now substantiated," Liu Taiju piped in further, with his hands together under his chin, tapping on his fingers and smiling with glee. "What? She really was a thief?" Ma Pijin felt devastated and demoralized at the same time when he heard it from Liu Taidru. He turned his head and watched the woman in the chair. She looked dejected and was now making a truthful account to old Zhang about what happened. As for Xiao Luo, he stuck his hands in his pockets and walked toward Ma Pijin. In almost a reflex, Ma Pijin jumped out of the way for Xiao Luo, with eyes full of fright. "Brother Xiao, tell me, how on earth did you find the wallet was hidden in the woman's bra?" Liu Taidruo was fawning and expressing his deep admiration for Xiao Luo. He had found the wallet that even old Zhang, with his seniority and experience, couldn't. For anyone looking, it would seem like he was infatuated. "I didn't know in the beginning. I only realized it when I hit the woman with the chair." "Ha ha ha! You're so awesome! I couldn't admire you enough!" Liu Taidru burst out a roar with laughter. He then said, "Congratulations! Let's play video games tonight." "The boy is quite good." Feng Yuqi had understood what had happened as he watched through the blinds in his office. His praise was naturally for Xiao Luo's action. The instructor scorned dismissively. "He's quite good? What a typical hothead would strike a blow at a single word of disagreement? This kind of fearless characters will probably get us into trouble someday." You can't only look at one side of things. Everything needs to be considered from both sides." Feng Yuqi rested his chin on the back of his hands and said with a smile, "This Xiao Luo is a double-edged sword. If we can use him properly, he will be a natural enemy against crime. Didn't the district station say we are negligent and have far less achievement compared to other substations? I was very concerned and was just looking into that. By good fortune, this youngster Xiao Luo has come right in time." "Station Chief, are you saying you want to put Xiao Luo in a key frontline position?" The instructor looked surprised. Feng Yuqi only responded with a mysterious smile. The instructor gulped. He had worked with Feng Yuqi too long not to realize what Feng Yuqi had meant. But putting the hothead Xiao Luo in the front line? It was so reckless and irresponsible. How was he not afraid that the youngster would make a huge mess?
Chapter 206. Time for a Change. Xiao Luo returned home and turned on his computer. He couldn't help but shake his head when he realized his internet firewall was being hacked. It was that hacker Bai Ling again. For the past few weeks, this Bai Ling had been persistent, relentlessly trying to crack his firewall and obtain information from his computer. He typed a message right away. "You really want to break into my computer that badly?" "Yes." In the women's dorm of Huaye University, Bai Ling replied with pure determination. She then thought for a moment and sent another message. "Mie, I want to know you." "We already know each other, don't we?" "No, I meant in real life." "Let's wait till you crack my firewall." After typing the last sentence, Xiao Luo shut down his laptop and went to the bathroom to shower. He had full confidence in his firewall security and decided to use it to reject Bai Ling's request. Bai Ling bit on her lips in annoyance. Xiao Luo's words stirred up her desire to take him on his challenge. Now she had no choice but to break into his computer. 3 days later, a bombshell was dropped at the Liran police substation. Feng Yuqi had made an exception and submitted an application for Xiao Luo to become a regular police officer. Through the connections he had, the application was approved by the district station in a short time, which meant Xiao Luo was no longer auxiliary police, but a full-fledged police officer. Ma Pijin was beside himself with jealousy on finding out about this. Many people envied Xiao Luo as well. They knew the process for auxiliary police to become a permanent police officer on regular payroll was fraught with difficulty. Some people didn't have the opportunity to apply even after working for several years. On the contrary, Xiao Luo had already achieved it only 4 days after arriving at the station. It was unbelievable. "Haha, I'm really excited for Brother Xiao Luo. Somehow he became a permanent police officer. I can follow him and have a good time from now on." Liu Guo congratulated Xiao Luo loudly, on purpose, while being next to Ma Pijin. With a resentful face, Ma Pijin smashed his fist on the table, said,
Xiao Luo must have pulled some strings. Otherwise, there is no way that he would be put on regular payroll so fast. These kinds of people who abuse connections are so shameless. Look, Ass-Kisser, you still don't get it. Brother Xiao Luo was promoted for his ability. Why don't you arrest dozens of criminals if you're so capable? I guarantee the station chief would break every rule and have you promoted as well. Liu Tie Guo, why are you always going against me? Ma Pijin asked in an offended tone. No one is going against you. You are doing this to yourself. We all came from the same training camp. Why are you always so jealous of Xiao Luo's achievement? As we were all classmates at the training camp, isn't his promotion beneficial for all of us? Why can't you understand this? Liu Tie Guo answered, feeling annoyed. It's not that I don't understand it. I just don't want to advance by nepotism as Xiao Luo did. You're sick. Very sick. Liu Tie Guo had had enough of Ma Pijin, but before he left, he said, I remind you one more time, Xiao Luo was promoted for his ability. The nepotism you mentioned is only in your head. It's a fiction of your imagination. Ma Pijin ground his teeth and tried hard to contain his anger. He just couldn't accept the fact that Xiao Luo was an official police officer now. Do you know why I promoted you? Inside the station chief's office, Feng Yuqi looked at Xiao Luo straight in the eyes, but it was a look associated with the high expectations of one appreciating a precious treasure. I don't know. I hope the station chief can tell me. Xiao Luo shook his head and answered candidly. He certainly didn't anticipate anything good. Instead, he was wondering if the station would punish him for the incident at the yard. Much to his surprise, not only was he not censured, he was rewarded with a promotion. It was beyond expectations. Because you're resolute and dare to stand up to your opponents, I want you to be the sword of our station and crack down on those filthy criminal activities, said Feng Yuqi. Xiao Luo was astonished by Feng Yuqi's words. He didn't realize Feng Yuqi was such a forthright station chief who was bold and decisive in action. He had promoted him precisely to grant him more authority and afford him the freedom to carry out his future mission. Chief, do you mean it? I already promoted you. Is that not enough to show my seriousness? Feng Yuqi took out a red book from his drawer and handed it to Xiao Luo. Take it and have a look. I prepared this for you as well. Xiao Luo didn't need to open it at all. The yellow characters were printed clearly on the cover. Firearm license. With this firearm license, he would be allowed to carry a weapon when he went out for patrols or other police missions. Of course, carrying a gun didn't mean he could act recklessly. The usage of the weapon and the number of ammunition rounds discharged were strictly controlled and monitored, and he would have to prepare a detailed report any time he fired the gun. Besides this, you can pick 3 auxiliary police to be your direct subordinates to assist you. Xiao Luo, you go out there and do a good job. I have confidence in you. Feng Yuqi said keenly, and his eyes showed he meant it. Yes, sir, I will never waste Station Chief's trust and guidance. Holding up his head and pushing out his chest, Xiao Luo answered in a clear, firm voice. He initially felt that he was hamstrung in the role of auxiliary police. He had finally gotten what he wished for, since Feng Yuqi had freed him from those restraints. Now he had the latitude to carry out his job. To be honest, I'm feeling quite restless. What if Xiao Luo really brings back trouble now that we've given the authority to him? After Xiao Luo left, the instructor was troubled and asked Feng Yuqi in an anxious voice. Feng Yuqi casually poured a cup of hot tea, sat down and took a sip, said, You are too cautious and have too many fears. How are you going to fight the criminals this way? I admire Xiao Luo's style. He's like a fierce tiger. A tiger locked in a cage can't achieve anything. We can only appreciate its value once we set it free. I have had enough of waiting all these years. It's time for us to put more pressure on those bastards. Can Xiao Luo do it? Those are a bunch of vicious killers. If we took any action, all of our families will be threatened by them. A fearful look was in the instructor's eyes. Being a police officer didn't mean he was not afraid of anything. They had to compromise all this time for the sake of their family's safety when dealing with very influential and powerful criminals. Fang Yuqi slammed down the lid of the teacup. With a strong sense of justice, he raised his head and said, "Sometimes we have to choose to gamble." He stood up and walked to the window. A smile formed on the corner of his mouth as he looked at the scene outside. The weather is changing.
Chapter 207, Born with Extraordinary Strength. As instructed by the police chief, Xiao Luo was to pick 3 auxiliary policemen to make up his team, and he picked Liu Guo, Shi Ku, and Wang Lihu. He hadn't planned on pulling Liu Guo into this, not since he owed Liu Guo a favor, and he really did not want to put him in any danger. But in the end, Liu Guo insisted, and Xiao Luo couldn't dissuade him from being a part of the team. As for the other 2, Shi Ku and Wang Lihu were both born troublemakers, and that was well known among the police officers in the station. They had worked for 2 years, but yet a promotion was nowhere in sight for them. It wasn't because they did not have the necessary skills and experience, but rather because they would often get into trouble. For instance, they were supposed to mediate a dispute between city patrol officers and melon farmers. Not only did they fail to resolve the conflict, they even sided with the melon farmers and beat up the city patrol officers. In another incident, Shi Ku and Wang Lihu chased an alleged thief that got away. However, after they caught him, they didn't question him at all before hitting him with sticks and knocked out 2 teeth. Later investigations then revealed that the person was, in fact, not a thief at all. A couple happened to have a fight, and the wife lied to the police about her husband being a thief for them to catch him. Therefore, people in the substation put a label on Wang Lihu and Shi Ku: thugs in uniforms. Xiao Luo chose them because he took a fancy to their character of daring to stand up to criminals, or to anyone else for that matter. He did not want to rope in chicken-hearted cowards, but instead tusked beasts who was not afraid to tear up the enemy. As it turned out, Shi Ku and Wang Lihu deeply resented that a fresh auxiliary police officer had gotten the chance to become a regular officer in next to no time. In addition to that, they also despised Xiao Luo because Ma Pijin had been planting the seeds of discontent among his colleagues to convince them that Xiao Luo was only promoted because of his connections. "First, prove you have the ability to be our boss. Otherwise, I would rather spend my time hanging around in the station than being a lackey behind your ass." Wang Lihu was standing with his legs spread apart and spoke gruffly to Xiao Luo in the police substation yard. There was not a shred of respect in his eyes, only resentment. He was a tall and sturdy fellow, 6 feet tall and weighing more than 200 pounds, and had a stubble on his jaw. Standing in the yard, he looked every bit a conceited and arrogant thug in uniform. Shi Ku also turned up his nose at Xiao Luo and echoed Wang Lihu's stand. He spoke with a squeaky voice. "That's right. People who don't have a kill or 2 don't deserve to be our boss." He had a smaller build and a thin, angular face. His oily skin was shiny under the sunlight. "Wang Lihu and Shi Ku, this is the appointment made by the station, so don't you try to pick holes in this on purpose. Bring it to the station chief if you have any disagreement." Liu Guo spoke up for Xiao Luo. "We're not like someone who has a deep background. How dare we bring anything up with the station chief?" Shi Ku squeaked, making insinuations. "You—" Liu Guo was annoyed.
He was genuinely happy for Xiao Luo for his promotion. However, people in the stations had been gossiping in recent days about how Xiao Luo only became a permanent officer because of his connections. He could hardly contain his anger for these rumors. Looking at Wang Lihu and She Ku, Xiao Luo smiled slightly and said, "I can see that you two are not convinced." Wang Lihu and She Ku exchanged a look and answered in chorus, "Of course we're not." "You sound very confident. I bet you both have some skills. Tell me, what can you do?" Xiao Luo did not want to waste words on them. He chose the easiest and most straightforward way. He would beat them to submission if he had to. "Everyone stop now. Wang Lihu and She Ku are not willing to take orders from Xiao Luo and are messing with him outside right now. Even an idiot would know this would happen. Those two are well-known troublemakers in the station. Xiao Luo is asking for trouble when he picked them to work for him. Wang Lihu is endowed with extraordinary strength. He can easily lift a pig that weighs hundreds of pounds. Even 5 people couldn't hold him down when he throws his weight about. How could he possibly succumb to Xiao Luo? Yes, that She Ku is not an easy one to deal with either. He used to practice hawk's claw boxing. His hands can tear skin effortlessly, almost better than knives. They're all martial arts practitioners." Some people sighed, some sympathized with Xiao Luo, and some thought he had coming and were gloating. Many people were jealous of Xiao Luo being promoted so soon, and would have loved to see Xiao Luo being humiliated in public. Ma Pi-jin, for example, had to keep himself from dancing around to express his joy. He stood up with relish and shouted to the crowd, "Let's go! Let's go out and have a look! Xiao Luo is a skinny guy. I hope he won't be crushed by Wang Lihu's punch." His words were filled with mockery and derision. Maybe he wanted to witness Xiao Luo being embarrassed so badly that he forgot that Xiao Luo had once fought off Yan Wang back in the training camp. Soon after, the crowd went outside and became the audience by the side. Xiao Luo had already learned about what Wang Lihu and She Ku to do from their remarks. He pointed at Wang Lihu and said casually, "Make a decision. Do you want a match on strength or boxing?" Wang Lihu was taken by surprise initially. He snorted and said, "Let's compete in strength. I'm afraid I might beat you to death if we tried boxing." "Good. Let's compete in strength, as you said," Xiao Luo said with an indifferent shrug. "You are overestimating yourself," Wang Lihu sneered, then strode to a police motorcycle parked in the yard. He lowered his body in a horse-riding stance, with his left hand grabbing onto the handlebars and the right hand on the rear shock absorber. He took a deep breath and let out a deep howl. The muscles on his entire body were tight, and the veins were bulging. The motorcycle was slowly hefted up above the ground. With another roar, the whole bike was lifted over his head. At that moment, he looked mighty and fierce. Everyone at the station was dumbstrucken. Even though they already knew Wang Lihu had great strength, they were still shocked now that they had seen it with their own eyes. It was not a typical motorcycle, but a police patrol motorcycle which weighed more than 500 pounds. Even one person could hardly help it stand up if it fell on the side. Yet Wang Lihu had lifted it over his head. How could they not be astonished by this? "Awesome!" Ma Pi-jin applauded and cheered for Wang Lihu in great excitement. Other people started to applaud following Ma Pi-jin's lead. Wang Lihu's performance indeed deserved such applause. Born with extraordinary strength, it's such a pity Wang Lihu didn't join the national weightlifting team. Watching from the office on the second floor, Feng Yuqi couldn't help but joking about it. The instructor shook his head and said in frustration, "You need to care more about Xiao Luo. He's asking for trouble by competing in strength with Wang Lihu." "Don't be so sure. Xiao Luo read Wang Lihu and She Ku's files before he selected and knew about them already. He must have a way to subdue them since he insisted on picking them on his team. Have a little patience and wait and see." Feng Yuqi laughed. He was still very confident about Xiao Luo. "Hi-ya!" The instructor exhaled a long sigh. He really didn't understand why the station chief trusted Xiao Luo so much. Bang! Wang Lihu put down the patrol motorcycle with a loud bang, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. Chapter 208. Hawk Claws Boxing. It's your turn now. Wang Lihu turned around and looked at Xiao Luo. He spoke to him with a confident smile as he dusted his hands off. Yi Qiu also shot Xiao Luo a mocking look and sneered, "Xiao Luo, I would quit if I were you. The game is not worth the candle if you pulled your back." Xiao Luo didn't respond. He gave them a soft smile and walked directly to the same motorcycle. "He can't be thinking that he can lift the motorcycle too, can he?" someone said in suspicion. "With his build, stop joking around," another person snickered. I stretched out my hand and pushed the motorcycle gently, as if he was estimating its weight. Wang Lihu couldn't help but ridiculed, "I was flattering you when I said you overestimated yourself. You're simply a sham who's going to make a fool of yourself." Xiao Luo didn't pay attention to him. He shook his head at the motorcycle and turned away. "Looks like you have some self-awareness after all. You know when to give up." The grin on Wang Lihu's face was even broader. He said, "Since you quit, why don't you talk to the station chief and pick someone else? I have no intention of being your—" His voice ceased all of a sudden, and his smile on his face froze. He was left aghast with his mouth open. Everyone else on the spot was staggered and couldn't believe what they saw with their own eyes, because Xiao Luo lifted the front of the police car parked in the yard with one hand. Not only that, but he also held the chassis with his left hand and grabbed the front bumper with his right hand. Using the strength from his shoulder, he raised the entire police car up in the air. If Wang Lihu was powerful and fierce before, at this moment Xiao Luo was imbued with a spirit that could conquer mountains and rivers. How could this be possible? Ma Pijin's face was filled with astonishment. Liu Tiagua was knocked sideways. He mumbled to himself, "Oh my God, Brother Xiao Luo is beyond words. He lifted a car that weighs at least 2 or 3 tons. Feng Yuqi and the instructor were dumbfounded as well in the office on the 2nd floor. The stupefaction dried their mouths. They gulped down saliva involuntarily. The entire yard of the police substation was silenced in shock. Bang! The police car was put down by Xiao Luo and smashed hard on the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. The loud sound brought people back from the daze, and now they looked at Xiao Luo with awe and reverence. Monster. That was people's assessment of Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo turned his head to look at Wang Lihu and asked him in a gentle voice, "Are you persuaded?" Wang Lihu ground his teeth and clenched his fists. He would have tried to lift the car himself if he had anticipated Xiao Luo to have such powerful strength. However, he would be reaching his limit even if he could actually uplift the car. There was no way for him to do it as effortlessly as Xiao Luo did it. "I am not persuaded." Yi Qiu suddenly launched his attack with an angry roar. He rushed forward at full speed and reached Xiao Luo in a split second. He stomped the left foot on the ground and stopped abruptly. Using the forward momentum, his hands became claws, and his 10 fingers struck at Xiao Luo's chest with incomparable power. With a slashing sound, Xiao Luo's uniform was torn apart like a tattered rag, almost as if it was attacked by a hungry wolf. Fortunately, Xiao Luo backed up in time and wasn't injured physically. It was only his innerwear that was exposed. Even so, it made the onlookers at the scene gasp in dismay. They thought that Yi Qiu indeed reached the acme of perfection of the hawk's claw boxing. Even without long fingernails, his fingertips were still sharp like knives. How frightening. "Yi Qiu, why did you make a sneak attack?" Liu Tiagua criticized him loudly. However, nothing could register in Yi Qiu's brain right now. Growling and snarling in a frenzy, he bounded into the air again and thrashed toward Xiao Luo with his hands. With the whistling wind, his blade-like fingers fiercely streaked across the air. Xiao Luo was moving back while fighting against Yi Qiu. From an outsider's view, he was the underdog in the race and was suppressed by Yi Qiu, while in fact he was observing Yi Qiu's hawk's claw boxing technique. One of the advantages of the Yi Jin Jing was that it allowed the practitioner to learn and copy other types of martial arts. After studying for about 5 minutes, Xiao Luo stopped retreating. He moved forward for the first time, jumped and flipped in the air. Under great risk, he dodged GQ's savage fingers as he landed on tiptoe. He instantly leaned forward with his right hand forming a stiff claw and grasped on Yi Q's hand as fast as a lightning flash. The tips of Xiao Luo's fingers dug into Yi Q's hand and held it in a vice-like grip. He then yanked Yi Q's arm across harshly, throwing him off his balance. "Ah!" Yi Q howled in pain, his arm shivering. "You lost." Xiao Luo gazed at him unemotionally. The table was turned so fast that the people around them didn't have time to react. "Where did you learn the hawk's claw boxing style?" Even suffering excruciating pain, Yi Q was still astounded that he had been defeated by his own boxing style. It was a type of kung fu handed down from the Yi family's ancestors. How could Xiao Luo know it too? "I just learned it from you." Xiao Luo gave an honest answer. Did he learn it just now? Did he master the Yi family's hawk's claw boxing in a few minutes? Yi Q had practiced studiously for more than 20 years. There was no way Yi Q would believe that. He was certain he was talking nonsense. Being the troublemakers in the station, he and Wang Lihu had enjoyed unshakable Freemasonry. Right now, he didn't care about anything else anymore. He turned his head to Yi and shouted to Wang Lihu, "Lao Hu, what are you waiting for? Come, help me!" "Ha!" Wang Lihu bellowed and rushed toward Xiao Luo, waving his giant fists. Xiao Luo kicked Yi Q out of the way, his right hand flattened and blocked Wang Lihu's blow. He smiled while shaking his head, said, "Aren't you proud of your strength? Even a random martial artist could have fended off this punch." Wang Lihu looked at his fist in a daze. He knew perfectly well about his strength. Even 20% of it was enough to knock ordinary people out. He immediately stepped back from Xiao Luo and spoke in an insolent voice. "I was worried you wouldn't be able to take it. Since you're not satisfied with my hit, I will spare no effort now." "Just to my liking." Xiao Luo looked at him calmly, and a smile remained on his face. "Ah!" Bellowing like a beast, Wang Lihu exerted his strength and stomped on the ground. The strength of his entire body surged toward his right fist and propelled a strike. Xiao Luo's eyes dilated. The power in Wang Lihu's fist made him excited, as if his blood was boiling. "I will stop you now." Clenching his teeth, Xiao Luo roared and greeted Wang Lihu with his own fist. Bang! The fists crashed together. Wang Lihu's fist was stopped. The force gushed back to him like a raging river. His shaking body flung away violently as if he had been hit by a train. Xiao Luo, on the contrary, maintained his posture, unwavering and upright like a pine tree. The yard was so silent that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone stared at Xiao Luo's slender figure in stupor. At that moment, Xiao Luo was magnificent and untouchable.
Chapter 209. Siswang. He did not have a massive build, nor was he ripping with muscles, and yet exhibited such tremendous strength and power, which was literally beyond human. The crowd in Liren police substation yard just stared wide-eyed at Xiao Luo, who stood upright, oblivious to his own superhuman feat. Everyone was awestruck and could barely recover from the tremendous shock. A completely one-sided victory. This Xiao Luo, The instructor, watching from the second-floor office, was trembling and was in such a state of disbelief that he was mumbling incoherently. "I've said, he's a fierce tiger," Fu Yuqi said with great excitement. In the yard, Wang Lihu and Ye Qiu acknowledged their defeat, and from here on would not think to ever look down on Xiao Luo anymore. As practitioners of the martial arts, they walked up to show their respect towards Xiao Luo, knelt down with one knee, and bowed with their fists clenched against each other. "Boss, I, Wang Lihu, will follow you anywhere and everywhere. You have my service at your command." "I, Ye Qiu, will do the same. I hope, boss, you will be magnanimous and not mind our past wrongdoings. Please forgive our disrespect just now."
Both of them were straightforward fellows, as Xiao Luo had thoroughly won them over with his supreme display of power and skills. With such capabilities, he was a worthy man to follow. "You guys got your asses whooped and are finally convinced now?" Liu Taiguo came over and laughed at them. "Yeah, we're convinced, totally convinced." Both of them Wang Lihu and Ye Qiu blushed and said awkwardly. Xiao Luo smiled and said, "Get up and clean yourselves up, then follow me for patrol." "Roger." They got up and saluted smartly with their heads up and backs straight. Liren was a small town in the Guangming district. Although it was small in size, it was very prosperous. It could even be compared to an affluent provincial city. This was largely a result of Jiangsheng's enormous commitment to its economic development. Liren's burgeoning success could be attributed to multiple large-scale industrial areas close to its borders. The boom of its industrial parks had attracted countless people from all over the world. And this attracted all sorts of people, not only professionals and skilled workers, but undesirable elements of society also made their way there. This had heightened the need for more visible public security presence as incidents of street crime and gang fights became commonplace. Xiao Luo had known that Dragon Gang's primary operations in this area were the red light districts. There were 3 such areas, and all were located close to the industrial zones. It was good business sense, as many of their employees had sizable disposable incomes and could easily afford social escort services. Splurging 100 yuan or 2 for a night of fun would not put a dent in their wallets. He had only recently cracked down on one of the red light districts by himself, so there were 2 left behind for him to clean up. Xiao Luo parked his motorcycle at a sentry post with a clear view of the commercial street now milling with a crowd of people seeking the thrills of nightlife. He had no business there during the day, as that street would only be filled with people scurrying hither and thither on business errands. But at night, its true colors would emerge, and that street would be transformed into something very different. There were flyers on the floor, post-it notes on walls, even the power supply boxes, and they were all little advertisements for sexual services. Xiao Luo looked at the small stream that had now turned into a filthy, disgusting sewer, and frowned. Everyone was trying every possible way to get themselves a place in a big city, but they were only drawn to its beautiful facade, neglecting its dark, ugly side. Ding, ding, ding. The familiar sound of a monotonous ringtone brought him out of his contemplation. Xiao Luo took the phone from his pocket and checked. It was Zhang Dashan. He accepted the call by swiping right. "What's up, Dashan?" "You motherfucker, can't I call you even if I've no issues? I haven't heard from you in a couple of days. Can you be more aware that you should give me a call every other day? I haven't been keeping in contact with you for so long, I almost thought the Dragon Gang had cut you to pieces already." Xiao Luo frowned. "Spit it out. If there's a problem, let me know. If not, I'm hanging up. I'm busy and not free to chit-chat now." It was a rule in the station that a policeman on duty was not allowed to speak on the phone. Being suited in his police uniform to deal with Dragon Gang, he felt obliged to obey the rules. "What are you busy with? I'm in charge of Lowe's workshop, so what else do you have to be busy with?" "I'm hanging." Don't. I have something serious to talk about." "Can you cut the crap?" Xiao Luo wished that he could kick him up the posterior and said impatiently, "So what's going on? Spit it out." Zhang Dashan cleared his throat and said, "What else could it be? It's your very own romantic debt. Sis Wang is here for you." Xiao Luo frowned even harder, then asked irritably, "Who's Sis Wang? You better stop giving me bullshit." "I'm not giving you bullshit. It's Wang Ruran from Huaye University, the girl who was almost raped by the 5 gangsters. You've forgotten?" Huang Ruran. Xiao Luo suddenly remembered, and had he not been reminded by Zhang Dashan, he would have forgotten entirely about the bunch of people from Huaye University. So why did she look for me? Wait, how did she know my location? Fuck, she saw me. I'm sort of a role model for juniors now, since the public trial clip had gone viral and Sis Wang had watched that clip, so she came straight to the headquarters of Luo's workshop. To be honest, Sis Wang had visited a few times but was stopped by the security guard every time. She even tried trespassing. I happened to run into her today by coincidence as I passed by the company's gate. If not, I wouldn't have known that Sis Wang came all the way to the company to find me. Hearing that gave Xiao Luo a headache. When he had appointed Zhang Dashan as Luo's workshop spokesperson, he had overlooked the fact that Huang Ruran had seen Zhang Dashan before. He had already put Huaye University behind him, but now it seemed that they were back in his life. So what should I do? She's now waiting in the guest room and won't leave until she gets your whereabouts. Tell her I've left Zhangsheng. It fucking won't work. She's already asked about your hometown address. It seems like she wouldn't quit easily until she finds you. You're usually so good with your crap that you could even hoodwink the deceased. Why can't you do it now? I can't help it. Bro, you're really being a dick here. Sis Wang is completely sincere, and you want me to fool her? It pains me to even think about it. Fuck you. Believe it, the TV soap operas had always contained scenes of the hero saving the beauty, and she ended up repaying her debt of honor by marrying him. Do you really think that these were all just fiction? In my opinion, Sis Wang came to repay her debt and wants to bear your children. Bear my children? It was so thought-provoking that Xiao Luo broke into laughter. I'm not going to argue with you. You help me settle Sis Wang. That's it. He hung up immediately as he spotted Liu Taiguo rushing over to him with an anxious look on his face. He obviously had something urgent to report. He put the phone back and asked, "Brother Go, what's going on?" "There are two rich women with their bodyguards embroiled in a quarrel in the department store. It's getting out of hand and they're almost close to a fight. Lao Hu and Hosey are trying to mediate, but it's no use." Lao Hu and Hosey, he had referred to, were none other than Wang Li Hu and Ye Qiu. "Let's go, take a look." Xiao Luo frowned as he rode on his motorcycle, with Liu Taiguo riding pillion. They headed towards the department store.
Chapter 210. Conflict. As they entered the department store, they could hear a commotion coming from the two well-dressed ladies, just as Liu Taiguo had described. They both had bodyguards with them and were insulting each other with their fingers pointing aggressively at each other. They quarreled loudly without any regard of those around them and would have started fighting if Wang Lihu and Yi Chu had not intervened in the argument. "Boss!" Wang Lihu and Yi Chu came over immediately. "So, what's going on?" Xiao Luo asked. "Actually, it's not even a big issue. They knocked into each other accidentally. The woman in yellow had accidentally bumped into the one in green and her purse fell to the ground. Then they started arguing," Yi Chu said. "These women must be bored to death." Xiao Luo shook his head and decided to let them be. He intended to be the bad cop and let them continue fighting. The lady in green snapped coldly. "I'm giving you one last chance. Apologize right now and pick up the purse. Then we'll call it a day. If not what? Do you actually think that I'm afraid of you?" the lady in yellow said fearlessly. "You have bodyguards, so do I. If you want to fight, I'll fight you to the end." At that very moment, a cohort of some 30-plus fierce-looking men walked through the front entrance. The one leading them was silver hair, and he shouted fiercely, "Who's the fuck bullying our sister-in-law? You must be getting tired of living." His loud shout immediately drew everyone's attention. "They're from Dragon Gang. Let's get out of here immediately. Don't look at them. Beware of getting into a mess with these troublemakers." Many of the customers knew about the background of these men, and their expressions changed suddenly. They quickly urged their companions to leave the premises as soon as they could. The lady in yellow suddenly felt threatened upon seeing the situation change, especially after knowing that the men were from Dragon Gang. Her earlier bravado immediately turned into meek humbleness. "It's just a small incident, right? Do you even need so much backup?" "Okay, I'm sorry." She bent over and picked up the expensive purse from the floor and presented it to the lady in green respectfully with both hands.
My husband runs a textile mill nearby. Perhaps we can make acquaintance." The lady in green smirked. "Bitch, now you want to make acquaintance, huh?" She grabbed her purse and had no plans to let the lady in yellow off so easily. "Just keep up with your arrogance. Why don't you keep behaving like a bitch? Weren't you being so rude to me just now? I'll give you two choices now. You either kneel down and lick my heels, or be stripped naked and paraded around the mall. You—" She clenched her teeth in a rage. "Who are you trying to yell at? So do you want to lick our sister-in-law's heels, or have us strip you naked? Choose now." The cocky youngster with the silver hair yelled at the lady dressed in yellow, pointing his finger at her. The lady in yellow would not choose either option, as they were both too humiliating. She stared at the lady in green with menace and retorted, "You better not cross the line." "It's just a small incident, right?" The lady in green laughed, and then ordered with a cold voice, "Go, strip this bitch naked at once." "Roger that, sister-in-law," the silver-haired youngster answered, and waved his hand forward, and all 30-odd of them made for the lady in yellow. The bodyguards of the lady in yellow didn't stand idly by, of course, and the five braced themselves and rushed up to fight. The mall was in chaos, with display racks toppled, and products of all shapes and sizes strewn all over the floor. Screaming could be heard everywhere. Bang! The piercing sound of a gunshot got everyone's attention, and they all stopped immediately. Several female workers at the mall even squat down fearfully on hearing the shot fired. The silver-haired youngster and the two ladies turned and looked toward the direction of the gunshot. They saw a young, handsome, but grim-faced man in a police uniform approaching them. He put the gun back in its holster on his waist, with white smoke still wisping thinly out the muzzle. Xiao Luo stood before them and asked coldly, "You seem to have totally ignored the police's presence." If both parties were equally balanced in strength, he would not have intervened. But with Dragon Gang was now involved, he had an obligation to do so, and he did not intend to do so half-heartedly. The silver-haired youngster was initially taken aback, but seeing it was just a cop on the beat, he looked at Xiao Luo as if looking at a fool and said, "Sir, that was impressive. You even fired a gun. Who you trying to scare?" The lady in green seethed and wanted to show off to the lady in yellow how easily she could scorn the police. She sneered, "Such a puny and unimportant local policeman like you would dare to mind our business? Are you too bored with your life?" Xiao Luo answered impassively, "I understand the situation, and this matter is not that serious. It's simply a misunderstanding, and you don't have to resolve it in this extreme way. On top of that, this lady had already apologized. You should be more reasonable." The lady in yellow realized that Xiao Luo was supporting her, so she looked on him kindly. "You, ride your motorcycle and go patrol somewhere else. Don't be nosy here, or else I'll make sure you regret your decision," the lady in green said coldly. Xiao Luo shook his head. "Don't try to challenge a police's authority." "Huh, you, a policeman? In my eyes, only the federal investigators deserve the title of police. A local policeman like you better not pretend to be one," the lady in green said disdainfully. Xiao Luo smiled and accentuated his tone. "I advise you to call it a day. Dismiss your people, and I can take it as nothing happened." The lady in green spat on Xiao Luo's shoes, raised her head, and smirked at him. "Is your brain full of shit? Can't you understand my words?" "Very well." Xiao Luo smiled, took the handcuffs from his waist, stepped up to the lady in green, and quickly cuffed both her hands. She was shocked, not expecting anyone would dare to lay a hand on her. Her expression changed suddenly, and she yelled at the top of her voice, "Son of a bitch, what are you trying to do?" "You are arrested under the charge of contempt of a police officer." Xiao Luo had her cuffed up and then dragged her out. "Boy, how about you try arresting the rest of us?" The silver-haired youngster and his men blocked Xiao Luo's way and surrounded him completely. They had formed a human wall that had encircled Xiao Luo and the lady within. Wang Lihu and Yi Chu wanted to help, but held back when they noticed Xiao Luo's eyes staring at them. Dealing with Dragon Gang had become like a hobby for him, and had now brought on some excitement, a welcome change from the drudgery that came along with performing his patrol duties. "Let go of our sister-in-law!" The group of Dragon Gang retainers roared and cursed at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo would not let go. Instead, he merely smiled at them. "You better fucking let go! Are you deaf?" The silver-haired youngster was in a rage and threw a furious punch at Xiao Luo. But he froze immediately after raising his fist as the black, cold muzzle of a gun was pointing directly at his forehead in a flash of a second. The muzzle was still warm from its previous discharge, and it reeked of gunpowder and metal. The youngster with the silver hair trembled and broke into a cold sweat.
Chapter 211. Accidental Discharge. Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes slightly as he calmly gazed at the silver-haired young man. "Obstruction of justice is a crime as well, so hurry up and ask your men to back off." "Go." Being held at gunpoint, the silver-haired young man couldn't help but roughly swallow. Cold sweat cascaded down his body. He quickly calmed down. From what he remembered, he had never met a cop who would actually pull the trigger. They all merely used a gun to intimidate people and dared not even put their finger on the trigger. Thinking of that, disdain appeared on his face. Furthermore, it was a good opportunity to build a tough reputation in front of his subordinates. He immediately and recklessly said to Xiao Luo, "Do you think you're badass just because you have a gun? Pull the trigger, I dare you. Do you have the freaking courage to do it?" Dumbass cops, unholstering their guns at any opportunity. They never change their method of intimidating people. "Pull the trigger if you dare, dumbass." The other people all had mocking smiles on their faces. Someone even blew a large bubble with the bubble gum he was chewing and completely disregarded Xiao Luo, a community police officer. Xiao Luo calmly smiled and pointed his gun downwards. Without thinking, he pulled the trigger. He was aiming at the thigh of the silver-haired young man. Bang! With a piercing gunshot, the silver-haired young man's thigh was penetrated by the bullet. It quickly formed a bloody hole. Blood gushed out. It was so painful that he howled as he fell to the ground. It was too painful. Along with his thigh being penetrated, his femur had snapped due to the bullet's violent impact. Hissed! The expression of everyone present froze. They each took in a deep, cold breath. They had not expected it in the slightest that Xiao Luo would pull the trigger. Was this man who had pulled the trigger as he pleased really a cop? Xiao Luo's cold gaze scanned over the others. "I have just joined the police force. I don't know who you all are and have no intention of finding out. If you dare to hinder me from performing my duties any further, I will send you all to the police station. Now get out of the way." His final yell shocked the group of minor gangsters so much that their bodies trembled. They instinctively made way for him. Other than being shocked by Xiao Luo's fierce stance, they were more wary of his identity as a newbie cop. Fuck, no wonder he dared to pull the trigger. He is just a total newbie. Anyone who dared to speak up would definitely be shot like their superior. "Wang Lihu, handcuff this fella here with his hair dyed silver and take him back to the police station." "Yes, sir." Wang Lihu loudly replied, "It's satisfying to work with our head guy. I haven't felt so at ease in a long time." After Lu Tiegua spoke to Ye Qiu, he immediately ran forward and handcuffed the silver-haired young man. The silver-haired young man had been shot once and could hardly bear the pain. After Wang Lihu handcuffed him and helped him up, to not lose face in front of his subordinates, he glared at Xiao Luo angrily and yelled, "I have taken note of your serial number. Just wait and see. I will kill your whole family." He swore to God that he was only doing that action without any actual intention of kicking Xiao Luo. He just wanted to make himself look tough and unafraid of the cops, that was all. Without warning, Xiao Luo shot his thigh again. Bang! The burning bullet dug right into the silver-haired young man's thigh, creating another bloody hole.
The intense pain caused the silver-haired young man to shriek at the top of his lungs. The 2 shots had crippled both of the silver-haired young man's legs and completely shocked everyone. Everyone now knew how vicious Xiao Luo was. At the moment, no one dared to look at Xiao Luo with contempt any longer. How can he be a cop? He was clearly more vicious than they, and they were involved in gangs. The silver-haired young man lifted his head and looked at Xiao Luo in fear. I am already handcuffed. You... He had already been subdued, so why did Xiao Luo shoot him again? It was not at all in line with the regulations regarding the police department's use of guns. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrow and innocently said, "Sorry, I'm a newbie. The gun accidentally discharged when my hand trembled. If you continued to behave aggressively, I feel that my gun may accidentally discharge again." Accidental discharge? Fuck you. The silver-haired young man wanted to cry. He wanted to curse loudly, but he dared not. Even though Xiao Luo was smiling, he knew that the man in front of him was not like other cops. Xiao Luo was able to pull the trigger seemingly without worrying about the rules or anything. The young man even believed that Xiao Luo was even capable of killing him with a single shot. Xiao Luo turned and looked at the lady in green. One look from him scared the woman so much that her body started to tremble. "Madam, can you now follow me to the police station without causing any trouble?" he asked. The lady in green dared not say no. Her voice trembled as she said, I will definitely hire a lawyer and sue you." "Please go ahead. It is your right." Xiao Luo smiled slightly and asked Lu Tiegua and Ye Qiu to come over and take the woman back to the police station. Before leaving, he turned to the 30-plus low-level gangsters of the Dragon Gang. "Oh, right. My name is Xiao Luo. Tell Han Man, yes, I think he is called Han Man. Tell him that I will be coming to arrest him soon, so he should hurry up if he has any unfinished business." He left them all without looking back. The 30-plus low-level gangsters of the Dragon Gang stood stunned where they stood. Han Man was none other than the Lord Protector of the Dragon Gang. How dare Xiao Luo directly address him by the name? What on earth was the background of this fella? The lady in yellow was secretly relieved that she was the weaker party. Otherwise, it would have been her men who had gotten shot. Of course, she didn't know the past affairs between Xiao Luo and the Dragon Gang. If she had known that, she wouldn't have thought of it that way. Regardless of whether the Dragon Gang was the weaker party or the stronger, Xiao Luo would target them. "He's quite an interesting cop. I wonder how long he'll stay interesting," she murmured as she watched Xiao Luo leave. Oh no, this Xiao Luo has caused us trouble." After learning that Xiao Luo fired his gun in the mall, the instructor burged into the chief's office as agitated as a cat on hot bridges. "Chill. I've already heard about it. It's not that serious. Our country's laws clearly state that when another police officer, guard, the person or target being protected, or the law enforcement officer is attacked, damaged, or under urgent danger of being attacked or damaged, it is all right for the law enforcement officer to fire a gun. Xiao Luo fired 3 times. The first time was to stop a fight. The second time was to protect his safety. And the third time was still to protect his safety. All 3 shots were reasonably fired. How could it be considered causing us trouble? You can continue siding with him, but if we let him continue fooling around, our police station will be dragged down with him." The instructor couldn't remain calm. In his eyes, Xiao Luo was not suited to be a cop. His actions and behavior weren't simply disobedient. They were as forceful, overbearing, and vicious as gangsters. I suggest that we revoke his qualification to bear arms and suspend him from the job. Otherwise, we will not be able to justify ourselves." Justify? Justify what? There is a bunch of lawyers down there blocking the entrance of the station, and they are all asking for you and me to go out and provide an explanation. They are insisting that Xiao Luo fired illegally. They have sent us attorney letters one after another, and if we can't get them to shut up, the district office will have to find a scapegoat. Other than Xiao Luo, you and I can hardly absolve ourselves from the blame as well.
Chapter 212.
Ineffective intimidation. Please explain to my client and me the reason why she is being detained. My client has been shot twice and is receiving medical care in the hospital right now. Even when his legs are healed, he won't be able to move about normally. Who on earth has given you cops the right to fire your guns as you please? If you don't give us a proper explanation today, Liren Police Station will receive mass complaints from us lawyers. Feng Yuqi learned about the situation in the main office through his shutters. There was a crowd of high-spirited lawyers demanding an explanation. They were very arrogant, as if the police station was their home. They even requested that the employees serve them beverages. "What should we do, Chief? These lawyers have come to look for trouble," the instructor sighed. Feng Yuqi frowned and paced about in his office a couple of times. He lifted his head and said, "You go out first to stall them." Upon hearing that, the instructor's face turned green. He resignedly laughed. "Asking me to clean up Xiao Luo's mess, Chief, is really too unfair of you. Furthermore, I am just an insignificant instructor. I am still capable of helping the staff build a healthy mindset, but do you think I am capable of debating with those impressive lawyers?" He paused for a while. He sighed slowly and said, "They have made it obvious that they want to get Xiao Luo into trouble. I think the only way to pacify their rage is to sacrifice Xiao Luo." Feng Yuqi was lost in thought and indecisiveness. To be honest, it wouldn't have been satisfying to lock this tiger of a man Xiao Luo back into a cage just because of troubles at this level. There was a sudden commotion downstairs. After looking through the shutters, he realized it was because Xiao Luo had arrived at the police station for duty. When Xiao Luo, Liu Tiaguo, Wang Lihu, and Ye Qiu entered, all the employees in the police station looked at them in awe. No, to be exact, they were looking at Xiao Luo. He was too freaking badass, firing 3 shots in one go, and the last 2 crippled the other party's legs. It was their first time seeing such a badass cop after working for so many years. Ma Pijin was gloating. He said to the colleague beside him, "See, this fella is a classic example of ego inflation. He shot at people as he pleased, and he fired 2 shots in one go. Even if he knows someone in the district office, they can't save him, let alone our chief." Yeah, Xiao Luo is definitely a gone case this time around. No one can save him. Ma Pijin wasn't the only jealous one. There were others like him in the police station. Birds of a feather flocked together, so Ma Pijin's had become very close friends and colleagues with them. Although she was detained in a temporary detainment cell, with lawyers to support her, the lady in green pointed at Xiao Luo and loudly cursed, "It was this asshole! It was he who arrested me!" The 5 or 6 lawyers all surrounded him and angrily glared at him. "What crime has my client committed? Why did you arrest her?" a lawyer demanded. "She organized a mass fighting incident," Xiao Luo replied calmly. "That is why she has been detained." Wang Lihu and Ye Qiu pushed the lawyers out of the way and opened up a path for Xiao Luo to pass through. Xiao Luo walked to the door of the cell. He took out a key and unlocked the door. "Mrs. Sin, you may leave, but please keep in mind not to gather in a crowd and cause trouble from now on. Otherwise, I will still arrest and detain and educate you." "Heh, now you finally know how to humble yourself. That is what you should have been doing all along." However, the woman in green had no intention of coming out of the cell. She crossed her arms before her chest and coldly snorted. "Do you think I am a stray cat or dog by the roadside that you can arrest and detain as you please?" She thought Xiao Luo was intending to appease her, but she deliberately wanted to go against his wishes and blow the matter up. She had to make Xiao Luo pay a high price for his actions. Xiao Luo plainly asked, "Don't you want to leave?" The woman in green snickered and, feeling secure because of the backing present, fearlessly sat on the iron stool embedded into the wall and loudly replied, "Do you think you can arrest and detain people as you please just because you're a cop? If you don't provide me with an explanation, I will remain seated here and refuse to leave." The 5 or 6 lawyers timely chimed in. "Officer, may I know what reason you have to arrest my client?" "Participating in a mass fighting," Xiao Luo coldly said. refusal to comply with investigations, and insulting law enforcement officers with swear words. All these are based on your accusations. Are there any witnesses to prove your claim?" Another lawyer stood up and laughed. "My client is a gentle lady. How could she have participated in a mass fight? Do you think what you're saying is believable?" "She didn't participate directly, but she is the direct organizer of the mass fighting incident at the mall," Lu Tiaguo said. "We can all be the witnesses for that." The lawyer said, "Just now you said that my client participated in a mass fight. Now you are saying that she was the organizer behind the mass fight. I can't help but doubt your case investigation abilities. Plus, you all are colleagues and friends, so your testimony cannot be counted. The court is a place that looks at the evidence. We will sue you all for arresting and detaining our client without proper investigation. Then you all will lose your jobs and you will have to compensate our client for moral and reputation damages." A lawyer with glasses said in a firm and strong tone, "The two items will add up to at least $1 million. $1 million? This considerably shocked everyone in the police station. Even if they had wrongly arrested someone, surely the compensation wouldn't cost such a terrifying sum of $1 million. How pitiful. Ma Pijin expressed his deep condolences towards Xiao Luo, but he was actually very happy. Even Feng Yuqi and the instructor in his office were shocked. It was true that regardless of who you mess with, never mess with lawyers. They could casually demand millions worth of compensation. How could people like them who were doing actual work defeat lawyers in court? $1 million is too little. He must compensate me at least $5 million. The woman in green viciously glared at Xiao Luo. "All right, as you request, madam, we will get him to compensate you $5 million, the lawyer in glasses said. "Also, you fractured my client's legs with your gun. That was extremely wicked behavior. You have broken the law despite knowing it very well. You will be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. We will follow the necessary court procedures and sue you all formally, as well as the Liren police station behind you. You must pay for your dumb actions." The crowd of lawyers bombarded Xiao Luo with words. Their phrasings were very aggressive. Lu Tiaguo, Wang Lihu, and Ye Qiu wanted to say something. In the end, they didn't say anything despite having opened their mouths. It was true that people like them couldn't express themselves very well. Xiao Luo laughed coldly and said, "You all think you are a somebody." "What did you just say?" the lawyer in glasses angrily asked. "You think you can decide the sum I must pay as you please and sentence me to 10 years in prison as you please? You dumbass lawyers are very powerful, huh? If the situation really is in your favor as much as you put it, what's the point in trying to intimidate me here? You wouldn't have sent me an attorney's letter, but a court summons. The lawyer in glasses was quite enraged. He had never met a cop who wasn't afraid of lawyers in the 7 or 8 years he had been working as a lawyer. "There are witnesses everywhere in the mall, as well as surveillance footage. Do you think your client can be absolved of responsibility regarding the mass fight? No, you can't. The reason why you are exaggerating things over here and talking about $5 million worth of compensation and 10 years in jail is only to intimidate me."
Chapter 213. Go and Stir Trouble. The faces of the lawyers immediately turned red. They had, of course, come with the intention to shake up Xiao Luo. After all, neither Ms. Xin nor the silver-haired youth had an exceptionally glorious background. They would not reap many benefits if this case was escalated to court. "We will not be negotiating with you. Hurry up and ask your director to come out," shouted the lawyer who was wearing glasses. Xiao Luo ignored him and looked straight at the woman wearing green in the detention room. He softly asked, "Miss Xin, are you really not going to come out?" The woman in green gritted her teeth and harshly replied, "I will come out if you are willing to compensate me for the loss of $5 million and kowtow to me as an apology. If not, I will have no choice but to blow up the issue. Then you'll see. I'll even take down the entire Li Ren clan with me." "You're acting like a woman whose brain has been filled with water.
All right, in that case, I'll fulfill your wishes. In view of you gathering a crowd to make a scene and still having yet to repent after spending an entire day in the detention room, I will extend your stay here." Xiao Luo heavily closed the cell door and turned to the group of lawyers. "Come back again in 14 days to get her." "Would you really dare to do that?" shouted the lawyer who was wearing glasses. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Xiao Luo coldly asked. "There are witnesses and surveillance footage that she bothered a crowd to create trouble. We have a clear conscience in detaining her within our facility. If you are dissatisfied, you can go ahead and bring this matter up to the court. In fact, I want to see which court will be on your side." The lawyers' faces instantly turned ugly. It was as if they were constipated. It was the first time they had come across such a troublesome police officer. Wang Lihu, Ye Chu, and Liu Tieguo all felt awestruck by what had happened. They felt that their Xiao Luo was so mighty, and they loved it. "Heh, our guy is mighty, I love it. Heh, our guy is mighty, I love it." "You bastard, do you dare to lock me up?" The woman in green's expression took a great turn. Having to stay in detention made every fiber of her body uncomfortable. The torture was beyond words. If she had to stay there for another 14 days, she couldn't imagine not going insane. "I'm sorry, but I really do dare." Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes as he looked at her until they were nothing more than a line. A cold light emerged as he said, "Your man is Feng Jiqiang, and his nickname is Cockroach. He's a small sect leader in the Dragon Gang. The person behind all these indecent dealings is him. Am I right?" How do you know?" she shivered. A smile appeared in the corner of Xiao Luo's mouth. He took out a USB stick and inserted it into the computer. He searched and played the video inside the folders. It depicted the main person, who was the silver-haired youth who suffered from 2 bullet wounds on his thighs. He faced the camera in tears and confided that he was guilty. He explained that a few female newcomers were resisting, disobeying their control, and wanting to escape. They had ended up beating them to death and burying them in the forest while the night sky was the darkest. He mentioned that the mastermind was Feng Jiqiang. For every new woman that came, those who dared to defy orders would first be defiled by him before being handed over to the other lackeys for punishment. Xiao Luo coldly laughed. He looked toward the lawyer and said, "This person is also your client, and his name is Su Shun." He admitted to following the instructions of Feng Jiqiang and killing these 4 defiant women before burying their corpses in the wilderness. Can you all grow a brain? Do you all want to be his representative and help defend a murderer? Upon hearing these words, the faces of the group of lawyers instantly turned a bright crimson. The lawyer wearing glasses loudly exclaimed, "That's impossible! This is your doing to extort a confession of guilt through torture. How can Su Shun possibly be a murderer?" It was bizarre that Su Shun suddenly took the initiative and declared the truth behind the murders. I opened another video, which showed a barren wilderness. Under Su Shun's directions, they found the 4 buried bodies that were buried. When they dug them out, the bodies had already decomposed into skeletons. The lawyer wearing glasses immediately shut up and did not utter another word. "Didn't you guys want evidence?" Xiao Luo asked with a snarky laugh. "Now I've presented it to you. Oh right, which one of you mentioned that Su Shun was their client? Raise your hand and let me familiarize myself with you." Nobody in the group dared to respond. These 2 videos alone were enough to turn Su Shun into a convicted murderer. Only people who had their brains kicked by a donkey would dare to defend a murderer. At the same time, they felt that there was something fishy about the situation. Could it be that Su Shun really had his brains kicked by a donkey? If not, why would he openly confess to the murder? There was no need for that at all. What they did not know was that Xiao Luo had an extremely strong proficiency in hypnosis. He had hypnotized Su Shun and urged him to confess to the truth of the crime. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, I will leave. This is a police station. If you want to make trouble here and disrupt our law enforcement, I'm sorry, but I will have to lock you up for disciplinary issues. Do not doubt my words." The group of lawyers slowly took a step back. They fully understood that the police officer in front of them was fully capable of following up on his words. "Didn't you hear what our leader said? Hurry up and leave." Wang Lihu chased them away after speaking. The lawyers were reluctant. With no other choice, they left feeling deserted. This was a stark contrast to their conceited and bold attitudes when they had first arrived. "Awesome! This is truly awesome! Ha ha!" Feng Zhuqi couldn't help but loudly laugh in his office. He thought he would have had to sacrifice Xiao Luo this time. He did not expect Xiao Luo would defeat a group of lawyers and even cause them to flee like flies. Besides, he had managed to dig up dirt on that silver-haired youth, Su Shun. With the evidence, he could issue an official arrest warrant for Feng Zhichang. On the other hand, the instructor had his concerns. He thought, how did Xiao Luo make Su Shun confess to the murder? Regardless of what happened, he did not have to confess to the crime of murder at this point. Logically speaking, Su Shun should have held the advantage with both of his legs crippled. No matter what the situation, Xiao Luo would have been the one receiving punishment, since he had fired the gun. Now, Su Shun willingly confessed to committing murder. Exactly what kind of situation is this? "This is what's so amazing about Xiao Luo," he said as he laughed. "You should hurry up and send people to deal with the scene. Feng Zhichang is the leader of the Dragon Gang and deemed to be a big catch. Once this big fish surfaces, there is no reason to let him dive back into the deep." The night arrived. The order to arrest Feng Zhichang had been approved. Feng Zhiyu gave Xiao Luo a full authority to handle it. "Xiao Luo, go and stir things up over there. If there is anyone who dares to obstruct you, go ahead and arrest them. The bigger the commotion, the better. If anything happens, I will have your back." Yes, Xiao Luo took the orders. He had been waiting for that sentence. "The bigger the commotion, the better. Director, what are you trying to achieve with this?" the instructor asked as he looked at Feng Zhu in horror after Xiao Luo had left. "Don't they always say that we have done nothing? Let us now whip up a strong wave of presence in the district and general bureaus." Feng Zhu smiled as he looked up and drank his tea in one shot. The instructor couldn't believe this was the director he knew. Ever since Xiao Luo had returned, he felt that Feng Zhiyu had lost his mind. To be precise, he was no longer the careful and calculated old veteran from before.
Chapter 214. Ruthless Until the End. After midnight, the nightlife revved up to full force. It was the time when things became the wildest, and people seemed to do whatever they wanted. It was something that decent people avoided. A taxi driver familiar with the nightlife scene once said that if there was anyone not in bed at that time, but was instead preparing to head out, he was either planning to cause trouble or going to find some girls. In Liren, which was an area that was not considered either too big or too small, that decadent style of nightlife was about to officially begin. Bright lights, feasting, and pleasure-seeking were what it was all about for the people who enjoyed the nightlife. The streets quickly filled with people ready to explore whatever the nightlife had to offer, as well as to make their own kinds of fun. There were many entertainment venues filled with random males. Most of them were high on alcohol and recklessly carrying out a range of less than becoming activities. They were either crazily slamming bottles of wine or swearing so loudly that others couldn't hear their own conversations. Some even started fights with one another. Most of them didn't care if they were trashing the place they were in or what their behavior looked like. The young men usually gathered closely and formed large crowds. From the looks of it, they were not people to be trifled with. Xiao Luo did not bat an eye to anything the nightlife produced. Along with Wang Lihu and the others, they drove 2 police vans and headed straight for Hualong Commercial Street. Compared to what it was like in the morning,
Hualong Commercial Street was just as lively and crowded during the night. Some people were planning on playing mahjong until the break of dawn, while others were playing cards or billiards. There was also a group of young women standing on the streets dressed in enticing and revealing outfits. They leaned their delicate backs against the wall as they waited for eager customers to approach them. If a customer was interested in what the ladies had to offer, as well as satisfied with the price for their services, the customers were taken into a dimly lit rental room where they would engage in sex with the women. All these mahjong and billiard players are just peripheral members of the Dragon Gang, Wang Lihu said, explaining the situation regarding the men playing games. Their job here is to keep a close watch on these women and prevent them from escaping. Liu Tie-guo deeply sympathized with these women. This is like purgatory for them. They don't have any freedom at all. All they do is sell their bodies every day for men to have fun with. The Dragon Gang is fucking inhumane, especially to women. Did anyone say they weren't? Ye Kui asked, with a sigh. Many of these poor women eventually end up getting infected with diseases and die at a very young age. Xiao Luo had few thoughts or feelings regarding the matter. If it had not been for Sun Yu, he would not have needed to go against the Dragon Gang. Another reason was that he did not see himself as a good person or someone who represented justice. He did not say a single word. He took a step forward and walked toward Hualong Commercial Street. Wang Lihu and the rest quickly followed behind him. In the past, they had to turn a blind eye to many of the things they witnessed. They only opened one eye while keeping the other closed to certain matters, especially when it came to the Dragon Gang. They dared not to even fart or make any sudden movements in some situations. But it was different now. Not to mention the Red Light District, but even if it was the Dragon Gang's headquarters, they now had the guts to swagger their way in and arrest someone because Xiao Luo was around. At the entrance of the street, 7 or 8 tough-looking guys were blocking their way. With an unfriendly expression, one of them gruffly said, "This is not a place where police officers like yourselves should be at all. You are not welcome here. If you want to patrol, you better go somewhere else." Xiao Luo did not stop his actions. Instead, he continued to make his way in. He treated them as nothing more than air, or some invisible thing that had no effect on him, as if he hadn't even seen them. One of the men placed his hands on Xiao Luo's chest and shouted, "Are you fucking deaf? I'm talking to you." Xiao Luo did not say a word. He suddenly lifted a foot up to the man's chest and kicked him. Bang! The majestic strength he possessed was like a turbulent wave as it crashed into the man. It caused him to fly backward about 9 or 10 feet. He loudly groaned in pain as he fell flat on the ground. "You are obstructing a civil servant," Xiao Luo said, with an expressionless face. "Catch them." "Yes, heh heh." Wang Lihu laughed as he took out his handcuffs and walked toward the man lying flat on the ground. Many of the other gangsters were completely stunned by what had just happened. This was the first time they had encountered a police officer with such a tough attitude. Usually, police officers left them alone or did what they were told. But however, they quickly returned to their senses and took out the iron rods hidden in their sleeves. They immediately dashed toward Xiao Luo. They were confident that they would have no problem taking him down. Ye Kui's eyes seemingly shot out 2 beams of cold light as his face became completely serious. Like an electric wave, he rushed straight into the group of men. Displaying the prowess of an eagle, only a little bit of effort was all it took for him to cause them all to lie on the ground screaming and writhing in pain. "You guys are all a bunch of useless trash," Ye Kui spat. "Do you think you guys alone have what it takes to injure our head?" After hearing all the commotion, all the people who had been playing mahjong, cards, and billiards gathered in a giant cluster. They formed an encirclement, trapping Xiao Luo and his crew in the center. "Officers, you guys are really impressive," a fat guy said sarcastically. His face was covered with acne marks. "You have come all the way into our territory to look for trouble. Are you not afraid that you or someone in your family will come across an accident?" "If I was afraid, I never would have become a police officer," Xiao Luo coldly said. "Get your chief Feng Shiqi out here this instant." "Do you think Brother Qi is somebody you can see just because you want to? Do you think you are that awesome because you are in that outfit?" "In our eyes, people who choose to become police officers are nothing more than a bunch of lame dogs. If you were given some bones to chew on, you would have no choice but to be obedient and listen. Let our people go, otherwise none of you will be leaving this place unscathed." As more people heard the commotion, more gangsters came over. The group encircling the police officers had now grown to around 20 or 30 people. They angrily shouted at the officers, completely disregarding Xiao Luo and his crew, or their positions as police officers. "Wang Lihu, Ye Kui," Xiao Luo hurriedly shouted at two of his men. "Yes, head, we heard you," Wang Lihu and Ye Kui respectfully replied. Xiao Luo waved his hands and faintly ordered, "Beat them up until they obey." "Rajadet, he. Beat them up until they obey." The group of gangsters thought they were hallucinating and hearing things. They had around 20 or 30 people on their side, while their opponents were but 4 measly people. Did they really have the nerve to say they were going to beat them up until they obey? Were they brain dead as well? The guy with the face covered in acne marks laughed and said, "With just you guys, you dare to—" His words came to an abrupt stop. Wang Lihu had dashed forward without him noticing. His palm resembled that of a palm leaf fan. He instantly slammed the man's face. A pow sound echoed upon contact. The horrific strength he unleashed caused an explosion on the man's face. He had slammed the acne-marked guy onto the ground before the man had even time to react. A bloody tooth flew out of his mouth. The left side of his face began to swell up at an unbelievable speed. But Wang Lihu did not stop there. He dashed a few steps forward, stretched out his hands, and grabbed the foolish-looking man in front of him. Like throwing a sack, he slammed the acne-marked guy into the wall. A few other guys screamed in fear and fainted on the spot. When he released his natural godlike powers, nobody present was his match. On the other hand, Ye Kui's movements were as agile as a monkey. His hands were like claws. They seemed as if they were as sharp as knives. Anyone who attacked him was bound to have bloody wounds all over his body. The group of 20 or 30 people was somehow being crushed by only 2 people. The sounds of people howling in pain were heard all around. It echoed down the streets and into everyone's ears. Xiao Luo walked to the side of the activities and sat down on an empty seat in front of a closed jelly shop. Liu Guo brought him a bottle of mineral water. The two of them sat there drinking water as they watched Wang Lihu and Ye Kui teach those Dragon Gang members a lesson. "Head, will we get into trouble by doing this?" Like Wang Lihu and the others, Liu Guo had changed the way he addressed Xiao Luo and was now calling him head. He genuinely admired the man from the bottom of his heart, especially how overbearing and mighty he was in the way he handled things. When dealing with stubborn jerks like them, the only way to do it is to fight violence with violence, Xiao Luo said.
Chapter 215. A Shot Without Hesitation. Fresh blood flowed from the man's head and followed the curvature of the table. It flowed down the sides and dripped, drop by drop, onto the ground. The 20 to 30 men who were lying on the ground after being taught a lesson by Wang Lihu and Ye Chu suddenly changed their faces upon witnessing this scene. In their hearts they thought, "Are the 4 of them really police officers? When did the working style of police officers become this fierce?" Xiao Luo's eyes turned frosty cold. He looked icily at the man whose head was being held in front of him and said, "All right. Let me ask you again, where is Feng Shichang?" The man no longer had any guts.
He felt like he had encountered fake police officers. They showed no mercy in their beatings and even used brutal means. He looked at Xiao Luo in horror and muttered, He is, why the fuck are you looking me for?" A powerful and fierce voice was suddenly heard in the distance. Xiao Luo and the other men looked up. A large group of fierce and evil men came walking in from both sides of the street. They seemed extremely bad and evil. They were led by a fat man in a white top and gold chains. The fat man held a cigarette in his hands. He looked like a big smoker because his teeth had already turned yellow and black from the constant smoking. The group of men walked over like two huge walls of people. They squeezed along Hualong Commercial Street without proper crowd flow. This gave them a menacing sense of oppression. Li Tieguo's face changed tremendously. Even Wang Lihu and Ye Chu slightly flinched. The man whose head was held by Xiao Luo seemed to have found his gang and excitedly shouted to the fat man, "Boss, these annoying police officers are here to smash up our place. They even beat up all our brothers. You must stand up for us." Xiao Luo kicked the man to the ground and stood up. He faced the fat man in the white top and said, "Are you Feng Zhichang?" "Yeah, that's me." The fat man calmly spoke. He conveniently took a deep puff from his cigarette. "You are suspected of coercing women into prostitution, selling women, and cruelly killing women who violated your brand of discipline, as well as rape and corrupting women. I am now arresting you based on the law. This is an arrest warrant. Please follow me." He followed procedures and showed the arrest warrant to Feng Zhichang. "Li Ren Kui Station?" Feng Zhichang glanced at the arrest warrant and smirked. "Shouldn't your little police station be dealing with some civil disputes instead of coming into my territory and finding trouble? Does this mean that you have no self-knowledge, or do you really not have any brains? Oh, by the way, you're the officer Xiao who caught my wife, right?" His smile converged. The look in his eyes became fierce. "Release her immediately, or you and your friends are dead meat." Xiao Luo smiled playfully and replied, "I absolutely hate it when people threaten me." "So what if I threaten you?" asked Feng Zhichang with a grin. "In this land, here in Jiangsheng, no one dares to jump in front of the Dragon Gang. You're the first, and you will also be the last." After finishing his sentence, he threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stomped it out fiercely with his foot. Turning to the crowd, he waved his hands and coldly said, "Hack them to death." A large group of people received their orders. They loudly screamed and rushed up like a ferocious tide. Bang! Xiao Luo fired a shot into the sky. The sound resonated in their eardrums. It had a great deterring effect. The people from the Dragon Gang simply stopped moving. "You have all been arrested. You now have the right to remain silent. Every word you say will henceforth be used against you as a testimony." Feng Zhichang recovered from the deterrent gunshot and jokingly said, "You brainless piece of shit, do you think this is some big show? Do you really plan to arrest people from the Dragon Gang just relying on the four of you?" Xiao Luo nodded seriously and said, "I am a police officer. You are from a secret society that disobeys the law. Catching you is my moral duty." Looking at his serious look, the members of the Dragon Gang were about to hold their stomachs and burst into laughter. They thought, a sheep just said he would catch a group of wolves. How ignorant and arrogant is he? Feng Zhichang was equally amused and said, "Police officer, I sure want to see how you intend to catch us. Go, kill them." A burly man with a knife rushed toward Xiao Luo with a smile. Wang Lihu and Ye Chu prepared to start moving. Suddenly, the piercing sound of a gunshot was heard. Bang! Xiao Luo pulled the trigger without hesitation. It was just one shot, but it went directly into the man's head. The burly man was in utter shock. He fell straight down without making a sound. Feng Zhichang and the other burly men's smiles instantly froze. Although they heard that Xiao Luo dared to shoot indiscriminately, they had never heard that he actually dared to kill people at will. He fired a shot in the middle of that man's eyebrows. Even if the Darosera came, he probably couldn't be saved. "You better not force my hand any more," Xiao Luo said while waving his pistol. "Drop your weapons and obediently follow me back to the police station." As a police officer, firing indiscriminately and killing people can be considered a felony, Feng Zhishang coldly said. Xiao Luo hummed softly and sighed. "You attacked a police officer. In order to ensure my own personal security, I had the right to shoot." Wang Lihu, Ye Chu, and Li Tiego felt a terrible cold pass through them. They understood the situation earlier between Xiao Luo and the big man who had charged toward him with the knife. Yet it was the big man who had fallen. There was no threat to Xiao Luo's personal security at all. Xiao Luo had fired with the intent to kill. "Oh, really?" asked Feng Zhishang. "You of all people should know that there are only 9 bullets in your 92 type match gun. 2 rounds have already been used, and there are 7 rounds left. Just 7 bullets. How do you deal with my 200 brothers here?" He was the leader of the gang because he naturally possessed extraordinary courage and insight. If more than 200 people were scared by a single broken gun, it would have been quite ironic. He worked hard to increase the morale of this team. "Brothers, go forth and avenge your loyal brother who's now dead." 4 men were just getting ready. Bang, bang, bang! Xiao Luo raised his hand and pulled the trigger. He immediately fired 4 bullets. "Ah! Ah!" The 4 men screamed and fell to the ground. There was a bullet hole in the middle of each man's eyebrows. Blood was gurgling from their wounds non-stop. The 200 men who had originally begun charging toward Xiao Luo immediately withdrew their footsteps. Their intention to fight had dissipated into the air. They stood still, not daring to move. Feng Zhishang's face also dramatically changed. Subconsciously hiding behind several men, his right hand reached for the firearm behind his back. This was his last resort. "You have but 3 bullets left. How can you survive with 3 bullets? No matter how capable you are, you can only deal with 3 of us." He had begun to play the game of psychological warfare. He was trying to psychologically crush Xiao Luo, and at the same time he was cursing in his heart. Where did this bastard come from? Let's not even talk about his marksmanship, but he's so fucking ruthless. After killing 5 people, he didn't even blink an eye. "Indeed, I can only deal with 3 people. For the first 3 who rush up, their mortality rate will be 100%. Which of you men would like to be the 3 who have to die?" Xiao Luo smiled with disdain. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of the Dragon Gang members became very complex. They wanted to hack Xiao Luo to death, but they did not want to be shot in the head. After all, this life was only lived once. No matter who it was an expensive price to pay. Chapter 216. The One You Let Off. Feng Zhicheng knew how to conduct psychological warfare, but Xiao Luo knew it even better. He aimed his gun at Feng Zhicheng and shouted, "Feng Zhicheng, if you have balls, come out by yourself. Don't ask unrelated subordinates to die for you." Feng Zhicheng gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he kicked one of his subordinates. He sent him flying to attract Xiao Luo's attention. With a swoosh, he took out the gun he had been hiding behind him and aimed it at Xiao Luo. "Go to hell, you brainless retard!" Bang! Bang! In an instant, he fired twice. The bullets whistled as they shot out and cut through space. Regardless of how good Xiao Luo was in martial arts, he couldn't possibly move faster than bullets. Furthermore, Wang Lihu and his other men were behind him. Even if he could have dodged the bullets, he could not do it. Otherwise, Wang Lihu and the others might have been killed by the bullets. At the same time Feng Zhicheng fired, Xiao Luo fired twice. Bang! Bang! Incredibly, the 2 bullets accurately stopped the bullets fired by Feng Zhicheng in mid-air. It was a direct collision of high-speed objects. The 4 bullets instantly shattered into dust. Boom! Xiao Luo was a half-beat faster than Feng Jicheng. He fired the third shot. The one bullet left in the barrel tore through layers of air and hit Feng Jicheng in the chest. To be exact, it hit his heart. Feng Jicheng was seeking his own death from the moment he dared to take out his gun. Xiao Luo was naturally happy to help him with it. Poof! Feng Jicheng spurted blood out of his mouth and nose. He dropped his gun. His plump body was thrown backwards about 9 or 10 feet. With the help of his subordinates, he stood up. Huh? Not dead yet? Xiao Luo narrowed his eyes, appearing rather puzzled. He saw the black garment inside through the hole in Feng Jicheng's clothes and said in realization, "Oh, so he was wearing a bulletproof vest. He is indeed well prepared." Bearing with the pain, Feng Jicheng roared, "He has no more bullets! Hack him to death with your knives! Hack him to death fast!" His gaze was vicious and his eyeballs bulging. He wished he could swallow Xiao Luo alive. "Kill him!" Upon hearing this, the 200 men pounced toward Xiao Luo like 200 wild wolves. Since he had no more bullets, nothing was holding them back. Wang Lihu and Ye Chu, who had been prepared, roared loudly and rushed toward them. Wang Lihu snatched the baseball bat from a person and began to viciously smash it at people. Due to the powerful strength he possessed, each swing of the bat by him caused a member of the dragon gang to fall to the ground with a bloody head. Each fallen man was unable to get up again. Ye Chu didn't need weapons. His hands were lethal enough. His iron-like hands, which formed eagle-like talons, waved about viciously, with terrifying strength which was enough to tear flesh apart. His 10 fingers attacked the members of the dragon gang, forming bloody trajectories all over the place. One after another, the gang members fell to the ground howling in pain. The wounds on their bodies, which had been torn open by Ye Chu's fingers, were incredibly painful. It made their screams extraordinarily shrill. Xiao Luo rushed forward in a few steps. His swinging right hand rotated as it moved and abruptly hit the person in front squarely in the chest. The terrifying impulsive force surged like furious waves. The first shattered his ribs and entered his chest. Due to the force and shattered bones, his beating heart ruptured. Poof! Thick blood sputtered out from his mouth and nose. As if he had been hit by a train, the poor man flew backwards. He forcibly smashed into 5 of his companions who were rushing up behind him. The body, which had smashed toward them like a cannon, heavily landed on them. After a series of cracking and screams, their arms were left broken. Blood shot out. All of them lay on the ground. The terrifying outburst shocked everyone present. The expressions of Feng Jicheng's subordinates immediately changed. Their momentum weakened as they rushed toward Xiao Luo. The capacities of Lu Ti-Kuo were the weakest, but Wang Lihu, Ye Chu, and Xiao Luo had attracted most of the firing power. Still, he was capable enough to protect himself. Moreover, he was more far-sighted. Making use of the fact that his existence was relatively less prominent, he carefully inched his way toward the gun that Feng Jicheng had dropped on the ground. No matter how good they were at fist-fighting, it was the safest bet to ensure that such lethal hot weapons were in their hands and under their control. The few Dragon Gang members who were supporting Feng Jicheng by the arm were trembling. Looking at the 3 attacking figures on the battleground, their gazes turned fearful. They questioned whether those men were humans or monsters. Feng Jicheng was badly wounded. Even though he had been wearing a bulletproof vest, the huge impact from the bullet exerted on him caused his internal organs to be shaken so badly that he felt as if they had shifted places. The pain was excruciating. With difficulty, he shouted, hurry up and get my gun back! Hurry!" "Yes, sir." Upon hearing his words, one of his subordinates began searching the ground. But Lu Ti-Kuo was 1 step faster than them. He picked up the gun that had been dropped in a corner on the street. He rapidly rushed toward them. He aimed the gun at Feng Jicheng from a short distance and announced, "Feng Jicheng, you are being arrested." Right after he finished speaking, he fired at the sky. Bang! The sound of a gunshot was always intimidating. The group of people who had been fighting fiercely immediately stopped. "Put all of your weapons down and squat down. Hands above your heads, you have all been arrested," Lu Tiquo shouted with a strong, thick voice. The crowd, which had long since been scared shitless by the fighting skills demonstrated by Xiao Luo, Wang Lihu, and Ye Chu, lost all will to resist after seeing that Feng Jichang had been controlled. They all threw down their weapons. "Good job, Tiquo!" Wang Lihu cheered for Lu Tiquo. He had several wounds. He had been hacked open by knives. Blood was flowing non-stop, but his spirits were high and fearless. Ye Chu began to laugh. His fingers were covered in blood and flesh of the members of the dragon gang, as if he had used his hands to tear people apart alive. He was hurt too, and his back and shoulders were covered in knife wounds. On the contrary, Xiao Luo had very few wounds on him. Although there was blood on his uniform, it was all from the members of the dragon gang. All 200 men, in addition to Feng Jichang, were arrested and taken back to the police station. They didn't have enough handcuffs, so the criminals were tied up with rope. That night, everyone on duty at the police station worked overtime to lock up the 200 people. The detention cells were full, so they locked them up in jail. With just 4 men and a gun, they managed to completely uproot Feng Jichang's business in the sex trade. This significantly shocked the people in the Liren police station. One need to take note of the fact that generally only the regional police were able to handle criminals of that level. But the regional police had failed to do so, yet they managed to succeed. It was simply unbelievable. Now I would like to see whether those fellows will still dare to complain about us. Feng Yuqi extremely pleased. He felt that the success this time had helped him vent out a lot of pent-up anger. Not only did they shake up the members of the Dragon Gang within their area, but they also gained face and made their name known at the regional police station and police headquarters. The instructor didn't say anything. He was still immersed in the shock he felt because of Xiao Luo and the others' actions. When Xiao Luo returned to the police station, he realized that Feng Jichang's wife was no longer detained. He only learned that she was released by Ma Pizhen after asking around. "Did you let her off?" Xiao Luo walked up to him and stared at him coldly. Looking at Xiao Luo covered in blood like an asura soaked in blood, Ma Pizhen couldn't help but tremble. You, what do you want? Don't you act recklessly. We are at the police station." "I will ask you again. Are you the one who let that woman off?" Xiao Luo's tone turned slightly more demanding. "Yes, I am the one who let her off." Ma Pizhen forced himself to calm down and explained his actions. "She was only arrested for gathering a crowd to fight and cause trouble, and nothing serious happened. Detaining her for a day was already enough. My release of her is in accordance with the rules. I have done nothing wrong."
Chapter 217. Mr. X. Xiao Luo didn't say anything else. Instead, he kicked Ma Pizhen hard. Like a ball, Ma Pizhen rolled onto the floor. His teeth bit his tongue. Blood soon filled his mouth. A trace of blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. "Wang Lihu, Ye Chu, handcuff him!" Xiao Luo shouted, pointing at him. "Yes, sir." Like two steely warriors, Wang Lihu and Ye Chu walked up to Ma Pizhen and helped him up before handcuffing both of his hands. "You dickhead surnamed Xiao, what do you want to do?" Ma Pizhen widened his eyes and loudly shouted. "How could you handcuff me? What right do you have to handcuff me?" Feng Jichang admitted that his wife, Madame Xin, has also participated in forcing women to prostitute themselves. "You have let a crime suspect off, so what right do you think I have?" Xiao Luo coldly laughed. Hearing his words, Ma Pizhen looked as if he had been struck by thunder. He only went against Xiao Luo because he couldn't stand how dominant Xiao Luo behaved in the police station. He felt that it was very unfair for Xiao Luo to be able to become a full-time police officer. Furthermore, him releasing Madame Xin was perfectly reasonable and in accordance with the rules, so he wasn't afraid of Xiao Luo.
In fact, he was very confident. He wanted to see Xiao Luo suffer a silent defeat. However, he ended up digging a hole for himself. There was no way he knew that the woman was a wicked person who had broken the law. Cold sweat cascaded down his body. He humbled himself and apologized with a forced smile. It was a mistake, Brother Xiao. I didn't know that she was also involved in forcing women to prostitute themselves. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't. Xiao Luo waved his hand and interrupted him. You can explain it to the presiding judge in court. Lock him up. Wang Lihu acknowledged his order and pushed Ma Pizhen. He snickered and asked, Ma Pizhen, what are you still waiting for? Let's go. You probably know the way. Surely there isn't a need for us to resort to force. Usually, if you seek trouble, our head is too lazy to respond. But aren't you seeking your own death by finding trouble with our head at this juncture? Ye Chu coldly asked. Dumbass, Wang Lihu coldly said. There was no way Ma Pizhen could remain calm. He was panicking. Cold sweat cascaded down his body. He said to Xiao Luo, I am innocent. I really didn't know that Madame Sin also participated in forcing women to prostitute themselves. With the side of his hand, he hit Ma Pizhen on the neck. It caused him to immediately faint. He's really noisy and has no sense of self-awareness. It seems that we have to resort to force. With a single hand, he grabbed Ma Pizhen and lifted him and walked toward the direction of the jail. Wang Lihu could handle it alone, without Ye Chu's help. Hiss! All the other people in the police station inhaled deeply. When they looked at Xiao Luo, their gaze was full of respect and fear. The auxiliary police close to Ma Pizhen were so scared that they even trembled. They were deeply worried that they might also get involved. What? The spots where the sex trade and Liren have all been uprooted? The Liren police station is behind it? Since when was Feng Zhiyu so capable? I heard that it was a community police officer who did it. Along with 3 other auxiliary police, he managed to arrest 200-plus criminals who had been forcing women to prostitute themselves. Their leader is Feng Zhiqiang. He is one of the group leaders in the Dragon Gang. He did well. It can be considered a serious hit to the gangs of Jiangcheng. Oh yeah, what's the name of that community cop? What's his background? About that, it's still unclear. Look into it. I want to see detailed information about him within an hour. Yes, sir. Upon hearing that Feng Zhiqiang and the large gang of criminals he controlled had been uprooted, the chief of the Guangming district was so excited that his spit flew everywhere as he spoke. One had to take into account that the district police had targeted the sex trade in Liren for more than a few days. In fact, it had been almost 2 years. In his dreams, he wanted to annihilate those dirty businesses. However, the matter was too complicated. There were spies from the other party in the district police station. Every time they sent a team of police to enforce the law, the other party always received word of it in advance. It made their efforts useless. He had long since considered it a long-term battle, so he just didn't expect victory to come about so suddenly. In the office of the Jiangcheng Police Headquarters, a middle-aged man in a uniform stood on the balcony with his hands behind his back. His hair had grayed, but he stood perfectly straight like a mountain. He gave off an air of righteousness. He was Fan Changlong, the chief of Jiangcheng Police. He held a concurrent post as the deputy mayor of Jiangcheng. He was a man of power and influence. After some time, he suddenly turned and said to Gu Quanlin, who was standing in front of his desk with a smile, "This Xiao Luo is rather interesting. He is fairly capable at crime fighting and a rare talent. If it were not for your prior report, even I would be oblivious to it. Who could believe that the boss of a successful company would be willing to go work as a cop?" Gu Quanlin nodded slightly. His intention is already very obvious, which is to use his identity as a cop to damage Long Sangkui's illegal businesses. In your report, you mentioned that the first time he came into conflict with the Dragon Gang was 3 months ago, when he saved a little girl forced to work as a beggar by the Dragon Gang. He had several consecutive clashes with the Dragon Gang after that. He was also a major suspect for the 912 incident. Next, it was Fong Shanglei from Taste Buds. A conflict finally occurred because of a girl named Sun Yu. Did I get anything wrong? Yes, Xiao Luo was the major suspect for all those, but every time I couldn't find any evidence pointing to him. Some of the things that we can confirm were done by him ended up being proven to be unrelated to him, but my intuition tells me that he is behind this series of events. Even the fall of the Red Scorpion mercenaries is likely to be his doing. He must be the Mr. X we have been searching for all along. She was very sure of herself. The so-called Mr. X referred to the mysterious criminal behind the fall of the Red Scorpion mercenaries and the 912 incident. Gu Quanlin had been searching for him all along. In the process, Xiao Luo gradually entered her field of vision. I know that I should not determine the identity of Mr. X based on my subjective judgment before having any evidence, but I will find him. Of course, we must find this Mr. X, but we are in no hurry to draw conclusions regarding whether he is Xiao Luo or not. Just from the fact that he dared to go against the largest gang in Jiangcheng for a girl, this Xiao Luo is definitely a man with balls. Doesn't he want to damage the Dragon Gang? In that case, I will give him a platform to do it. We can see for ourselves if he is truly capable. Chief, you... Gu Quanlin was shocked and thought that Fan Changlong had gone mad. It was extremely likely that Xiao Luo was Mr. X, and yet he still wanted to give Mr. X even greater power? Wasn't he worried that the situation might go beyond control? Fan Changlong waved and interrupted her. He sat back onto his soft chair and said, "You want to find evidence to prove that he is Mr. X. The only way to do so is to let him have his way. If we can annihilate the Dragon Gang and find Mr. X, it will be killing two birds with one stone. Furthermore, you have probably seen Old K. His opinion is to let him have his way as well. Xiao Luo will be the bane of Longsang Kui." Gu Quanlin slowly calmed down. "Will Old K be in mortal danger?" Fan Changlong shook his head and said somewhat resignedly, "He's in the special service. How could it not be dangerous? Besides, his task is to conceal himself around Mr. X." The image of the hospital director He Liang being killed in the basement car park suddenly appeared in Gu Quanlin's mind. Mr. X was incredibly cruel and cold-blooded. She couldn't help but shiver when she thought of the scene.
Chapter 218. Appointed by the District Police. The vigorous crackdown on the sex trade and the gang behind it caused Xiao Luo's name to be known throughout all major police stations at the community level, district level, and even at the headquarters. Many cops wanted to meet Xiao Luo in person and see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. They found it simply unbelievable that just 4 police officers were able to arrest 200-plus people. In the vintage study of a villa in the Guangming district were rows of bookshelves. On the table was a rare and expensive tea set. No one would have thought that such a quaint study, which seemed like a place for scholars to read, belonged to the leader of the Dragon Gang, Longsang Kui. Longsang Kui was standing before his study table. He was holding a calligraphy brush in his hand and writing the Chinese character Ren, which meant tolerate. He had a serious expression. The news Han Mian brought him made his expression grow uglier. He threw the brush onto the ground hard and shattered the table with a single hit of his palm. He angrily roared, "That mother-fricking piece of shit became a police officer and uprooted all your businesses!" Han Mian, who was wearing a suit that looked exceptionally clean and was void of even a speck of dust, looked rather uneasy. He lowered his voice and replied, "Yes." "Fuck!" Longsang Kui loudly cursed. "If so, I was right for not showing Chu Yongshang due respect. Immediately take your men to kill him tonight." "Mr. Long, this is inappropriate. Xiao Luo is a cop now. The repercussions might be very serious if we publicly kill a cop." He Long, who was usually quiet, had finally spoken up.
His face was expressionless. He was wearing all black, which made him seem extraordinarily forbidding. "If we can't do it publicly, can we do it secretly?" Long Sang-Kui's face was grotesque as he shouted at Han Yen. "I command that you all wear a mask during the operation tonight. I will give you 100 elite troops. Bring me that little bastard's head tonight." "Yes, Mr. Long." Han Yen acknowledged his order and turned to leave. He Long still felt that it was not a wise move. After all, they had yet to get to the bottom of Xiao Luo's actual capabilities. Since Mr. Long had made his command, it was not his place to say anything else. Long Sang-Kui was angered beyond measure. Not only had Xiao Luo destroyed his casino, but he had also uprooted his business in the sex trade. Other than that, there was still his modus operandi of controlling children and forcing them to be beggars, as well as taste buds, which Long Sang-Kui was the most upset about. Taste buds was a stepping stone for him to whitewash himself, but he didn't expect that it would be taken down before he could use it. All these had to do with Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo was like a thorn in his side that he desperately wished to get rid of, so naturally he couldn't tolerate it any further. Feng Yu-Qi sat on his chair in his office. He had a forlorn expression. He wasn't even in the mood to drink his tea. The instructor sighed. "The district police have crossed the line. They are obviously trying to poach our employees." "Clearly. But since they have asked for him, we can only obey." We miscalculated. I was fixated on showing off in front of them and ignored the fact that they might poach him from us. I'm so annoyed just thinking about it. Xiao Luo is like a sharp sword. He can use his talents in our station all the same. Now he'll be using his talents at the district police station and become the ace up someone's sleeves, helping them with their personal achievements. It was like he was about to lose a treasure. He was incredibly sad. "Go and ask those 4 fellas to come in. There's nothing we can do, no matter how reluctant we are to let them go." The instructor obliged and walked out. Not long after, Xiao Luo, Liu Tiegui, Wang Lihu, and Ye Qiu then entered the room. Feng Yu-Qi cleared his throat and said, "The 4 of you, listen. The district police will send a car to fetch you all this afternoon. From then on, you will all be part of the district police." "What?" Liu Tiegui, Wang Lihu, and Ye Qiu all thought they were hallucinating. District police? They were joining the district police? The sudden promotion from auxiliary police at a local police station to joining the district police was too fast, wasn't it? Xiao Luo was just momentarily surprised, but he didn't show much change in his emotions. "Chief, after joining the district police, are we still considered auxiliary police?" Liu Tiegui hurriedly asked. "There are no auxiliary police at the district police station," Feng Yu-Qi somewhat impatiently said. "You will all become formally employed members of the police force." Hearing his words, 3 of the men cheered in joy and excitement. They were going to be formally employed, which meant that they would officially be part of the police force from now on. How could they not be excited and happy? "Do I have to go?" Just as they were immersed in joy, Xiao Luo suddenly spoke up. They all were stunned and looked at him questioningly. "Head, it's a good thing, so why not?" "Yeah, it's my dream to work in the district police station." Wan Lihu and Ye Qiu furrowed their brows and expressed their puzzlement. Xiao Luo did not reply to them. He felt somewhat uneasy. It was as if he had been targeted by one of the higher-ups in the police force, especially because Gu Chanyin surprisingly didn't even come and ask about it after he caused such a huge commotion. It was too out of the ordinary and not in alignment with that woman's personality. Feng Yu-Qi looked at him intensely for a while before replying, "No, it is a direct order given by the district chief. Unless you quit, you can only obey and report to the district police station." "Everyone in this station would fight tooth and nail to just be sent there," the instructor said. His gaze was intense. "Xiao Luo, can you tell me why you don't want to go?" Xiao Luo thought for a moment and came up with a perfunctory excuse. He laughed and said, It's because I've already developed feelings for this station. I'm worried that I might not be able to get used to the new foreign environment. Dude, you're overthinking, Fang Yuqi said. You four will continue working as a team in the district police station, but there will be one additional team member. Thus, you will form a special task force to specifically target the underground drug trade in the Guangming district. Xiao Luo was very sensitive, so he asked, "Why us? Aren't there more suitable people for the job in the district police station?" "Head, isn't it obvious?" Wan Li Hu asked with a laugh. "It must be that the district police have approved of our capabilities because we have successfully arrested 200+ people in one go. That's why they made an exception and promoted us." Fang Yuqi said to Xiao Luo, "Sometimes I feel like you're quite smart, but sometimes I feel like you have a brain made of wood. See, even Wang Li Hu knows the reason, but here you are asking why. Are you dumb?" "Well, it's because I believe that if there's free lunch falling from the sky, there must be a trap on the ground waiting for you to step into it. Where did all these dark thoughts in your mind come from?" Fang Yuqi slightly repranded him, before earnestly saying, "I can pat my chest and tell you loudly that you can relax. This isn't a trap. And furthermore, I am the one they're screwing over this time. You all are the talents in our station. Now that they have poached you, I'm left with a bunch of incapable fools. We won't be able to handle any major cases next time. We'll only be dealing with a bunch of trivial civil disputes." His words boosted the ego of Liu Tiegui, Wang Li Hu, and Ye Qiu significantly. So they were all talents in the chief's eyes. Without realizing it, they puffed their chests out and held their heads high. Xiao Luo said nothing else. He could only take one step at a time and had to be more careful about it.
Chapter 219. Another Person. After finishing packing up his belongings in the afternoon, he took a bus to the district office. Xiao Luo and his crew of 3 had been directly summoned by the director of the district bureau. The director was a short and chubby man, about 45 or 46 years old. As he had been raised in the army, so he naturally gave off an aura of military authority. "The 4 of you actually brought all the indecent trading spots in Liren to an end. Putting aside the fact that you have all become famous all over Zhongcheng's police stations, your name in the Zhongcheng underworld is like rumbling thunder. Well done. I, Ho Jiye, especially appreciate youngsters such as yourselves." The praise brought the trio of Liu Tiegui, Wang Li Hu, and Ye Qiu to cloud 9. This was the director of the district bureau. Receiving such high praise was better than having tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars thrown at them. Xiao Luo was very calm. If possible, he did not want to deal with these veterans. Since they had reached such a high rank, it usually meant they were cunning and scheming like a fox. It made them difficult to read. "There is only one single purpose in transferring you here to the district bureau, and that is so you will destroy the underground drug network in Guangming district." Ho Jiye opened the door and said, "Before that, let me introduce you to a person who will be joining you to work on this case." Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone was knocking on the office door. The door was quickly pushed open. A man with a stern face and shimmering bright eyes entered the room. "Speak of the devil. Come, let me introduce you." Ho Jiye came out from behind his desk and gestured to the man entering. "This is Wang Yongjia. He is the captain of our district bureau's anti-drug team. He has been tracking and cracking down on the underground drug network in Guangming district, so he is very knowledgeable of the situation here in Guangming district. With his guidance, you will be able to put in half the work and get double the result. He will be a great help. Yongjia, these 4 courageous youngsters are the ones who took care of the indecent dealings in Liren. Meet Xiao Luo, Liu Tiegui, Wang Li Hu, and Ye Qiu." "It's nice to meet you. Welcome to the district bureau." Wang Yongjia smiled as he greeted Xiao Luo and his crew.
Liu Tiegua immediately turned into a bootlicker. "Hello, Team Leader Wang. Your name is familiar. I've often heard it back when we were at the Liren police station. After meeting you in person, it seems you are indeed as talented and charismatic as they say." Yes, charismatic and exceptional," Wang Lihu quickly added. "It's not only exceptional, but it is truly shocking. Team Leader Wang is the epitome of an upright man," Ye Chu said. Although they were not as proficient as Ma Pingjin, there was still a need to say some praising words. Wang Yongjia just shook his head and smiled. He looked a little helpless. On the other hand, Xiao Luo was just quietly watching him. Based on Ho Jiye's words, he was able to deduce the subliminal message. In this newly formed 5-person task force, Wang Yongjia had an absolute leadership position. However, that was not the main point. The most important thing was whether or not Wang Yongjia had been sent to monitor him. He did not believe that Gu Qianlen would not take any action. If Wang Yongjia was there to collect evidence of his illegal crimes, he had to be on guard. Upon leaving the director's office, Xiao Luo ran into a familiar acquaintance. He saw the beautiful face that gave off an icy aura that made it difficult to approach. She was wearing a police uniform. She had bright eyes and a cold expression. Her snow-white skin gave off a delicate feeling. This was none other than Gu Qianshe. "Are you here too, as a police officer?" Xiao Luo was slightly astonished. The girl had been as naive as a blank piece of paper. She had left a deep impression in his mind. Gu Qianshe nodded. "My sister let me stay here." Oh. Xiao Luo suddenly realized that having a connection was beneficial. Personnel could be mobilized or arranged at will. "Xiao Gu, are you two acquaintances?" Wang Yongjia curiously asked. "Team Leader Wang, we were from the same training camp, so we know each other." Liu Tiegu looked at Gu Qianshe and said with familiarity, "Little sis Gu, we will be colleagues from here on in." Gu Qianshe glanced at him and quickly looked away. Her eyes fell back onto Xiao Luo. "What are you always looking at me for?" Xiao Luo asked. Her constant stares made him uncomfortable. "Because you are handsome," Gu Qianshe seriously replied. "Huh?" Wang Yongjia felt that the relationship between the two of them was rather enigmatic. Since she had arrived at the station, Gu Qianshe was usually cold as an iceberg and basically never took the initiative to talk to people. She completely changed when she saw Xiao Luo. He tactfully coughed and said, "You can talk first. Let's go out for dinner tonight and get to know each other better." "Head, we'll wait for you outside." Liu Tiegua and the others smiled at him, which seemed to have a hidden meaning, and left. "I'll go too," Gu Qianshe suddenly said. "Where to?" "The dinner tonight." Xiao Luo shook his head and said, "It's not very nice since it's not my treat. Why don't go ask Team Leader Wang first?" "I want to go." Gu Qianshe's tone was firm. Her bright eyes looked at Xiao Luo without blinking. Since she had arrived at the station, she couldn't integrate into the environment and didn't even have a real friend. Unlike the others, this place was very foreign to her. Xiao Luo's arrival had made her feel much more secure. Like back in the training camp, she had initially lacked a sense of security until she met Xiao Luo. It was like having an adult that a little girl could trust and rely on. To her, Xiao Luo was someone she could depend on. The wind that night was very chilly. After all, winter was quickly approaching. The restaurant that Wang Yongjia had reserved was a Western-style mid-range restaurant with a decent ambiance. Seated in the private room, Wang Yongjia, who took on the role of the host, was enthusiastically asking Xiao Luo to order food. There was no airs of being the task force leader of an anti-drug team. He gave off a very cordial feeling. There was little to no distance between them. "Ladies first. Let's let Gu Xiaomei order first," Liu Tiegua said, acting more like a gentleman. He handed over the menu and the task of ordering food to Gu Qianshe. Gu Qianshe showed no restraints. She took the menu and began to flip through it. This This and I want this as well. Upon finding a picture of a meat product, she ordered it. In the blink of an eye, she had already ordered 9 dishes. Wang Yongjia's face was a little awkward. He had clearly seen that the 9 dishes were all the restaurant's signature dishes and very expensive. After adding them together, the price exceeded $400. He was worried that when it was time for the bill, he might not have brought enough money. Furthermore, Gu Qianshe showed no intention of stopping, and she was only halfway through the thick menu. I want this, also this. Gu Qianshe did not understand social occasions. If someone was treating, she felt that she should order more. What's more, money was never a problem for her, so she didn't factor money into her considerations. This is sufficient. There's enough to eat. Xiao Luo spoke and dryly coughed to give a reminder. He was worried that Gu Qianshe would order all the meat dishes on the menu. Gu Qianshe raised her head and looked resentfully at him. It's not. It is? Xiao Luo looked at her and signaled with his eyes that he was not the one treating today. Ordering this much made it seem as if it was done deliberately to take advantage of Wang Yongjia. It's not. Xiao Luo bitterly said, Okay, it is. No, it is not. Gu Qianshe repeated her words. It was as if the two were in a reenactment of Uncle Zhao's Not Short of Money. No problem at all. Just let Gu Xiaomei order what she wants to eat. In order to express his magnanimity and generosity, Wang Yongjia spoke with a smile on his face. When he saw Gu Qianshe bury her head in the menu and continue ordering like a child pointing at an electronic toy, the smile on his face quickly turned into a wry one.
Chapter 220. Still okay. In the end, the 6 of them ordered 15 dishes, all of which were main dishes. The food completely filled the table. Xiao Luo felt rather awkward. Wang Lihu, Yetshu, and Lu Tieguo were all excited. On the other hand, Wang Yongjia's heart bled when he looked at the table filled with food. He initially thought that $1,000 would be enough for dinner. In the end, a whole lamb had already set him back $2,000. He truly felt like crying. Team Leader Wang, you were very generous for using such a feast to welcome our arrival, Wang Lihu exclaimed as he patted his chest. Wang Yongjia suppressed his pained emotions. He smiled and replied, It's fine. This is not generosity, but nobility, Lu Tieguo said, pouring himself a glass of beer and standing up to give Team Leader Wang a toast. Which superior would even spend such a huge amount on one meal to treat his subordinates? What else can this be but nobility? Come, Team Leader Wang, let me give you a toast out of respect. What the fuck? The price of this nobility is huge. That was what Wang Yongjia was thinking. Outwardly, he maintained a smile on his face as he returned the toast. Whereas the person that started all of this, Gu Qianshe, had not said a single word. She was only focused on eating. Xiao Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought, most people take advantage of their dead, but you took advantage of your superior. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the private room door. A staff member walked in with 2 bottles of coconut juice. Wang Yongjia's eyes turned wide with shock and he said, We didn't order this coconut juice. He was determined to distance himself from those 2 bottles of coconut juice. He was afraid he'd be charged for them. The staff member laughed and said, Sir, you have misunderstood. These are on the house. As your table has spent a grand total of $2,998, our boss asked us to present these 2 bottles of coconut juice to you as a token of our appreciation for being so supportive to this restaurant. Oh, it's free of charge. In that case, just leave it here. Wang Yongjia heaved a sigh of relief. Sir, please enjoy the meal. The staff member turned and left, leaving the 2 bottles of coconut juice behind. The $2,998 was indeed a bit expensive. Even though Wang Yongjia was been leader of the anti-drug task force, his monthly salary was only about $7,000 to $8,000. After taking the various expenses into account, what he was left with barely exceeded $4,000. Team Leader Wang, why don't we go Dutch this time around, and you can treat us another time? Yetshu, who was better able to read the situation, suggested. Wang Yongjia immediately raised his hand to reject it and said in an awe-inspiring tone, I've already said this is a welcome dinner. If I let you fork out money, wouldn't that be like slapping my own mouth? It's just around $2,000, so it's okay. Just feel free to eat. We can always take the food with us if we can't finish it. As a police officer of the people, we absolutely cannot be extravagant or wasteful." The words extravagant and wasteful were emphasized. As expected, his eyes glanced over to Gu Qianshui. Gu Qianshui sat there like nothing had happened. Without uttering a word, it was like she was on her mission, but her mission was just to eat. Dean Liu Wang is right. We should not be wasteful. Let's quickly eat while the food is hot. Xiao Luo shot a glare toward Wang Lihu and the rest with a tinge of command. In order to absolve Gu Qianshui of her crimes, the least they could do was finish the food on the table. Right. Let's eat with our stomachs wide open. Wang Yongjia also started to move his chopsticks. Since he had already decided to pay for the food, he might as well eat the food and get his money's worth. This group dinner let Xiao Luo gain a rough understanding of the sort of person Wang Yongjia was. He didn't have the air of a superior. He was very easygoing and a genuine person. After 30 minutes, everyone's tummy had been filled to the brim. They sat on their seats to relax and let their stomachs rest. The 12 main dishes, along with a whole roasted lamb, had been entirely finished by the group. Bones had piled up in front of everyone. However, the one with the highest count of bones was none other than Gu Qianshui. "Little sister Gu, don't you tell me that you eat this much for every meal?" Lu Tieguo asked with astonishment. Back at training camp, he had not really noticed Gu Qianshui's influ take. After all, men and women ate separately. Gu Qianshui nodded and lightly replied, "Yep." "Oh my God! Other females must be extremely envious when they find out that you can still maintain such a good figure with such eating habits," Lu Tieguo exclaimed. Gu Qianshui furrowed her brows. She asked Xiao Luo, "Is my figure that good?" Xiao Luo thought, "Why are you asking me? How does this concern me?" In the end, he scanned her from head to toe and raised his eyebrows. "It's still okay." When Head says it's okay, he means it's excellent, Wang Lihu said with a laugh. "We all understand." One couldn't tell from Gu Qianshui's face whether she was happy or upset. She was expressionless, yet she was still so beautiful and moving. "You guys can talk. I'll go ahead and settle the bill." Wang Yongjia burked as he got up. He had already said he was going to pay. The dishes had all been finished, so he had no choice but to pay no matter how painful it was. "What? My card is not enough?" Wang Yongjia was in disbelief. He looked at the cashier at the front desk and said, "Try again. Maybe it's a network problem." "I've already tried it 3 times, and the message shown is that there is an insufficient balance." The cashier shook his head. Wang Yongjia carefully recalled that a few days ago he had bought some clothes that cost more than $800 to please his wife. His card initially had $3,000 on it. After remembering the $800, it was natural that he didn't have enough left. He had enough in savings, but that was on another card that his wife kept. It wouldn't be nice to call his wife for payment, right? This was bad. What was he to do? Wang Yongjia furrowed his brows like a piece of kitchen rag. He had treated his subordinates to a meal, but did not bring enough money. If such news spread, where would he put his face as the leader of the anti-drug task force? What happened? At that moment, a man wearing a suit walked in, wondering what was going on. "Boss, his card couldn't proceed with the payment due to an insufficient balance," the cashier respectfully replied. The restaurant's owner held a deeper meaning. He was happy because just now Wang Yongjia's table had ordered more than $2,900 worth of dishes. In the end, he didn't have enough to pay for it. It was inevitable he was thinking they were planning to dine and dash. Wang Yongjia was preparing to explain, but a plate of leftover food was brought over from the side and slammed heavily onto the desk. Immediately afterward, he saw a blond man who looked pissed off, followed by others with fierce-looking faces, walk out of their private rooms and surround the front desk. The blond man slammed the table and shouted at the front desk. The restaurant manager quickly turned and greeted him with a smile. "I am the owner of the restaurant. How may I assist you?" "What's wrong? Are your eyes blind? Didn't you see that this dish has a disgusting cockroach in it? Damn, our brothers were all having a good time eating all the dishes, and suddenly a dead cockroach pops up. Do you expect a frickin' restaurant with such shitty hygiene standards to stay open?" The restaurant owner took a closer look. There was indeed a cockroach, and he could also recognize that this cockroach had been placed after the meal had been served. If it had really followed in with the dish during the presentation, it should have been cooked at a certain point. Taking a closer look, it was obviously raw. Someone had put it there intentionally.
Chapter 221. Friction. The restaurant owner felt that it was better not to escalate the situation. It made sense to just accept his losses, since the other party had the strength in numbers and their intentions were clearly hostile. As a foreigner, it wasn't easy to open up restaurants here, and they were sometimes treated as outcasts. They might even be subjected to harassment if this incident were to be blown out of proportion. After pondering a little while, he looked at the blonde-haired man and said, "On behalf of our restaurant, I'm really sorry for this incident. The dish will be on the house. Come, everybody, let's go and smoke a cigarette and cool our heads a little." He pulled out a pack of cigarettes as he spoke and passed it around. Knowing that the other party had deliberately put the dead cockroach in the dish, yet still having to apologize and compensate them for it, made the restaurant owner feel victimized and helpless. The blonde-haired man pushed him away and yelled angrily, "Don't fucking pull this on me!" He then picked up the dish with some remnants of food and continued, "We finished the entire dish that had a cockroach in it. What if we were to suffer from food poisoning the next day? How would you compensate us then? You still expect us to pay the bill? Did your brain fucking cramp up, huh?" He shouted and smashed the plate on the ground in a show of anger. Shatter. The plate was smashed to pieces, and the remnants of food were scattered around as well. The restaurant owner had a look of horror on his face. He realized now that they wanted more than just a free meal. They also intended to extort money from him. Wang Jiaohua intervened at that moment. "I clearly saw it from here just now. The cockroach was obviously placed in after you finished the meal. Putting aside the fact that you want to get a free meal, you still want the restaurant owner to compensate you? Are you trying to calculate your wishes with an abacus?" The blonde-haired man reacted to the intrusion and angrily said, "And who are you? Are you tired of living? This doesn't concern you. Hurry up and scram, or else I'll kill you." "Kill me? Brat? Are you sure about that?" Wang Jiaohua forced a smile and took out his police badge. The faces on the gangsters changed after seeing the badge. The restaurant owner regained some confidence. An outsider couldn't argue with these hoodlums, but having a police officer around would naturally make all the difference in the world. It gave him a boost of confidence. "Yo, I see that you are a police officer. Apologies for the disrespect, but you are off duty right now, so quickly put that police badge away. Don't take it out, it's embarrassing," said the blonde-haired man. He was slightly taken aback at first, but returned confidently, as he was not intimidated by a mere police officer. "What's so amazing about being a police officer? You're the same as us after taking off your uniform. Police officer, don't put yourself in the position of a judge. People will only think you're a fool." "That's right. Why don't you just enjoy the time you have after work? Instead, you come here, stand up, and refuse to mind your own business, going so far as to show off your police badge? Just who are you trying to scare?" These 7 or 8 men were all in a group with the blonde-haired man, and they showed no fear when Wang Jiaohua identified himself as a police officer. They stared at him cockily and chose to make a mockery out of his badge. Wang Jiaohua knew the situation in Guangming district very well. He knew that these gangsters were associated with the Dragon Gang, and therefore they dared to act audaciously without care even in the presence of a police officer. Wang Jiaohua had also proclaimed that the underworld rules took effect after midnight, and their hearts would not waver. Wang Jiaohua shook his head, and with a hint of warning said, "I advise you not to stir trouble and properly pay for the bill, or else I'll arrest you all and take you to the police station." The blonde-haired man gave him an enigmatic smile. "Official, having a brain is a good thing, so I do hope you have it. Did you not see the dead cockroach in this dish? As consumers, if we find a dead cockroach in our dish, don't we deserve some rights for compensation?"
We all know in our conscience what the real situation is. If it really is the fault of the restaurant, then I will certainly stand on your side. However, you are trying to stir shit after you've had the meal, and you're even blackmailing the restaurant owner now. Right, I'll add one more charge to your offenses, insulting a police officer. Then there's nothing else to say, the blond-haired man said, readying his hands. At the same time, the other 7 or 8 men walked towards an empty table and began picking up the beer bottles lying on the table and checking the sturdiness of the stools. Everyone, it's our restaurant's responsibility. How about this? Let's just forget about the bill. Let's treat this as a meal to make friends. What do you think, brothers? Seeing that these people were about to fight, the restaurant owner hurried out to calm the situation. He was afraid that his restaurant would be destroyed, and even if it wasn't, it would definitely scare away the diners who were still eating. Considering the gains and losses, he would willingly give up on collecting payment for the meal this time. The blond-haired man shoved the restaurant owner aside roughly and started scolding him. "Make friends with your mum's fucking cunt. There's a cockroach in your dish, and you still expect me to fucking pay for this meal. Let me tell you this, if you don't pay at least $700 or $800 for the mental damage we've suffered, we will not let this rest. Don't think you're fucking big just because you have a police officer on your side. He can protect you now, but can he protect you forever? What's more, can this garbage police officer even protect you now?" "What did you say?" Wang Zhaohua said. He was incensed, and his face darkened with rage. "Yo, you're angry. I see you have some bloodlust in you." The blond-haired man laughed with a happy-go-lucky attitude. Then pointing straight at Wang Zhaohua, he said, "I said you're garbage, so what? Not happy? If you're not happy, then come for me." Wang Zhaohua cocked his eyebrows fiercely, slapped the blond-haired man's hand aside, and gave him a crushing kick right to the chest. As the captain of the Drug Enforcement Task Force, he was well-trained and definitely possessed a set of skills. The kick sent the blond-haired man straight to the ground. He crashed heavily into the wall, which caused him to immediately bleed on the spot. The blond-haired man wiped off a handful of blood from his forehead. Then he shouted to his companions, "Fuck it, go get him." The 7 or 8 men immediately picked up the beer bottles and stools and began charging at Wang Zhaohua like a pack of wolves. Wang Zhaohua was unafraid and started to unleash a series of military combat-style punches towards the hooligans. The lobby of the entire restaurant immediately became a mess. The diners who were still having their meals hurried over to the corners as the fight between Wang Zhaohua and the thugs began to encroach across the entire floor. Stools were flung around, and the sound of shattering beer bottles could be heard one after another. "Stop fighting! Stop fighting now!" The restaurant owner felt like crying, but there were no tears, only his desperate screams to stop the brawl. If the fight continued on, his restaurant would be completely destroyed. Clang! The blond-haired man picked up a wine bottle and slammed against the edge of the table. The broken part of the bottle was rimmed with sharp edges, looking like the pointed teeth of a ferocious canine. He pointed at the restaurant owner and shouted, "You shut up! If you talk again, I will kill you!" Then he looked over at Wang Zhaohua, fighting for his life, and continued to scream, Beat him relentlessly! This police officer is really tired of living!" He looked for an opening to strike and used his sleeve to wipe the fresh blood flowing down his forehead. At that moment, a large hand, vice-like and hard as steel, grabbed him by his collar and tossed out as if he were garbage. Crash! The blond-haired man was thrown in an arc across the floor and fell smashing into a table, breaking it apart. The half-broken beer bottle sailed out of his hand in the process. Before he could even recover, the big hand grabbed the back of his collar and lifted him up like a puppy with his feet barely touched the ground. He was dumped unceremoniously on the floor, and when he regained his vision, he only saw a man with both hands in his pockets. The handsome young man stared at him with a cold, hard glare.
Chapter 222. Powerful Shock.
The handsome young man staring at him with a cold, hard glare was none other than Xiao Luo. The soundproofing in the rooms of this restaurant wasn't the best quality, but yet they heard nothing and only came out to take a look since Wang Yongxia had been away for quite a while. They were shocked to see Wang Yongxia being besieged by a group of people. Wang Lihu dragged the blonde-haired man and brought him to Xiao Luo. He delivered a nasty kick to the side of the blonde-haired man's calf, and that made him drop into a kneeling position right in front of Xiao Luo. His knees landed hard on the floor, causing him immense pain, and he involuntarily cried out in agony. "Ask your men to stop." Xiao Luo looked down at him while standing up. His voice was soft, but the tone of his voice made it hard for anyone to disobey him. The blonde-haired man couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, because his opponent was no more just a single man, but a group of tough-looking men. Leading them was a tall and muscular man who had, just a moment ago, easily lifted and tossed him about like a pup. He carefully said, Who are you guys? Do you know that we are the—" Ugh. The voice stopped abruptly. Wang Lihu, bearing a ferocious look, slapped the back of the blonde-haired man's head with an open palm and yelled, "Ask your men to stop! Can you hear me? Believe me, I will cripple you!" The blonde-haired man was so terrified of the mean look on Wang Lihu's face that he hurriedly shouted at the 7 or 8 men that were besieging Wang Yongxia, "Guzi, Sun Tu, stop! Stop now!" Finally, hearing the blonde-haired man shouting for them to stop, the men pulled out from the fight and quickly ran over brandishing their broken bottles and stools to assist their compatriot. "Who are you? What are you up to here? You're looking for trouble? If you're here to fight, then we won't give in so easily and fight till the end." "We're police officers." This one sentence from Xiao Luo silenced the mob. They all looked at one another and all of a sudden were at a loss, unsure what to do next or what they were supposed to do at all. Quickly recovering from the fight, Wang Yongxia walked over cautiously towards the group of men. Although he was a capable trainer, he still did not have the skills to deal with 7 or 8 local fighters at once. Right now he was rather a pathetic sight. His shirt was torn in several places, and his sleeves had been ripped to shreds. He looked in bad shape, and his garments resembled used old rags. His hair was all messed, and many bruises and lacerations all over his body were caused by the broken beer bottles. "Team leader Wang, are you all right?" Xiao Luo asked with obvious concern. "I'm all right, brother." He then turned and stared hard at the blonde-haired man and his gang. "They are a bunch of scoundrels. We will bring all of them back to the police station. If they're not sent off to prison, I will refuse to carry on leading the anti-drug task force leader from now on." After the injuries he had sustained, he couldn't help but be furious. He had gone out to have a meal with his colleagues and had the misfortune of meeting up with a bunch of hoodlums that had the nerve to beat up a police officer. He found it hard to contain his rage, especially when this bunch had spoiled his evening out with friends. The gangsters became anxious when they heard that they were going to be sent to the police station, and with the likelihood of incarceration. There was simply no way that they would allow such a thing to happen. They were prepared to fight it out. "Fuck your mother, you smelly, rotten cops! Let's go, get them!" They raised their weapons and postured for the fight. They were ready to take on the cops. They would beat their opponents in a quick brawl and make their escape, confident that these police officers would never be able to find them afterwards. Wang Lihu grinned, relishing what was to come, and without a word pounced towards them like a tiger. One punch was all it took, and the man right in front of the group slumped. He was squirming on the floor, retching uncontrollably from the ferocious hook rammed into his midsection. Without even a moment's pause, he had already grabbed 2 more of the men, one in each hand, and smashed them together. They both dropped to the floor, wailing in pain. Of the remaining 4, 2 were taken out with swift kicks, one more with a knee thrust in his chest, and yet another was slapped senseless. He then dragged all of them and brought them in front of Xiao Luo. Wang Lihu had taken out 7 opponents without breaking a sweat. Wang Yongxia stared in disbelief and thought to himself, "This Wang Lihu's skills are awesome. He's no average boxer." As a keen practitioner of army boxing, Wang Yongzha could quickly tell that Wang Lihu was a formidable master in his own style. Just by his sheer power alone, Wang Lihu would be able to crush his opponents with his ferocious brute force. He was a beast in human guise. He now understood how Xiao Luo and his 3 compatriots were able to apprehend over 200 people. Seeing his defeated men kneeling in front of Xiao Luo, the blonde-haired man was stunned. He looked fearfully at Wang Lihu, his eyes wide open. "You still want to teach us a lesson? Do you think mediocre trash like you lot has what it takes?" Wang Lihu said in a cold, threatening voice, then grabbed the blonde-haired man's hair and pulled his head up so that he was looking directly at Xiao Luo. "This is our leader. Do you know who ended the red light district that was run by the Dragon Gang in Liren town?" "What?" The blonde-haired man could not believe his bad luck. Did he actually have the misfortune of coming face to face with the infamous demon cop of Liren district? The blonde-haired man could feel an overwhelming sense of fear run through his entire body. He pointed shakily at Xiao Luo and mumbled incoherently, "He's... Xiao Luo, Officer Xiao." "How? Seems like you can still see properly." Wang Lihu sneered. Then, still grabbing a tuft of blonde hair in his firm hand, he forcefully yanked his head to face Wang Yongzha. "Do you know who he is now?" The blonde-haired man shook his head, shaking in fear. The other men were equally terrified, their eyes filled with pure anguish after realizing the man standing in front of them was Xiao Luo. As Yang Cheng's black force, Xiao Luo had a renowned reputation for his harsh methods. Even a significant hooligan surely had heard of this name. It was said that he was brutal, even worse than the secret society. He had crippled someone by firing 2 shots into his legs at a department store. And at Hualong Commercial Street, his small team of 4 police officers had taken down 200 people. Someone like him struck fear in the hearts of gangsters because he did not work by the rules. If he said he would cripple someone, that was precisely what he would do. Thus, the moniker, the Demon Cop. "He's the superior officer of our leader. Do you dare to beat the superior of our boss? Are you fools courting death?" Wang Lihu said coldly. Fearing for his life, the blonde-haired man dashed toward Xiao Luo and repeatedly kowtowed, pleading for forgiveness. "Officer Xia, we have eyes but are blind. Please forgive us our ignorance. If we knew he was your superior, we'd never have offended him no matter what. I beg you, just let us off like we're nothing but a fart." The others quickly followed suit and bowed respectfully, begging for their lives. No one found the courage to challenge Xiao Luo. Their fighting spirit had utterly deserted them. The restaurant owner and diners looking on were shocked. The reputation of Guangming District as a gangster's haven was no secret to anyone. Hooligans and thugs roamed freely and carried out acts of violence and crime with impunity. They had no fear of the police. Over the years, they had seen police officers giving in to local gangsters. But to now see this arrogant gangster begging for mercy in front of a police officer, they never thought this could ever happen. "Why did you create trouble?" Xiao Luo asked softly. The blonde-haired man knew better than to lie, and promptly explained the truth. They had planned to leave without paying, and finding out that the restaurant owner was a foreigner, they even put in a cockroach in the dish to get compensation. They knew he was bound to stay quiet to avoid trouble. Free meals and extorting money through blackmail, that seemed like a great plan. "Ye Q, use your handphone and take pictures of their ID card. Make sure their faces can be seen clearly." "Got it." Ye Q stepped forward and carried out the instructions with the full cooperation of the trembling men, still on their knees. "Team Leader Wang, I believe there's no need for us to bring them back. The most that we can do is shut them up for 15 days. As this restaurant has been badly damaged, can I propose we must make them pay for?" Xiao Luo suggested. Sentences for such offenses would not discourage hooligans and gangsters like these from repeating their crimes. However, making them pay through their own pockets would serve a more substantial deterrent and be more beneficial to the restaurant owner. Wang Yongzha thought it made sense and nodded in agreement. The anger had left, and his mind was now clear and more discerning. Xiao Luo turned around and stepped towards the blonde-haired man. "I already have all of your information. Make sure you don't create trouble anymore, or else I will kill you." Demon cop! The blond-haired man turned sheet white and almost lost control of his bladder. Breaking into a cold sweat and shaking uncontrollably, he said, "I got it. I got it." Xiao Luo patted him on a shoulder and smiled. "Good that you've got it. Foot the bill, and besides, make sure you pay for the damages as well. Everything you've broken." "Yes, thank you, Officer Xiao." Xiao Luo smiled. "You should be thankful that you're not from the Dragon Gang."
Chapter 223. 100 Elites. The blond-haired man and his group, on their knees, kowtowed repeatedly and paid obeisance to Xiao Luo. Indeed, they had something to report to Xiao Luo. "Officer Xiao, I have news that the gangsters from the Dragon Gang have gathered a gang of 100 elite fighters to deal with you." Xiao Luo's face was impassive, with a half-smile, and he asked casually, "Oh, is that so? Then do you also know when they will be ready to deal with me?" The blond-haired man thought about it carefully then, and said, "Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Anyway, it will be these 2 to 3 days. I also heard a friend saying that they have an accomplice in Han Men's bar. I actually overheard the accident." He paused before continuing. "Officer Xiao, rest assured we will never do bad things again. We will strive to be good citizens and contribute to the harmony of our society and country." Hearing him speak with such a patriotic fervor, Wang Lihu and everyone else burst out laughing. Gu Qianxie, however, wasn't quite so impressed. She stood aloof behind Xiao Luo, elegant as always, acting as if nothing had happened. "Okay, I got it," Xiao Luo said, waving him off rather impatiently, with a big smile on his face. The blond-haired man and his group bowed and made to leave. When they got to the door, they turned and saluted Xiao Luo smartly and said, "Officer Xiao, thank you for your kindness, and thank you for your hard work." Wang Yongjia grinned and tried not to laugh. His experience told him that these thugs were controlled by a ruthless gang leader, and it was fear that made them do his bidding. But Xiao Luo? He pondered and looked at Xiao Luo from head to toe, fair of complexion, handsome, with a lean body, and somewhat reserved in his demeanor. He didn't look like a ruthless person, no matter how one looked at him. Unlike Wang Lihu, who showed how terrifying he was when he was angered earlier, a beast. "A protector and 100 elites. Boss, it seems that this time the Dragon Gang has spent all their resources just to deal with you," Ye Chu said, slightly concerned. "It can't be possible. The blond-haired man must be talking nonsense. No matter how vicious the Dragon Gang is, they would never dare to blatantly kill a police officer," Wang Yongjia said, waving his hands and strongly disagreeing with the information they were given. He explained, "Killing a police officer is a felony. If Long Song-Kui was this stupid, then we would already have evidence of all his crimes." "Xiao Luo disrupted his income sources. He is very likely to take such an extreme measure in a fit of anger," Wang Lihu said. Liu Tiqua nodded and said, "Yeah, don't look at Liren Town as if the Dragon Gang only controls 3 red light districts. Instead, look at the money-making potential. It's tremendous, and there are abundant new opportunities. If it belonged to us, Long Song-Kui would definitely get very furious." These words took Wang Yongjia by surprise. The Dragon Gang was the biggest secret society in Guangming District and Jiangshen. It was impossible to know all of their criminal activities or what had gone unnoticed, including assassinations. So who's to say that they would not dare to kill a police officer? Acknowledging the facts, he urged Xiao Luo to be alert over the next few days and said, "Keep your mobile phone on 24 hours. Once you encounter any unusual situation, immediately notify the Bureau for an emergency backup." Xiao Luo nodded nonchalantly. "Okay." Gu Qianxie suddenly asked, both shocked and concerned, "Are those baddies coming for you?" Xiao Luo smiled softly and said, "I guess so." "Then you can come with me. I can protect you," Gu Qianxie said in her own earnest way. Wang Lihu and Ye Chu saw the funny side of what she had just said and laughed.
With Xiao Luo's abilities, why would he need the protection of this pretty face? It made more sense if it were the other way around. Lu Tiqua laughed as well, but then coughed dryly twice. He had seen Gu Qiangshe shoot, and her skills were unmatched. But it did seem a little awkward to hear her saying that to Xiao Luo. He vividly recalled how Xiao Luo once sparred with Yan Wang, their instructor in the training camp. With only a single punch, he had terrified Yan Wang, who quickly backed off and ended the bout. "You want to protect me?" Xiao Luo said. Gu Qiangshe nodded firmly and said, "Yes, I will protect you." Xiao Luo looked at her for a while. Then he gently patted her forehead. He didn't smile, but simply said, "This Earth is a dangerous place. You should go back to Mars." He borrowed a line from a Stephen Chow movie to reply to her statement. "You don't believe me?" Gu Qiangshe said, frowning. She was clearly annoyed. "I do believe you, but didn't your sister tell you to keep your distance from me?" Gu Qiangshe said candidly, "She did so. She said you are a demon, but I—" "Then you should listen to her. Stay away from me," Xiao Luo said, and his smile appeared again. He did not want this innocent girl to get caught up in the nasty business between him and the Dragon Gang. The restaurant owner was very grateful to Xiao Luo for resolving the problem with the blonde-haired man. He offered them a special discount of 30% for their bill. It was a good thing, too. Wang Yongjia had just enough in his pocket to avoid absolute embarrassment. As they walked out of the restaurant, Wang Yongjia let out a long sigh of relief, and smiling, he said, "The owner of this restaurant is so polite. If we have a dinner gathering the next time, we can come here and give him some business. Oh yes, tonight's my treat, but the next time we're here, it's your turn to treat." He had already decided that they would have to come here for the next dinner gathering. Then he planned to order a whole roast lamb and make Xiao Luo and gang foot the bill. "Leader Wang, you don't have to worry. As long as our bonuses are paid, we will gladly invite all our colleagues from the anti-drug task force to a big meal," Wang Lihu swore proudly, beating his chest. "Great, I'm happy to hear your words, Wang Lihu. Let's go now. I will take you to the main drug-pushing areas in Guangming District so you know your way around." Wang Yongjia was back in high spirits, and he thought cheekily, "Ha! Just you wait, kiddo. I will definitely eat till you are broke the next time." As they walked along a quiet street, they saw a small group of people up ahead. As they got closer, they were shocked when they saw these men were all wearing black masks and wielding long knives in their hands. They advanced steadily towards Xiao Luo's party, and their intentions were clear. This was an ambush. "They're here already?" Liu Tiqua cried, looking toward Xiao Luo. "These are the elite fighters from the Dragon Gang?" Ye Chuhui asked, unsure if this was the elite fighters they were told to watch out for. "Didn't they say that there were 100 of them? Why are there only 10? Wang Lihu said, "Did they send a mere 10? Are they here to meet their death?" "The Dragon Gang is truly audacious. It seems that I have to work hard today and show them my true skills." As a superior officer, Wang Yongjia could not just sit back, and so stepped forward to take on the assailants. On his left, he noticed a pole by the wayside, typically used to correct the growth of a tree. He picked it up, felt for its balance in his hands, and turned to face the 10 men. He roared fiercely, "Hey, you really think you can walk sideways like crabs in the streets of Jianshen? All the lands here belong to the red soil of China. Before steering up the wind and the waves, ask if the pole in my hand will allow it." He flexed the pole firmly on the ground, then flicked it in front of him several times, making its tip quiver with his inner force. Indeed, it sent a powerful assertion of his intent. Responding immediately to Wang Yongjia's challenge, the 10 assassins in black rushed in to attack. They came swiftly, like phantoms in the dark. Their feet shuffled in quick, silent steps, hardly touching the ground, advancing in a broad front, all 10 in a line. Suddenly, the 10 became 100. Behind each man, 9 more appeared, now forming 10 columns of fighters. The 100 black-clad men moved in unison, at the same pace, and created the illusion that just 10 men were advancing in a line. "What the fuck is this? Are they the Thousand-Hand Buddha?" Wang Lihu asked in shock, his face looking grim. As the men clad in black closed in, the fighters from behind quickly moved forward, filling the front ranks, creating a thick wall of men, all armed with long knives. Huh? What is going on? Suddenly losing his mettle, Wang Yongjia could feel the fear run down his spine. His reputation as a superior officer suddenly didn't seem all that important. He immediately retreated back to his line next to Wang Lihu and stared anxiously at the host of armed men in front of them. He said firmly, "No, we can't do this. We have to call the bureau for immediate support." "There's no need for that," Gu Qiangshe said sharply. She moved to the front of the group and drew out a light sword from her sleeve. She twirled the light sword deftly in her hand like a slithering white snake, and a bright, sharp sound rang from its keen, well-honed blade. Shing, shing, shing.
Chapter 224. Fight. With the long, narrow-bladed Jian sword in her hand, Gu Qianshui launched a vigorous and penetrating attack. She soared elegantly towards Long Sanqui's crack fighters, her lightning-fast sword whirling and thrusting furiously downward in graceful and intricate patterns as she neatly countered their long, slashing knives. Shing! 4 black-clad fighters of the Dragon Gang fell on her first pass, howling in pain with deep wounds to their shoulders. Then, quickly sliding her front foot forward a full step, she extended her arm in a flash and wristily slapped the flat of her sword on the neck of a sturdy-looking fighter, with a sickening thud. The man was staggered by the enormous power of the blow. It hit like a heavy hammer that appeared out of nowhere. He moved back several steps before his knees went soft and he collapsed to the ground. "Is she this powerful?" Wang Lihu and Ye Chu were both astounded. Both being highly rated martial artists of the 3rd degree, they could immediately recognize Gu Qianshui's excellent technique and temperament. They felt a pang of shame for belittling her, recalling how they had mocked and ridiculed Gu Qianshui earlier. Wang Yongjia's jaw dropped. He was at a loss for words. This was a thing he'd only expect to see in wuxia TV shows. "Don't just look. Go help her quickly." Xiao Luo roared and rallied his men forward, leading the charge at the enemy. Wang Lihu and Ye Chu reacted without hesitation. They dashed into the host of blackclads like angry wolves with no regard for their own safety. Despite his position as the captain of the anti-drug task force, Wang Yongjia's fighting spirit faltered when facing 100 of Long Sanqui's elite men. But seeing Wang Lihu and his companions joining the fray, he put his fear aside, held his pole aloft, and bellowed loudly, rushing forward. To his credit, he had the presence of mind to quietly call the station for immediate backup beforehand. Before he took another step, more than half a dozen fighters, their menacing eyes staring from behind masks, surrounded him in quick time before he could move. "Huh?" He felt the pressure of being encircled. He raised his booming voice and shouted, "What are you going to do? I am a police officer. You—" Before he could utter one word, the blackclads were already on to him, hacking away with their long knives. Wang Yongjia suddenly found his mettle and immediately twirled the pole in both hands, striking back using both ends of his weapon. His technique was exceptional and kept his foes at bay for a while. It was a sturdy pole, and he had been well trained in its use. Close by, a horde of blackclads were now besieging Xiao Luo and the other police officers in large numbers, appearing like a dark sandstorm sweeping across open land. It was a cold night, and their movements were restrained, giving the advantage to the side with more fighters. The blackclads were highly trained and organized in their attack. They advanced in tight formation, the front ranks engaging fiercely to tie down their opponents. Without warning, men would leap from behind to strike down with flashing blades at their quarry. In this way, they advanced like tidal waves, sweeping all before them.
Wang Lihu and Ye Chu began to realize that these elite fighters were nothing like the common hoodlums of the Dragon Gang. They were extraordinarily well-trained and more skillful than the average street fighter. As a group, the Blackclads were thoroughly drilled and coordinated their maneuvers flawlessly. It was like comparing a heap of loose pebbles to a bundle of cane tied together. Despite dispatching a good number of Long Sanqui's top fighters, Wang Lihu, Ye Chu, and Liu Tegua had also suffered many injuries over that short period. They hardened their resolve and blocked out the pain, facing their opponents fiercely and roaring ever louder. Over where Xiao Luo and Guchan Shui were engaging the Blackclads, the situation was starkly different. Xiao Luo was using the King of Mercenaries' constitution and his mastery of Yi Jin King. He had quickly snatched a knife from one of the armed men and bore into the attackers, hacking at them as if he was chopping up vegetables. Those that could not get out of his way either lost a limb or were decapitated. Guchan Shui was a highly trained exponent of the Tianshan sword style and immediately established herself in an impregnable position. Nevertheless, her kind and gentle nature prevented her from taking anyone's lives. Every assassin who was pierced by her double-edged Zhan sword had a deep wound on his left shoulder and fell to the ground incapacitated and in deep pain. Wang Yongjia's situation was dire. The pole in his hand had been cut in half, parrying an attacker's knife strike. As the fight raged on, the pole became shorter and shorter until it became nothing more than a stump. With nothing more to defend himself with, he quickly succumbed to a knife wound and screamed out in agony. "Wang Lihu, you stay with Captain Wang. Don't spread out." Xiao Luo yelled. Once isolated, they risked being overwhelmed by numbers. "Yes." Following Xiao Luo's orders, Wang Lihu charged to Wang Yongjia's rescue like a bull on a rampage. Ye Chu displayed the fox-claw boxing style to perfection, carving a way out of the encirclement with his sharp fingers. Roaring and shouting, Liu Tegua, holding a long knife with both of his hands and striking violently left and right, barged toward Wang Yongjia's position. The 6 police officers were now facing the Blackclads on 3 fronts. Wang Yongjia, Wang Lihu, Ye Chu, and Liu Tegua held one front, while Xiao Luo and Guchan Shui held their own. The tactical advantage enjoyed by the elite fighters had diminished. A sharp sound of a whistle pierced the air, and to Xiao Luo's surprise, the Blackclads, some 60 to 70 still standing, retreated immediately. However, about 20 of them, closest to Xiao Luo's party, split themselves into 2 groups. They raised their left arms in the direction of the party and drew back the bowstring of the steel crossbows attached to their forearms. Whoosh! 20 small bolts flew out from their crossbows, streaking speedily through the air. "Watch out for those crossbows hidden in the sleeves!" Wang Lihu's face changed. He never expected the enemy to have concealed weapons. Such weapons had been used since ancient times. It was a cowardly sneak attack. Xiao Luo and Guchan Shui easily parried the bolts that came their way. The others were not that skilled with weapons and were hit in their thighs or shoulders. Fortunately, none were struck in vital areas, but still the injuries took a toll on their fighting capacities. They would not be able to defend themselves in another wave of attack. "Despicable and shameless!" Wang Yongjia cursed loudly. He then looked around anxiously, muttering to himself, "Why is the backup from the station not here yet?" The 20 elite fighters of the Dragon Gang were loading another bolt into the flight grooves of their weapons and preparing to release another salvo of the deadly darts. Xiao Luo had to act fast to save his colleagues, and he quickly ran to a sedan parked nearby. Focusing on his inner force, he channeled the energy into his arms and hands. Power surged through to his 10 fingers, crushing the metal shell of the car and gripping it firmly like a pair of large pliers. With a fierce roar, he lifted the car, took a few steps forward, and threw the 1-ton vehicle toward the crossbowmen. Boom! The car soared in a dramatic arch and crashed to the ground like a meteorite. The 20 elite killers from the Dragon Gang were just about to let fly their bolts. Even with their masks on, the look of terror and astonishment could be seen in their eyes. Ah! The car smashed down directly on the hapless men, and 8 perished instantly. The ground tremored, and the explosive force of the impact threw rocks and part of the vehicle in all directions. The car was now nothing more than a pile of junk. "Wow!" They gasped at the incredible feat they had just witnessed. Wang Yongjia in particular was in absolute shock and awe. He always saw Wang Lihu and Ye Chu as the powerful and brawny ones, and Xiao Luo as a natural leader, skilled in the fighting arts. How that perception has changed. Throwing a car as a projectile, Xiao Luo was a monster.
Chapter 225. Rampant Massacre. Our boss is so fierce and gallant. Despite his severe injuries, Wang Lihu voiced his admiration as he watched Xiao Luo in action. He had been shot with 3 bolts, sustaining injuries to his abdomen, shoulder, and arm. Blood poured from his grave wounds, along with the many other cuts and bruises he suffered on his body, and his face was turned pale from the loss of blood. Yi Qiu and Liu Taoguo's condition was not faring any better either. The last thing they would have expected was that the Dragon Gang's crack troops would use concealed weapons like the crossbows hidden in their sleeves. Considering how skillful the black-clad men were, Yi Qiu and Liu Taoguo were lucky to survive the volley of darts. Wang Yongjia was the only one among them who had not been hit by the bolts. The others had protected their superior instinctively. "Gu Qianshe, look after them for me," Xiao Luo shouted out to Gu Qianshe. Then he dashed toward the group of crossbowmen at an incredible speed, overcome with rage. Slash! The remaining 12 archers only saw a glint of the slashing knife flash in front of their eyes for the briefest moment, then felt a warm, viscous liquid around their throats. As they instinctively held their throats and looked down to their hands, eyes widened in disbelief. All they saw were blood-soaked hands. They dropped the knives and spontaneously held their hands to their necks as blood continued to ooze from the fatal wounds. They collapsed listlessly to the ground, struggling at first, then convulsing uncontrollably in the last few moments before death. Xiao Luo stood, watching them die. The knife in his hand was stained with blood. A cold, murderous aura emanated from the lone fighter, bristling with menace as he turned toward the rest of the Dragon Gang fighters. The remaining troop of elite fighters trembled with fear. The man had just killed 12 of their compatriots in the blink of an eye. This man was a powerful beast. "Hiya!" Xiao Luo burst into a harsh and piercing screech. He dashed at the black clouds and started wielding his blade in skillfully executed strokes, lunging and twisting his body in seamless motion like a dance. Wherever his knife flashed, limbs were severed, leaving men howling on the ground. It was a rampant massacre, ruthless and cruel, almost seeming like a hungry wolf ravaging a flock of sheep. Slash! Xiao Luo's knife plunged through the chest of one man. As he pushed it in, he twisted the knife clockwise before brutally dragging it downwards to slash open the dying man's torso, spilling out his internal organs all over the floor. The gory scene sent a cold shiver down the spines of the other men around him. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Possessed with a bloodlust, Xiao Luo had now become ruthless as he turned to face the other men. His face was twisted in rage and fury, giving him the appearance of a mythical beast bathed in blood. The crack fighters of the Dragon Gang were now shaking in his wake. The masks they wore could not hide the fear in their eyes, and they froze where they stood as their bodies refused to respond to their instinct to flee. "Xiao!" A loud and furious shout thundered from afar. A man dressed in black was dashing in. He wore a different mask face, and his blazing eyes locked on Xiao Luo. This man was Han Yan, and he looked as terrifying as his namesake.
2 axes were already flying fast and furiously at Xiao Luo, even as he was closing the distance in a quick time. Before he reached Xiao Luo, he had sent another 4 through the air. The axes spun viciously and homed in on Xiao Luo with savage force. Whoosh! 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 6 deadly hatchets flew swiftly in from 6 different angles, giving Xiao Luo no space to maneuver safely. Xiao Luo remained calm and wielding his long knife skillfully as he blocked 3 axes and dodged the other 3. Sparks flew in all directions as his blade parried the 3 axes. Even as Xiao Luo was dealing with the axes, Han Mian had already launched himself toward Xiao Luo as the momentum brought him forward quickly. Coming high and brandishing another 2 axes in both hands, he chopped down from above. The gleaming axes were certain to strike Xiao Luo on the head. Xiao Luo spotted the move and quickly bent his knees, bringing his long knife horizontally over his head to block the twin blows. Clang! The grating sound of metals clashing echoed in the air as sparks flew like beads of light in the dark. His arms shaking, Han Mian staggered back, moaning in pain. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He had been injured by Xiao Luo's inner force after only a single clash of arms. But Long San Kuei had given him an explicit order. He would either kill or be killed, and backing off was not an option, even when he knew that Xiao Luo had superior skills. "Kill!" Han Yan roared, clenching his teeth. He was enraged and looked like a ferocious beast on a rampage. He charged at Xiao Luo, wielding both axes with a flawless technique, hacking swiftly at Xiao Luo with brutal force. He did not let up as the sharp blades flew at him repeatedly like a fierce storm. Han Yan harbored an irreconcilable hatred for Xiao Luo and wouldn't stop until he had chopped Xiao Luo into little pieces. "Protector, we're coming to help you!" The black clouds of the Dragon Gang had now regained their composure, inspired by Han Yan's fighting spirit, and they rallied to his call. Brandishing their long knives, they launched another round of violent attack, advancing en masse and targeting at the vital areas of Xiao Luo's body. "Come on then, all of you. I will offer you one word: death." Xiao Luo's fighting mettle heightened, and a menacing force within him threatened to burst out like a tidal wave. He had channeled all his inner force into focus, merging that force with his body as his long knife swept across the air. An invisible blade of lethal wind formed. Even when it did not make contact with the enemy, the lethal wind blade would wound half a meter away. The wind blade was now effectively a sword, and neither Han Mian nor the other fighters from the Dragon Gang could come close to him. The space around Xiao Luo, a radius of some 3 meters, had become like a forbidden area. Anyone who stepped into this zone would die. Astounded, Gu Qianshe furrowed her brows. She had witnessed a side of Xiao Luo that made her shiver. He was not the man she knew, who had always given her a sense of security. This bloodthirsty and murderous man seemed like a stranger to her. Staring at the carnage, she only muttered to herself, "Turns out my sister was right." The ruthlessness of Xiao Luo also shook Wang Yongjia, Wang Lihu, Yi Qiu, and Yu Tiaoguo. It frightened them as they watched wide-eyed in disbelief. "We could have just stood by and watched if we knew the boss could handle this all by himself," Wang Lihu forced a laugh. "The boss's capability is truly unfathomable." Yi Qiu's eyes filled with admiration. Liu Tiaoguo exhaled, not sure if he was awed or frightened, and he sighed. "No wonder the local bullies and thugs in Guangming district have given him the nickname of demonic cop. No one would believe he's not a devil judging by how cruelly he kills." Wang Yongjia, on the other hand, had only one thing in his mind. He hoped the backup team from the district station would arrive quickly to stop this massacre. Despite the Dragon Gang members deserving to die, he still needed to prevent such bloody and heartless act as soon as possible. He didn't want this to be a nightmare that could haunt them all for life. "Does Xiao Luo bear some grudges against the Dragon Gang?" Wang Yongjia suddenly asked.
Wang Lihu and Yi Qiu made a gesture indicating they didn't know anything. Yu Tiaoguo also said nothing, while smiling. Pow! Han Mian was unable to resist Xiao Luo any longer and was lifted off the ground by a powerful kick that sent him sailing through the air. Blood sprayed from his mouth and his axes slipped out of his hands even as he fell hard on the ground. The backup team from the district station had finally arrived. Dozens of police cars, sirens wailing, surrounded the place. As the police officers alighted the police vehicles, they saw the scene and were left speechless. How was this the Dragon Gang attacking the police? It looked more like a massacre of the Dragon Gang.
Chapter 226. Good Devil. The Dragon Gang had flagrantly sent their people to attack police officers. It did not sit well with the executives in both the district station and even the central police station. The enraged chief of the central police station issued an explicit order: crack down. Although the Dragon Gang was influential in Jiangsheng, with their members scattered in every corner of the area, they were unaware when the police started to pay considerable attention to their kingpins. Peng Zhisheng was arrested in Liaoren County, which was quickly followed by the arrest of Han Mian soon after. These breakthroughs greatly assisted in the rounding up of many more core members of the gang. The city police had started upscaling their operations to curb the underworld activities, resulting in the arrest of even more key members. In no time at all, many of Long Sankui's 3,000 disciples were finding themselves locked up in the central police station's cells. The crackdown had a tangible effect on the underworld, and even common street thugs and goons were keeping low, were much less brazen in their street criminal activities. It had been unnerving for these criminals to see the visible presence and determination of the police in their frequent raids. Still, they were more afraid of that renowned, brutal, and ruthless police officer, the demonic cop. It was the long arm of the law in action. When a government put all its resources to work against crime, any person involved in criminal and illegal activities would have nowhere to hide. Inside a villa in the Guangming district, Long Sangkui was playing with his 4-year-old son. To have a young son at his advanced age was a blessing, and he loved the boy dearly. With a fatherly, kind smile on his face, his heart would simply melt whenever his son ran into his arms calling out, "Daddy." He Long and a group of core members of the Dragon Gang rushed into his villa in great haste. "Master Long, something happened. He Long was about to report the situation when he took notice of Long Sangkui's warning glare. He stopped himself from uttering another word and bowed slightly in acknowledgement. It was an unwritten rule that they should never talk about the gang business in front of Master Long's families, regardless of how serious the matter was. "Minghui, take the child away," Long Sangkui called to an elderly au pair standing close by. The woman nodded respectfully and picked up the child. She spoke to the boy with a gentle smile. "Dudu, say goodbye to your daddy and uncles." "Goodbye, Daddy. Goodbye, uncles." The boy waved his tiny hand, greeting the visitors with his sweet little voice. For some reason, the boy's bright and cheerful smile brought back memories of their childhood days, and the gang members returned the smile. They reminisced the simplicity of that time, a time without trouble and fighting. The smile on Long Sangkui's face vanished as soon as his son left the room, and the familiar look of the crafty old fox reappeared again. He leaned on the dragon-headed cane and took the 2 large Baoding balls handed to him by his servant, then sat down in an old vintage wooden armchair that 2 gang members hurriedly carried over. With a grim face, he stared hard at his followers assembled in front of him. He had news of Han Mian's recent capture, and knew the entire police force in Zhangshang had mobilized and was cracking down on his businesses and core people. The underworld empire he built with his own very hands was now crumbling and falling apart, bit by bit. Nothing could allay his wrath, and he was dying to tear Xiao Luo into pieces with his bare hands. This man was the sole reason for all their troubles. "Fuck! Did you find out the background of that young motherfucker?" Long Sangkui was finding it difficult to remain composed, but as the head of the organization, he had to project the confidence of a man in control. The Dragon Gang would not stand a chance if even he lost his composure at a time like this. "Yes, sir, I've got it." He Long stepped forward and took out a piece of paper from his briefcase and read it out loud. Xiao Luo hails from a remote, small town called Gushan in Jiangxi province. His parents are alive and healthy. He has a sister who is a nurse in the People's Hospital. "Send someone to kill his parents." Long Sangkui gave the order casually. He Long nodded and asked, "What about his sister?" "Do you need to ask? Of course you will go and catch her for me. I want to see how this young motherfucker is going to fight with me." Long Sangkui said viciously. "Yes." Long answered with a slight bow of his head. Wang Lihu, Yi Chu, and Lu Ti-kuo found themselves warded in the hospital. Wang Lihu had suffered the most severe injuries. The 3 bolts had lodged deep into his body and caused severe tissue and muscle damage. After receiving treatment, Lu Ti-kuo only needed to rest and recover, as the injuries he sustained were primarily to his tendons and bones. The hospital had set up a viewing area for visitors in the hallway. It was night as Xiao Luo stood watching the doctors and nurses running around downstairs. Guan Shen was next to him. She wasn't in her police uniform, but instead was dressed in an immaculate white dress, accentuating her natural beauty. She gazed at Xiao Luo with her bright, sparkling eyes. No emotions showed on her pretty face, as she searched for some answers. A young girl came to Zhangshang with high hopes and dreams. She had set her mind on being an exemplary nurse, an angel in white to save people's lives. She was an innocent soul, beautiful and kind. But this world is unfortunately filled with filth and abomination. Nasty people found ways to entrap her mind and body with all sorts of despicable means. She kept fighting and resisting, and finally tried to end her life by jumping off from the 10th floor. I stepped into her life. No, she entered my world. When I saw her falling off the building, just like a swallow with a broken wing, I told myself that I would send the filth of Zhangshang to hell. I will stop at nothing, not even becoming a devil myself." Xiao Luo had said more than he intended. Turning his head toward Guan Chen, he said with a bitter smile, "Your sister warned you to stay away from me. She's right, you know. A kind-hearted and simple girl like you shouldn't have anything to do with people like me." "I am my own person," said Guan Chen. "But you have to listen to her, don't you?" Xiao Luo smiled. "Well, I do have to listen to her on many matters, but I can decide for myself when it comes to some things." "Example?" "Being a friend to you," Guan Chen said seriously. Xiao Luo laughed and asked, "Are you sure you can call the shots on this?" "I am sure." Guan Chen's rosy lips opened in a look of defiance. Xiao Luo stretched his hand and gently tapped on her forehead and said, "I'm beginning to like you more and more. I mean, as a friend." "Why did you tap my forehead?" Guan Chen asked with confusion. It represents my approval of you." Of course, Xiao Luo couldn't tell her that was what he usually did when he was kidding around with little kids. Guan Chen thought for a moment, then in turn tapped Xiao Luo's forehead gently with her hand as well. Xiao Luo was a little taken aback, but then shook his head and laughed. "You're very different from your sister. I think I should apologize to her for your sake." "Why?" Xiao Luo's red lips again. "Your sister will know." Xiao Luo gave her a warm smile, then from the corner of his eye, he saw Guan Chen Lin's black SUV turning into the hospital through the main entrance. He said to Guan Chen, "All right, you should get back. I need to check on those 3 guys. See you tomorrow." He turned around and left right after speaking. He had no intention of meeting Guan Chen Lin at all. "Good devil," Guan Chen said to herself. Other people viewed Xiao Luo as a bloodthirsty and brutal devil, but that was not how she saw him. He was a good-hearted person who had turned into this devil out of love and a sense of duty. Had Xiao Luo known her judgment of him, he would only tell her, "You're wrong."
Chapter 227. The Operation. 101,000 points available for use. After checking in with Wang Lihu and the others, Xiao Luo returned home. Laying in bed, he accessed the system mall for the first time in a while. Much to his surprise, the accumulated points balance had exceeded 100,000 again. It was particularly gratifying for Xiao Luo, since he could now choose to spend 100,000 points for a speedy recovery if he sustained any serious injuries. Using the help function, he now understood the difference between life extension ability and healing ability. If he suffered a fatal injury, such as a stab wound through heart, slash on the throat, terminal stage cancer, and such, it would take a life extension ability to recover. On the other hand, common injuries that could be cured by modern medical means and equipment only needed a healing ability. A life extension ability needed 500,000 points when redeemed for the first time, and thereafter the points required for the following times would increase exponentially. The more times the host chose to use the life extension ability, the more points it would cost. Healing ability only needed 100,000 points. No matter how many times the host redeemed it, the price would remain at 100,000 points. After returning to work the next day, Xiao Luo made 2 requests of Hu Jijie, chief of the district station. First, he requested more officers to protect Wang Lihu and the others who were recuperating in the hospital. And also, he wanted the local police of Gushan County of Xi Province to provide a 24/7 protection detail for his parents and grandparents who lived there. Hu Jijie clearly knew how audacious the Dragon Gang could be and how likely they were to be targeting Xiao Luo's friends and family. As the chief, he felt it was his sworn duty to protect Xiao Luo's friends and families, and he would not shirk from those responsibilities. "Rest assured, I've already assigned a team of armed special police to ensure the safety of Wang Lihu and the others. I will make contact in a minute with the police station in Gushan to ask them to send police officers to protect your family 24 hours every day." "Thank you." Xiao Luo genuinely appreciated Hu Jijie's support. He needed to eliminate all such concerns and have a clear mind before dealing with Long Sung Kui. His parents lived far away in his hometown in Xi Province, and he felt that Long Sung Kui would probably not send too many people there to harm his families. With the 24/7 protection from the county police station, Xiao Luo's family should be safe. He was more worried about any attempts here in Jiangsheng. Xiao Luo bumped into Gu Chen She after walking out of the chief's office.
Wearing the police uniform, she looked smart and attractive with her delicate features, rosy cheeks, and flawless skin. Xiao Luo could also smell her sweet fragrance when he walked closer. "Don't you usually have things to do?" Xiao Luo asked her. Gu Qianshe shook her head and answered, "No." After a moment of silence, she added, "They asked me to study and get familiar with case files first." "Then can you please do me a favor?" Xiao Luo asked. "Sure, tell me," Gu Qianshe nodded. Xiao Luo smiled and said, "Protect my sister and brother-in-law." He hadn't intended to get her involved in the beginning, but after he witnessed Gu Qianshe's exceptional display of Tenshan sword style several nights ago, he changed his mind. He honestly felt that even he would find himself in a trying situation if Gu Qianshe used the Tenshan sword style against him. Long Sung Kui was a dangerous man and was not to be underestimated. He would not rest until he had killed Xiao Luo and his friends. Just having Feng Wu Hen and his 4 compatriots in the protection detail would not suffice. It was necessary to ask Gu Qianshe to join them too. The crackdown continued in earnest and now swept across the city. The narcotic squad of the district station was right in the thick of the action. Wang Yongjia in particular had an axe to grind with the hated Dragon Gang. He returned to work despite suffering some injuries and had now received accurate information from his informant. Kun Sa, the drug lord from the Golden Triangle, planned to steal into Jiangchang tonight. He would rendezvous at the wharf. Kun Sa's real name is Jin Yongbao. He was from Yun Province and traveled to the Golden Triangle in 1990 to pan for gold. In the large conference room, Wang Yongjia briefed the narcotic squad team members about their target before the operation. He said, "He is the main source of drug trafficking in Jiangchang. We had carried out several operations in an attempt to capture him. But this man is born a fox with a wily nature and has escaped every time. This time, I want him arrested for good. As long as we have him, the narcotics network in Jiangchang will certainly collapse. Besides, if we have Kun Sa as our witness, not a single bastard in the Dragon Gang who runs the drug business will be able to escape." "I have a question." Xiao Luo raised his hand and said, "We have carried out the crackdown in Jiangchang on a grand and spectacular scale. As a drug kingpin, why would Kun Sa choose to come to Jiangchang during this special time? Doesn't he know it's particularly dangerous now?" Other team members nodded, echoing Xiao Luo. It indeed seemed suspicious that Kun Sa somehow chose this particular time to come to Jiangchang. It didn't seem logical and rational. Wang Yongjia nodded in agreement and said, "That is a good question. But as I just said, Kun Sa is a wily and slippery guy. There is an old saying, 'It's dark under the light.' Maybe Kun Sa thinks that the police would be too busy with dealing with the gangs with all of our forces. The most dangerous place is the safest place for him, and the most dangerous time is the safest time for him." "I understand now." Xiao Luo was enlightened. Wang Yongjia changed his slide, put on a grim expression, and continued. "The chances are it's this Hei Lang who will be connecting with Kun Sa. Hei Lang is only his street name. His real name is Chan Fi. The entire drug network of Jiangshang points at him. We had made an arrest a long time ago had we gotten irrefutable and conclusive evidence. But they are digging their own graves today. We will only have victory in this operation." "Yes, sir." All of the members of the narcotic squad stood up together and answered in chorus. To destroy the narcotic network was an objective Xiao Luo had long planned, and this was his best opportunity to make it happen. He would spare no pains to do so. It was dark, 2 hours after midnight, and the wharf of Jiangchang was in dead silence. At an abandoned dock that was about to be reconstructed, there were many rusted shipping containers stacked along the pier. A container crane was on the side, discolored and corroded harshly. The thick steel chain was hanging like a rope and swinging slightly in the cool coastal breeze. The narcotics squad was stealthily hiding behind a container and observing Hei Lang and his henchmen sitting on the empty ground on the dock and were waiting to make contact with Kun Sa. "It's been so long. Why isn't Kun Sa here yet?" a member of the narcotics squad whispered. "What's the hurry? You have to be patient to hook up a big fish," Wang Yongjia lectured him. "But watching them eating barbecue and drinking beer makes me feel quite miserable." They had been hiding here since nightfall, without eating, and enviously watching Hei Lang and his men enjoying the barbecue. Irked, they only wished Kun Sa would arrive soon so they could dash forward to arrest them all, and then wolf down what remained of the delicious barbecue. "Suck it up, we're in the middle of the operation," Wang Yongjia rebuked him, and thought to himself, "I'm also f***ing starving smelling the grilled meat. Who am I supposed to complain to?" At that moment, they heard chewing sounds on their side. They turned their heads and saw Xiao Luo was holding a scrumptious leg of chicken and gobbling on it with relish as he leaned against the container.
Chapter 228. The Contact. Xiao Luo had bought the chicken leg from the supermarket, anticipating that they would have a long stakeout, so he came prepared. Of course, the chicken leg wasn't the only thing that he brought along with him. The members of the narcotics squad drooled as they watched Xiao Luo gobbling up the chicken leg, and now he had even taken out a lamb roll from his pocket. They stared longingly at it, only wishing that they could sink their teeth into that delicious lamb roll. Xiao Luo wasn't on familiar terms with the members of his team, therefore he didn't feel obligated to share the food with them. Besides, he was still hungry even after eating all of the chicken. As if that wasn't tempting enough, after finishing the lamb roll, he took out a bag of fries from his other pocket, and he even had a sachet of ketchup with him. He laid the wrapper of the lamb roll on the ground, squeezed the ketchup on it, and then dipped the fries in the ketchup, continuing to gorge himself. "What the f***? This is too much! He had gone too far!" No one said a word, but their eyes told everything. None of the people from the narcotics squad could remain calm anymore. They were so hungry that they felt like they could eat up a whole elephant. To make matters worse, the guy next to them was having a picnic right in front of them, as if nothing was wrong. He was truly testing their resolve. "You're low. We're in the middle of the operation." Wang Yongjia spoke sternly and reminded Xiao Luo, even as he eyed the fries in Xiao Luo's hands. Of course, the chicken leg wasn't the only thing that he brought along with him. "I'm not trying to make an irresponsible and unwarranted comment here, but this operation is probably going to fail," Xiao Luo said. Wang Yongjia and his other team members looked at him. Some people were confused, some curious, others felt annoyed. Xiao Luo put down the fries and peered at Hei Lang and his men on the dock, and he said, "Look at them. They're having fun there. They've drunk dozens of beer, played drinking games, and even sung a few songs. Do they look like they're here to make contact?" Wang Yongjia's brows knitted. It was indeed abnormal. Drinking would affect their performance in the event of a situation. Besides, it would give a bad impression to Kun Sa, and that would be bad for their business. "You mean my informant got fake news?" Xiao Luo shook his head, said, "No, it's a real tip, but they're only here to make initial contact. Otherwise, Hei Lang would not have come and wait out here in the middle of the night." Xiao Luo's comments baffled some members of the narcotics squad. They heard him say first that those men were not here to make contact, then he said they were here to make contact. "Make your point clear," Wang Yongjia responded, not understanding him either. Xiao Luo laughed lightly and continued to explain.
They're not here to make contact yet. They'll only make contact after we go out there to question them, find nothing, and leave. Heilong knows that we're watching them closely in the dark. How would he let Kun Sa show his face without first making sure he's dealt with any police threat? The squad members began to see the point now that he had elaborated on his thoughts. Damn, how crafty could these people be? However, could these scum of the society really be so thorough and thoughtful with their plans? One of the squad members interjected, Xiao Luo, these are only your words. How do you know that Heilong knows we're here? He had a valid point. How would Heilong know we were watching them? Was it possible that the informant had lost his cover? Everyone looked at Xiao Luo and waited for his response. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and said, My intuition. The team member who had refuted Xiao Luo's earlier words laughed scornfully and said, We're the police. How can we act on intuition? We will only alert the enemy if we expose ourselves by acting rashly and recklessly. Kun Sa is like an octopus that smells danger and submerges to the bottom of the sea, disappearing completely. Wang Yongjia nodded, then waved his hand and said, All right, quiet down. Let's wait for them to make contact. Xiao Luo smiled, shaking his head, and said nothing. He went back to devouring the fries without bother. 1 hour went by. 2 hours went by. 3 hours went by. It was already 5 a.m. The sky had turned a grayish-white over the horizon in the east. The sun was about to rise. The narcotic squad had been on the stakeout for a whole night. They were sleepy, exhausted, starving, and miserable in every way. Heilong and his men, on the other hand, had a campfire going. Heilong had lain down next to the warm fire and slept from 2 a.m. till now. These bastards, are they playing us? It was the same team member who mocked Xiao Luo's opinion hours ago. His name was Chang Chu Sheng, and he was a senior member of the narcotics squad. His words instantly drew everyone's attention to the earlier discussion. They thought to themselves, it looks like Xiao Luo was right and Chang Chu Sheng was wrong. Wang Yongjia asked Xiao Luo, Is it too late to go out now? Xiao Luo shook his head and answered, No, but once we go out, it will prove to them that they have a mole in their midst. If we move in, we won't be able to ensure his safety. Heilong has probably already locked on to our informant. After all, it doesn't take too long for them to kill someone. Xiao Luo, how are you so sure that is their plan? Chang Chu Sheng asked. Xiao Luo answered honestly, It's easy. I put myself in Heilong's shoes and consider everything that might happen from his perspective. Did you study criminal psychology? Only a little bit. Xiao Luo couldn't tell Chang Chu Sheng that he had just spent 100 points and purchased the basic knowledge of criminal psychology right before the operation. It wasn't particularly impressive, but was enough to help him think from the suspect's angle. I don't care anymore. Let's rush out and bring back our informant to ensure his safety. Then we will wheel around and head back. Wang Yongjia had had enough. After staking out for a whole night, even an officer with a mild temperament would become grumpy. Following his order, the 24 members of the narcotics squad dashed out. They were frustrated and furious with how this operation had turned out and were now eager to beat up those goons who had been enjoying beer and barbecue through the night. Freeze! Put your hands on your heads and squat down! Quickly! They barked at the people on the dock, keeping their weapons trained on them. Heilong woke up and, heeding the order, crouched down with his hands on his head, but there wasn't a shred of fear etched on his face. He glanced at Xiao Luo, then glared at Wang Yongjia and asked impassionedly, Officer Wang, what do you want? How dare you ask me questions? Wang Yongjia threw him an angry look and said, Heilong, what are you doing here all night? Heilong pointed at the campfire and answered, Officer Wang, is it not obvious? We're having a barbecue and enjoy the sea breeze at the same time. Enjoy the sea breeze for a whole night? Wang Yongjia asked in a cold voice. Heilong smiled derisively and retorted, Is it illegal to enjoy the sea breeze for a whole night? Of course not, Wang Yongjia said, feeling a little foolish with his answer. Then he started walking towards his informant, a short man. Just as he was trying to find an excuse to take his informant away, Xiao Luo pranced forward and kicked the short man out of the way. Then he placed his foot on Heilong's shoulder and bent forward to tie his shoe. It was a show of arrogance that was very disrespectful and deeply insulting Heilong. "Xiao, move your dirty foot!" One of Heilong's subordinates was enraged. He stood up and pointed at Xiao Luo as he shouted.
Chapter 229. Fighting desperately like a cornered wild beast. It was total pandemonium. Members of the Drug Enforcement Task Force trained their guns on Heilong's henchmen and kept shouting forcefully, "Squat down! Squat down! Hands over your heads! Do you hear us? Squat down!" The henchmen had retaliated when Xiao Luo stepped on their leader, the Dragon Gang protector, Heilong. Members of the task force were initially stunned when Xiao Luo first kicked their informant down, then planted his foot on Heilong's shoulder, but quickly recovered to take control of the situation. Tensions rose. The burly men would never allow anyone to humiliate their leader, Heilong. They were provoked and bristling with rage. With clenched fists, they gave Xiao Luo a murderous stare and clearly wished to kill him. "You lot, squat down." Heilong calmly gave his men the order. "Yes, elder brother." The gang of burly men squatted down reluctantly upon hearing Heilong's order. As they got down, they kept glaring hard at Xiao Luo, seething with anger and hatred. Placing his foot on Heilong's shoulder was akin to forcing Heilong to crawl between his leg. It was synonymous with total submission and a great sign of disrespect. This did not bother Xiao Luo in the slightest, and he continued to leave his right foot on Heilong's shoulder, making a show of slowly fastening his shoelace. The Dragon Gang protector had never been treated with such disdain, and Xiao Luo's actions infuriated him beyond measure. His muscles twitched, and his whole body tensed up as the rage grew within him. Like a cornered wolf, he glared at Xiao Luo with daggers in his eyes. He was a dangerous man, and at this point he looked to have made up his mind to strike out at his tormentor. "To be honest, I enjoy seeing you this furious, and yet unable to do anything about it. So always remember, I am the police, and you all are outlaws. When the time comes, outlaws are bound to be hunted and taken down by the police. Am I clear?" Xiao Luo smiled mockingly. After he had tied his shoelace, he kept his foot on Heilong's shoulder and posed like a triumphant contender, placing a hand on his right knee. Heilong contained his rage and stayed silent, but he glared coldly at Xiao Luo, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "We received news that you all are here to meet the drug smugglers from the Golden Triangle. Of course, the information we received could be fake, but could it really be a coincidence since you all are here?" Xiao Luo laughed derisively at the implication he just made. "Fucking bullshit! It just so happens that we like to barbecue and enjoy the sea breeze here. So what? Are you cops gonna arrest us for that?" One of the burly men who had attempted to strike at Xiao Luo earlier roared from his squatting position, snarling with angry eyes. "Thank you. You had been chosen," Xiao Luo thought to himself, seeing the opportunity to work his scheme. Xiao Luo curled his lips upwards and promptly removed his foot off Heilong. He immediately said to Wang Yangjia, "Captain Wang, please handcuff him and take him back to the police station." Wang Yangjia was not sure what was happening, but he had come to trust Xiao Luo's instincts and played along. He coughed dryly and said, "Cheng Chusheng, you two go over there and cuff him." Cheng Chusheng and another member of the team complied with the order. Taking out their handcuffs, they walked towards the burly man, but they did question themselves why they were doing it at all. "What's happening? What right do you have to handcuff me?" the burly man shouted loudly, becoming aggressive. "Behave yourself, or you'll see what happens," Cheng Chusheng threatened.
The burly man knew that it would be futile to resist the arrest, so he unwillingly allowed himself to be handcuffed. The task force members had actual guns and bullets, and he wasn't going to push his luck. Xiao Luo walked up and looked down at him, then laughingly said, "Littering and polluting the seawater. Is there any problem if we arrest you for this?" "What? Littering? Polluting the seawater?" All the task force members were surprised when Xiao Luo mentioned those charges, but no one said anything. "I'm not convinced," the burly man shouted. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrow. "Not convinced? Come back to the police station with me. I will make sure that you are." "You son of a Xiao bitch! I will kill you!" The burly man was furious. He leapt up and charged, ramming his head hard into Xiao Luo's midsection. Xiao Luo staggered back for a few steps, but he showed no visible reaction on his face. Instead, he looked at the burly man with a twinkle in his eyes and said, "Now there's one more reason: assaulting the police." Heilong had been quietly observing the altercation, and his gaze turned cold as he stared hard at the burly man. "Bring him away." Wang Yangjia was now up to speed with Xiao Luo's plans, and he quickly ordered Cheng Chusheng to bring the burly man away. Before they left, Xiao Luo turned to Heilong and had this to say: "Heilong, you better not cause trouble. I will always be watching you." After they left the jetty with the burly man, Cheng Chusheng, very much in the dark about the plan, asked Wang Yangjia, "What's going on? Why didn't we take our informant out? If he stays back, he will be in great danger." "He will be very safe and can continue his job as an undercover." It was not Wang Yangjia who answered Cheng Chusheng, but Xiao Luo. "What Xiao Luo said is correct." Wang Yangjia then spoke up in agreement. The task force members had their own doubts. Their presence at the jetty had only served to alert Heilong to the fact that he had an informant in his midst. How would it be safe to leave their informant there? Cheng Chusheng did not have the same confidence that his captain had in Xiao Luo. As he glanced at Xiao Luo with a look of discontent, he expressed his reservations to Wang Yangjia. "Xiao Luo is an inexperienced officer, and he is just shooting from the hip. Wang Yangjia, why are you playing to his tune? If anything happens to our informant, we won't be able to bear this responsibility." "Cheng Chusheng, can't you think with that dumb head of yours?" Wang Yangjia was getting very annoyed with Cheng Chusheng now. The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced of why his team had failed in most of their missions. They were just dumb. It would be a miracle if they could ever succeed in anything. Wang Yangjia badgered to the burly man detained in the back of the van and chided them all. "We took this fellow with us based on a ridiculous charge. Who do you think Heilong would suspect the informant is now?" His words struck everyone, and they recalled what had happened earlier. The burly man appeared to be the most agitated of his gang. Granted, he was showing his loyalty towards Heilong, but it would still create some doubt in his mind, as his reaction seemed somewhat over the top. Heilong would surmise that his aggression was only a ploy to get himself arrested and thereby get out of a dangerous situation, making him the prime suspect of being an informant. With Heilong's distrustful nature, he would already have made up his mind that the burly man would have to be neutralized, whether or not he was an informant. Had they taken their own informant back with them, on the other hand, it would have been as good as telling Heilong who the snitch was. And why was it critical to have an inside man planted in Heilong's camp? They'd need someone to give them the details of Kun Sa's next drop. After the visit to the jetty, Kun Sa would certainly not turn up now. Besides, it was already daybreak. The only other alternative would be to put the place under surveillance day and night. And even then, what if the drop-off point was changed? Wang Yangjia patted Xiao Luo's arm and said appreciatively, "We almost got it all wrong, Xiao Luo, so many thanks to you this time." "No problem," Xiao Luo replied with a smile. Cheng Chusheng felt foolish and actually blushed. The others looked at Xiao Luo with newfound respect. They received a message from their informant 2 days later and was given the place and time of the meeting between He Long and Kun Sa. Elsewhere, Long Song-Kli had dispatched his men to go after Xiao Ruyi and Tong Ren. Guochan Shui and Fang Wuhen were on hand to thwart the attack, but it left the couple terrified. Troubling news also came from Shaanxi province. The county police station of Gushan had apprehended 5 gangsters who had tried to harm Xiao Luo's parents. They are just fighting desperately like a cornered wild beast. Xiao Luo could sense the desperation of Long Song-Kli as he sat in his chair sipping tea. Long Song-Kli had always been the puppet master behind the scenes and had used others to do his dirty work. Now that his 4 protectors had been eliminated, the old fox would have to dirty his own hands. It would only be a matter of time before he slipped up. The moment he obtained evidence of Long Song-Kli's crimes, Xiao Luo would confront him directly. There would be every reason for him to do so. He had already set the wheels in motion. If all went well the following night, Long Song-Kli would lose his 4th protector. Step by step, he would see to the destruction of the Dragon Gang.
Chapter 230. You are under arrest. It was a dark, windy night. The cold draft bit into their faces, and the numbness made them realize that the ice-cold temperature had quietly arrived with nightfall. An airplane droned as it flew by from above their heads, its beacon lights blinking, bearing away slowly and soon disappearing into the night sky. At the abandoned jetty, He Long stood staring out at sea. He was in a black windbreaker, looking pensive, expressionless. With their torches, his henchmen were signaling with lights seaward into the darkness. It wasn't long before a fishing vessel appeared, breaking through the choppy sea. As it got closer, the noise of its diesel engine sounded like a cacophony of clanking metal parts. But here, at the edge of the sea, that sound would be drowned out by the winds and waves and wouldn't travel far. Who would have thought Zhuang Nu to be the police snitch? Lord Protector, it was wise that you had taken extra precautions the last time and asked Mr. Kun Sa not to show up. Otherwise, we'd all been arrested by the cops, a young man said, clearly impressed with his leader's foresight. He had hair dyed green and wore eyeliner to accentuate his eyes. Behind them, a man of short stature stood ill at ease, looking a little fidgety. He, after all, was the informant. He Long said nothing, but simply took out a cigarette and put one end in his mouth. The servile, green-haired man hurriedly took out a lighter and lit it, with his other hand shielding the flame. He slowly exhaled the smoke and said, "This time, all our products we're receiving are grade A. We must make sure that nothing goes wrong." He Long chose not to respond to the topic of the informant. "Rest assured, Lord Protector, our men are keeping their eyes on all the routes leading to and from the jetty and many other spots. We've got them all covered, and we will know immediately if anything goes wrong. The moment we get the word, we will have enough time to dispose of the stash and wipe all traces by the time the cops arrive." "That dit-head with the surname Xiao is really too much. I would like nothing else than to strip his bones of his flesh while he is still alive." He Long stopped him with a wave of the hand and said, "Those words can wait until this operation is over." That the Dragon Gang was in such an untenable position was all due to one man. He would like nothing better than to kill Xiao Luo himself, and it would be a slow, painful death, as he would slice Xiao Luo's flesh off piece by piece. But now was not the time. With the police of Jiangchang cracking down on them, they needed the goods from Kun Sa to get through this challenging period. Too many of their businesses had been crippled, and their cash flow severely disrupted. The fishing boat cut its engine, maneuvered slowly toward the jetty, and secured the vessel to a post with its docking line.
7 or 8 men disembarked with sacks on their shoulders. They looked like rough and ready folk and had an imposing air about them. "Mr. He Lang, we're delivering the products you ordered." The man spoke to He Long in Mandarin, but he was not very fluent. He had messy hair, dark skin, and scary bulging eyes that looked like that of a dead fish. He Long looked at the fishing boat and asked, "Mr. Kun Sa isn't here." "Our boss fears that the situation here is still unstable and it will be too risky to meet at this time. Our boss would also like to know if there is any progress with what he has asked the Dragon Gang to investigate." "Yes, we found out that the Red Scorpion's mercenaries ran into trouble during the kidnapping of Chu Yongsheng's daughter at the Wild Boar Ridge. According to a cop, when they arrived, someone had already killed 17 members of the Red Scorpions. We're told that it was the work of an S-grade bodyguard Chu Yongsheng had arranged to protect his daughter." "A lone bodyguard?" "He was indeed alone." He Long waved his hand, and the green-haired man handed the sheet of paper to Kun Sa's man. The man glanced at an image of a man in the information sheet. It portrayed the face of a neat, good-looking man and did not look at all menacing. He found it hard to believe that such a man could turn out to be an S-grade bodyguard. "It is him." He Long assured the man, "This man's name is Xiao Luo. He has a very close relationship with Chu Yongsheng. As for the Red Scorpion's leader, we know that he survived the fight at Wild Boar Ridge and escaped by jumping off a cliff. But still, he was killed by him in the end." Ray Long did not have conclusive proof that Xiao Luo was the one who wiped out the Red Scorpion mercenaries, but there was sufficient circumstantial evidence to make that case. But it didn't matter to him, as Xiao Luo was a significant threat to the Dragon Gang. Instigating the Blackwater Company and Kun Sa to target Xiao Luo would be in the interest of the Dragon Gang. The man was shocked when he heard that, then gritting his teeth and said, "As they say, don't judge a book by its cover." He carefully folded the sheet, then made a slight bow to He Long with both hands clasped in front of his chest. "I will report everything to my boss. I believe my boss will be very grateful for the efforts you all have dedicated to the task. Mr. Kun Sa is a great friend of the Dragon Gang. This is the least we can do to help a friend." The green-haired man dragged a hefty chest over. He opened it to show its contents, and it was filled with stacks of red-colored bills. One of his subordinates went through the contents and then nodded to confirm the money was all there. On the other end, He Long had his men check the quality of the product in the sacks, and after a short while, they signaled him with a thumbs up. "All right, Mr. He Long, I'll see you around." The man with fish eyes clasped his hands together in front of him and gave He Long a slight bow. It was a gesture of courtesy in their part of the world, as had been done since ancient times. There was no reason for him to stay any longer, now that the deal had been concluded. And he made haste. "No, don't move. You are under arrest." A thunderous voice suddenly reverberated through the night air and alarmed the man at the jetty. The voice issued from a stack of containers, and everyone stared at the direction. A black figure somersaulted down, landing lightly on the ground before them. Xiao Luo wore a loose black hooded sweater, and in the dim light it resembled a smock worn during medieval times in Europe. He had elegant features, good looks, fair in complexion, deep-set eyes and perfectly shaped lips, but yet, as he stood there, a threatening and dark aura emanated from him. Immediately he raised his arms and pointed the 2 guns he held at the group. One was aimed directly at He Long. It was none other than Xiao Luo. "So I've caught you all red-handed. What impeccable timing!" Xiao Luo couldn't help a whisk-crack, as his lips curled into a cold, confident smile, but his gaze remained intense. He knew what he had to do tonight. Kun Sazman narrowed his eyes and snarled, "You are a cop of this nation?" "Yes." The man asked again, "It's just you?" "Yes." Xiao Luo answered matter-of-factly. He was, of course, the drug enforcement team's vanguard and had already neutralized all the sentries posted by Heilong. Wang Yangzha and the rest of the task force were now making their way to the jetty. "Ha ha ha! You as dumb as a pig! Are you here to seek your death?" The man laughed loudly and pulled out his gun to shoot Xiao Luo. But Xiao Luo was a step faster. A piercing report issued from the barrel of his gun, and the bullet penetrated his palm, causing him to drop his piece. "Don't move. If you do, I guarantee the next bullet will hit your head." Xiao Luo chuckled, seeing the man's shocked expression. Of course, had he known that the man had information on him, he would definitely have killed him with a headshot outright. "He is Xiao Luo!" Heilong screamed at the man. The man startled and looked at Xiao Luo intensely. This person in front of him was indeed the same man in the information sheet he was handed. He was now facing someone who had single-handedly annihilated a host of well-trained Red Scorpion mercenaries. His expression changed, and he knew he would be going up against a very dangerous adversary.
Chapter 231. Ghost. "Kill him!" The man with fish eyes hit the ground and rolled rapidly, getting under a dirt-covered crane to take cover, and kept shouting loudly for his men to take action. 7 of his men aimed the submachine guns they had been carrying on their backs and began to fire away at Xiao Luo. Simultaneously, Heilong's henchmen reacted just as quickly. They drew out the pistols from their waist holsters and instantly began shooting at Xiao Luo. Rat-tat-tat! Rat-tat-tat! Bang, bang, bang! The air erupted with the sound of gunfire. Hundreds of rounds were expended from the submachine guns and pistols, streaking across space between the gunman and Xiao Luo. His intimidation tactic had failed. It wasn't unexpected. These were hardcore criminals who would undoubtedly receive the death penalty for the smuggling of several hundred kilograms of drugs if caught. They had nothing to lose and everything to gain. These desperados would not be so easily intimidated by only a man with 2 handguns. Bam! Bam! With his first 2 shots, he had taken out 2 of Heilong's subordinates. He then leapt to his side and hid behind an old derelict boat, taking cover from the heavy gunfire coming from all directions. "You bastard son of a Zhao bitch! I will kill you!" Mad with rage, the green-haired man kept shooting continually at the derelict boat, holding a gun in each hand as he advanced slowly toward Xiao Luo's position. Others fanned out and followed his lead, sustaining their fire on the old boat. Xiao Luo had to keep his head down and was unable to even put his head out for a second to assess the condition. The boat was a wreck in a terrible state of decay. Its hull was corroded, and there were gaping holes and exposed beams throughout its metal shell. "I want him dead! Kill him!" The man with fish eyes shouted hysterically. He was hurting from the wound on his palm and wished nothing more than to see Xiao Luo's body riddled with bullet holes. He wanted to turn him into a bloody mass of flesh perforated with bullet holes. Without the slightest warning, a deafening sound, like a clap of thunder, boomed, and tremendous shock waves blasted from the direction of the derelict boat. It seemed like the old boat was hit by a speeding train. It was lifted in the air and thrown towards the group of armed smugglers. It was surreal, and for those facing the incoming boat, time stood still for a second or so. A derelict vessel weighing several tons, seeming like it was floating in the air, then in a flash crashing into them at breakneck speed. The green-haired man's jaw dropped, and he could only manage to shout, "Get out!" 5 did not heed the warning in time, and they died where they stood, fear lingering in their eyes for only the briefest moment before their lights extinguished the moment the boat smashed into them. They were thrown back and lay dead, looking like heaps of broken bones and flesh on the blood-soaked ground. Gone was the impassive, cold countenance that usually described Heilong's expression. He now stared at Xiao Luo's incredible display of force and power with his eyes and mouth open.
He had just seen an old boat, weighing several tons, scythe through his men. This level of strength was not something that could be attained through any form of physical training. The only logical explanation he could find was that Xiao Luo was a true master of the martial arts and had cultivated his inner power to an impossibly high degree. Is this fellow a monster? The man with dead fish eyes stared in both horror and awe. He couldn't believe that he had just seen a human propel a massive boat from a static position. Even pushing it on its side would have been unimaginable. Bam, bam, bam! From where the derelict boat had come to rest, Xiao Luo emerged like a swift shadow, wraith-like, and rapidly discharged 3 shots at his adversaries. In the dim light, his black smock visually evoked similarities to the Grim Reaper, here to collect his debt in lives. The 3 shots were accurate to their mark and immediately dropped 3 of the drug smugglers holding submachine guns, hitting them in the chests. As the bullets thudded into their chests, blood splattered in every direction, and the men grunted as they collapsed to the ground. Damn it! The remaining 4 men from the Golden Triangle saw that Xiao Luo was taking aim at them and quickly ducked, firing rapidly at Xiao Luo in return. Rat-tat-tat! Rat-tat-tat! Bullets from their submachine guns sprayed viciously in Xiao Luo's direction, tearing into everything around him. Bam! Bam! Xiao Luo hit the ground, rolling to his side, and assumed a prone shooting position, fired another 2 shots, and killed 2 more of them. As bullets hit the ground around him, he dashed, nimbly jinking left and right towards the 2 remaining men. The men wielding the submachine guns were a significantly greater threat and would need to be dispatched first. He had to take out their superior firepower, which had effectively tied him down and forced him to stay behind cover. The 2 men were panicking. They were unable to train their guns on the fast-approaching target, racing towards them in a deceiving, zigzagging pattern. They felt a coldness run down their spines. Their bodies involuntarily shook. Oh no! Both men froze at once, their pupils dilated, cold sweat cascading down their bodies. Before they knew it, the cold Nazi check of a gun was pressed right in each of their faces. Die, Xiao Luo said coldly, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bam, bam! The bullets penetrated their craniums, and both bodies hit the ground in a slump. In all, Xiao Luo had killed the 7 men armed with submachine guns in the blink of an eye. Every shot he fired found its mark. These were seasoned fighters, each of them cruel and dangerous criminals who had been through countless such situations, combatants who had long gotten used to gunfights and putting their lives on the line. Armed with submachine guns, how was it possible that they were taken out so quickly? The man with fish eyes swallowed hard. He was beginning to truly understand the meaning of fear. He only knew that this man was no mortal. He possessed skills and power that was beyond that of any human. They were no match for him. Motherfucker! The green-haired man cursed loudly and aimed his gun at Xiao Luo. A volley of gunfire followed as everyone in the group all fired at once. Bang, bang, bang! Xiao Luo moved with lightning speed. With bullets ricocheted the ground behind him, he bounded across the field like a hunted wolf. Suddenly, turning around, he pounced towards the men and shot them dead from a short distance. The hunted had become the hunter. Heilong slowly clenched his fist. He felt his inner power surge. He had kept count and knew Xiao Luo was running low on ammo. It was time for him to strike. He strode forward and the cold muzzle of a gun was pressed against his temple. Don't move. The short man cast aside his cover and stopped Heilong in his track. You betray me? Heilong looked towards him coldly from the corner of his eyes. I did not betray you. I am an undercover cop. Heilong immediately realized why Xiao Luo had put on a show that day. Jinoan was intentionally made out to appear like the informant, while the actual snitch was this insignificant toady before him. He sneered mockingly. What a great act indeed. Heilong showed no signs of apprehension even with the gun pressed against his head, and the short man suddenly felt nervous. Heilong, you might be skilled in the martial arts, but this bullet doesn't recognize your skill. I hope you won't do anything dumb. Why not give it a try? Heilong laughed coldly. Heilong had now channeled his internal energy to his right palm, and in a flash, he smacked his open palm into the short man's abdomen while pulling his head away in one quick motion. Pow! The short man reeled as the force rapidly surged inward through his body, and he felt his intestines churn from the shock waves. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he sailed in the air and landed hard on the ground. Bam! He managed to squeeze the trigger, but the shot missed its mark, and the bullet grazed Heilong's face. He sustained a superficial flesh wound, but was unaffected otherwise. Whoa, 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 whoa,
Chapter 232. Interception. As if possessed, the green-haired man screamed at the top of his voice, gritting his teeth as he dashed toward Xiao Luo. He pummeled his clenched fist into Xiao Luo's unguarded chest with all the force he could muster. But Xiao Luo did not even budge, remaining as stable as a mountain. The punch had no effect on him whatsoever. "Fight you alone?" Xiao Luo looked at him and snickered. "Do you think you can?" Boom! Releasing a quick breath, Xiao Luo let out a burst of inner power. The energy exploded out from his core, and the air currents around him instantly thrust outwards, slamming into the green-haired man. He flew backward for a good 2 to 3 meters and crashed heavily to the ground. It did not stop him. He was ever loyal to the Dragon Gang, and he bore a deep hatred for Xiao Luo. He picked himself up and rushed at Xiao Luo again, yelling hysterically. He knew that his punches would be of no use. As he ran in, he slipped out a short knife from his sleeve. It was a short and very sharp knife, resembling a surgical scalpel, glinting as it caught the light. A quick thrust followed a deceiving feint as the green-haired stabbed the blade into Xiao Luo's chest. The move did not deceive Xiao Luo's eyes in the slightest. Shaking his head, he instantly extended his right hand and grabbed the hand holding the knife, gripping it at the wrist like a steel vise. He applied force on his 5 fingers and snapped the wrist back. The green-haired man howled in excruciating pain, dropping the short knife to the ground. "Well, you've had your chance to fight me alone. When they execute you with a bullet in the head, just close your eyes," Xiao Luo said coldly. As he said that, he delivered a thumping frontal stomping kick to the green-haired man, right in the chest. Pow! The green-haired man was thrown back violently by the force of the kick, slamming into a derelict fishing boat like a cannonball. He spat out blood, and then immediately slumped into a heap as he lost all control of his body.
Wang Yangjia snapped out of his stupor and quickly reacted by ordering 2 officers to apprehend the green-haired man. When the officers reached him, they found the green-haired man had lost all consciousness. They gulped and then turned to stare at Xiao Luo, terrified. What kind of monster was he that he could knock someone out with a single kick? Cheng Chu-seng, the senior member of the squad, was having mixed emotions. All sorts of emotions, except happy ones. He had doubted Xiao Luo's capabilities from the very beginning. Even when Xiao Luo volunteered to be the vanguard, he was the first to object. To top it off, he had taken on more than 10 armed men all by himself. Now it had all come back to haunt him. It felt like getting slapped on his face. Xiao Luo is a freak! Cheng Chu-seng cursed himself silently, but he could do nothing about it other than to admit that he was wrong. Heilong has escaped. Xiao Luo looked around and asked. Wang Yangjia nodded. It seems that the wolf's sense of smell is exceptional. The moment he saw us arrive, he jumped into the sea without hesitation. It will be difficult for us to find him in the dark. Once we get back to the police station, we will immediately issue a warrant of arrest and get him listed on the red notice. I don't believe he'll get far. Xiao Luo was slightly disappointed, but it was overall still a good outcome. He wasn't complaining, as there were bound to be a few that would escape. He had taken on too many of them all by himself. Looking around, he suddenly realized that the man with fish eyes was missing. There is another who has escaped. Out at the sea, shrouded in darkness, he could make out the faint outline of a fishing vessel, and it was likely that man's boat. He had escaped immediately after he realized that the situation was not going in his favor. Xiao Luo wasn't interested in chasing after him. He was only interested in cracking down on the dragon gang. Of course, had Xiao Luo known that the man with fish eyes had detailed information on him, and that it would pass on to Kun Sa, he would have acted differently. Kun Sa was one of the higher-ups of the Blackwater Company, and they had the means and resources to do real harm. So there's one more that escaped. Wang Yangjia was not in the best of mood. He had planned and prepared well for the arrest of Kun Sa, but the big fish didn't even take the bait. Instead, only some insignificant people had come here in his stead. On top of that, Heilong had escaped, and that added to his frustration. Cheng Chu-seng, inform the Coast Guard at once to intercept that goddamn drug smuggler. We must arrest him. Yes, sir, Cheng Chu-seng responded. Swoosh! Suddenly, an overpowering sense of fear took hold of everyone on the abandoned dock. An incoming projectile. It was a rocket-propelled grenade, and it launched from the very fishing vessel they had spotted earlier. And it was streaking in at horrific speed, as the blast of propellant from its tail made a terrifying noise as it tore through the air. Get down! Hurry! Get down! Wang Yangjia shouted hoarsely. A rocket-propelled grenade could shoot down a low-flying aircraft out of the sky, and it could readily destroy a reinforced bunker. Its effective kill range was a radius of 50 meters. It was a lethal weapon. They all heard Wang Yangjia's warning, and everyone automatically took cover. As Wang Yangjia got down on the ground, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Luo. He had his black QSZ 927 pistol in his hand, and he flung it hard at the direction of the incoming projectile. It rapidly spun as it flew at a shockingly fast speed across the dawning sky. It was traveling in a straight trajectory toward the rocket-propelled grenade that was roaring in towards us. Would it intercept the incoming ordnance? It did. They collided. Kaboom! The rocket-propelled grenade blew up with a deafening roar. A wave of heated air spread instantly in all directions as the explosion expanded in destructive shock waves across its blast radius. Its effects were visible to the naked eye as a fiery ball of flame lit up the dim skies and violently disturbed the water surface on the calm sea. Against the glare from the ball of flame in the sky, an enigmatic figure stood alone. Xiao Luo! Everyone looked on in absolute shock. The police, Heilong's henchmen, and the smugglers were simply stunned to silence. They had all watched war movies with preposterous scenes of its heroes performing impossible feats. Now to see with their own eyes someone intercepting a rocket-propelled grenade by throwing a pistol at it was utterly unbelievable. The speed of a rocket-propelled grenade reaches 300 meters per second. It would have been next to impossible to track its trajectory with the naked eye, let alone intercept it. "He's a monster!" On the fishing boat, the man with fish eyes stared, mouth open, in absolute shock. He fired the rocket-propelled grenade, confident that it would kill Xiao Luo and those around him, but instead he had intercepted it with nothing more than a pistol. Was this man even human? He put down the smoking launcher and pushed the lever to increase the fishing vessel's speed, intending to get away as fast as he could. He couldn't believe that there were still people like Xiao Luo in this world. He made up his mind never to set foot in this country again. On the dock, Xiao Luo turned and walked toward Wang Yangjia, extending a hand to help him up. "Captain Wang, are you all right?" I'm fine." Wang Yangjia was still in a state of shock. He grappled with the way he was feeling at the moment. He couldn't help but think that Xiao Luo was not from this world. In the girls' dorm in Huaye, after her endless and persistent efforts, Bai Ling finally got past the firewall of me and obtained the IP address destroy. "Why, you're surprisingly in Zhongsheng. Me, I have finally caught you." Bai Ling's pretty face lit up with a smile of triumph, a smile that carried the sweet satisfaction of finally having things her way. Next to her, An Huan, who had been lying on her bed playing games on her tablet, sent a message to the headquarters of NSA. Bai Ling had located Mi's IP.
Chapter 233. The Invitation to Battle from Long Sang Kui. The 4 Lord Protectors of the Dragon Gang were either dead, caught, or on the run. At the same time, many of their 3,000 followers had been detained. Xiao Luo was pleased with the results of their efforts so far. But Long Sang Kui, on the other hand, was furious. He was like a hunted beast making a final stand before its impending death. He would not be going down without a fight. Xiao Luo went to the hospital to visit Wang Lihu and his compatriots. "Boss Xiao, I will be discharged soon and will be able to fight alongside you once again then." Although Wang Lihu was in his patient's gown, he had his sleeves rolled up, showing off his massive biceps. "You dumb tiger, there's only Long Sang Kui left now. Our leader and I will suffice. You're still recovering from those wounds and can stay in the hospital. That's your fate," Ye Qiu quipped jokingly. Wang Lihu was having none of it and fired back, "You stupid eagle, shut up!" As he said so, he threw his pillow at Ye Qiu, but ended up exacerbating his wounds. It drew a painful grunt, and his expression changed. Hey, I say, can't you two learn from me and read some magazines and newspapers? We must have a better understanding of the current affairs and keep up with the times, brothers." Liu Teguo was lying on his bed, reprimanding them with his usual candor. Ye Qiu couldn't help but retorting with a wisecrack, and said, sniggering, "Brother Go, we are living in an era of information explosion. Magazines and newspapers are things of the past. If you want to keep up with current affairs, you just need a smartphone." As Xiao Luo addressed Liu Teguo as Brother Go, Ye Qiu naturally followed suit. "Fuck! Even the data network here is 2G. You can forget about the Wi-Fi. I can't even open a damn web page. How can I catch up with the fucking current affairs with my phone?" Liu Teguo put down the magazine in his hand angrily. He had long been annoyed about the fact that there wasn't any internet access. It was still bearable if no one had brought it up, but now he couldn't stop feeling vexed. "Chill, Brother Go. Even without the internet, we can still look at the pretty young nurses." As he said so, the nurse in the ward, who was drinking water from a cup out of thirst, cast him a disgusted look. Wang Lihu continued to say, "Didn't you all watch Drawing Swords, where old Li managed to find himself a wife when he was in the hospital? Although I don't have the heroic charm of old Li, I am reasonably handsome, and it is not a challenge to make a pretty lady fall for me at first sight." He turned and looked at the nurse, then winked flirtatiously at her. "Am I right, pretty lady?" "Rick!" As he heard it, the nurse found it so ridiculous that she spit her tea all over the floor. She quickly made her way out of the ward and even rolled her eyes at Wang Lihu before leaving.
Her message was crystal clear. Ye Qiu and Liu Teguo couldn't keep themselves from laughing. Wang Lihu did not seem to get the message, as he was by nature what some would term as thick-skinned. He said in a meaningful tone, "See, that pretty lady was drolling when she laid her eyes on me. With my looks and physique, it is not easy for a girl to hold her emotions in." He furrowed his brows and sighed. "Hi-ya, how pitiful." "Ha ha ha! I've seen shameless people, but none as shameless as you are." Ye Qiu and Liu Teguo now couldn't keep themselves from laughing their heads off, and Liu Teguo was even slamming his hand on the bed, tearing up from too much laughter. And Xiao Luo couldn't suppress a chuckle either, surprised that Wang Lihu had suddenly become such a jester. "It seems that you three are enjoying yourselves in the hospital." Amid their light moment, his phone vibrated and he received an incoming call. He looked at his phone but didn't recognize the incoming number, but he accepted the call anyway, and then a rough and haughty voice boomed out. "You little son of a bitch, I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Now I want to get you, and I'll cut you up alive, piece by piece." Long Sang-kui. He immediately knew the identity of the man. He looked at his friends, then, without saying a word, he walked out of the ward, still on his phone. He laughed and spoke mockingly. "Mr. Long, it's been a while. Judging from the powerful voice you have, it seems that you are as healthy as before." "Healthy your ass, you little bastard. Don't play with words. Come over to my place tonight at 12 so I can fucking kill you." Long Sang-kui was seething from the wrath he had long harbored. Xiao Luo smiled and continued egging him on. "Do you think I will go, knowing that you are trying to kill me?" If he had wanted Long Sang-kui dead, he would have gone to Long's house a long time ago, and there would have been no need to join the police force. He aimed to destroy the entire dragon gang and to remove this malignant tumor from society altogether, and he would do it through lawful means to avoid becoming a fugitive running from the law. "Ha ha ha! I am confident that you will come." Without waiting for Xiao Luo to answer, Long Sang-kui hung up. This old man must be mad. Xiao Luo couldn't help feeling that Long Sang-kui was getting slightly unhinged, given that he couldn't even talk properly. He turned to step back into the ward. Boom! The entire hospital building shook violently as the sound of a tremendous explosion tore through the air. Looking out the window, he could see billowing smoke and flames coming from another floor. Shrill voices and panic screams echoed in the chaos as a terrified mass of people scrambled about in all directions. Incendiary explosives! Fire! Xiao Luo strained his eyes, and as he made out the level where the explosion occurred, he quickly realized it was where his sister, Xiao Ruyi, was stationed. He immediately rushed to find her. When he got to the level, he found the place consumed by fire, choking with thick, pungent smoke rising to the ceiling. The explosion had killed many of the nurses and patients, and charred corpses littered the floor. There were still many severely wounded people crawling to safety, screaming out for help. Xiao Luo ignored them all and began searching the rooms one after another. "Xiao Ruyi! Xiao Ruyi!" He felt a rising panic. He feared nothing more than the death of his loved ones. The blast site was a complete disaster zone, and it was smoke-filled with countless hot spots of angry flames. Xiao Luo stopped his breathing temporarily using his I Ching Jing technique, but soon his sweating body was covered in a layer of soot, and his skin turned red from the licking flames. Many of the severely wounded succumbed to the harsh environment. Even Xiao Luo, who was protected by I Ching Jing, felt that his body was shutting down after searching for only 5 minutes. His body felt like being grilled in an oven on maximum heat. He resisted the urge to escape the fiery hell, and he kept telling himself he couldn't possibly do so without first finding Ruyi. Ding! Warning! The system has detected a hostile and life-threatening environment. The host must leave at once. Repeat, please leave at once. In his mind, the system notification tone sent out the urgent warning. However, Xiao Luo paid no heed to it and continued his search for Xiao Ruyi, going room to room. He did not look at the dying victims he passed along the way. He had to save Xiao Ruyi. He glanced at the singed flesh on his arm through his eyes, now red, swollen, and stinging from the smoke and heat. His steps were slow and heavy, but he kept pushing himself forward. He had made up his mind and didn't care if he was cooked alive. He ignored the pain and swore to find his sister, Xiao Ruyi. At this moment, a figure, mouth and nose covered with a wet towel, rushed toward him and grabbed him. "Ruyi is not here! Come out with me! Hurry!" She was Gu Chanshu. She possessed a high level of inner power, but in such a hazardous environment, even 1 minute was pushing her limit. She immediately grabbed Xiao Luo and pulled him to safety.
Chapter 234. A Stormy Night. Xiao Luo made it out of the flames, covered entirely in a layer of soot. His clothes were singed and still smoking, and he looked as if he had just come out from an earthen stove in a rural village. Gu Qianxie didn't look any better. Her fair skin and pretty face were almost black, smeared with dirty smudges of ash and soot. Her clothes fared no better and were badly singed and burnt in places. Her eyes were tearing from the thick smoke, her eyes all red and smarting. "Brother!" Xiao Ruyi had just arrived at the scene and ran to Xiao Luo, calling out to him. She was deeply shocked by the condition he was in, covered in ash and soot. She gasped when she saw the severe burns on the back of her hands. "Ruyi." Xiao Luo finally managed to smile as he felt an incredible relief from seeing his sister alive. Ruyi cried, and tears were streaming down from her cheek. "Why are you so silly? There's a big fire in there. Why'd you rush in like that?" Of course, she had known that Xiao Luo had rushed in to look for her, but it only took a moment for anyone to be roasted alive in there. She didn't know how else to react, and she was so overwhelmed that he made it out. "Ruyi, I'm glad you are safe and sound." Xiao Luo reached out and gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with his thumb. But he quickly realized that his thumb had left black soot marks on her face, and he stopped immediately and smiled at her instead. "Idiot! You're a big idiot!" Xiao Ruyi cried out loud and hugged Xiao Luo tightly. Of late, her and her brother had become somewhat distant, and Xiao Luo had become a different man. But after seeing what he had gone through today, she knew that he would always be there for her. He indeed was her dear brother. Xiao Luo hugged her tight, patting her back to comfort her and finding comfort for himself after the recent trauma of thinking he had lost her forever. Fang Wuhen and Wang Lihu led their compatriots running toward Xiao Luo. They were terrified when they saw him running off to the burning floor and were now relieved to see him alive. Xiao Luo was glad to see them all and smiled at them. The ambulances and fire trucks had just arrived with their sirens wailing. 3 of the fire trucks doused the level where the explosion occurred with their hoses, and the fire was soon under control. It was a humid afternoon, and the sky was overcast with dark clouds. The temperature was rising, and had made everyone feel unusually uneasy. 69 dead and 11 grievously injured. Gu Qianxie reported on the morning explosion to Xiao Luo in the ward. She didn't seem distressed with the incident, but if she was, she hid it well. The burns Xiao Luo suffered were severe and required him to be wholly wrapped in white bandages to prevent infection. He looked a mummy once again. Had Zhang Danshan been there to see it, he would undoubtedly have commented that a quack had done it and what an awful job it was. His eyes had sustained even worse damage due to the smoke and heat of the fires, and they were swollen and tearing uncontrollably. He had gauze patches placed over his eyes under the bandages. Gu Qianxie had removed them for a while, and now was applying chewed Jianshan snow lotus on his eyes with care. Xiao Luo sat on his bed and remained silent. While she was treating his eye,
Gu Qianshe couldn't help lashing out at him. "You're a big idiot." "Oh, don't use my sister's words on me," Xiao Luo joked. "Well, I wasn't. I was just stating a fact," Gu Qianshe pooted. "If I hadn't pulled you out, you'd surely be burned alive in there." "All right, I owe you a lifetime. Thanks." At that moment, all he wanted was just to find Xiao Ruyi. If he had stayed there just a little longer, then his fate would have inevitably been sealed, and he'd be another smoldering corpse. So the truth is, Gu Qianshe did save his life. His phone on the bedside table vibrated as someone called in. Gu Qianshe glanced and said, "It's an unknown number." "Pick the call for me and pass over the phone," Xiao Luo smiled. Gu Qianshe did as was told. "You little asshole, have you received my gift? Was your sister blown up? Ha ha ha!" Long Sangqui's cruel voice came through the phone. "Are you testing my limits?" Xiao Luo's voice was cold, with no trace of emotion. "So what if I am testing your limits? Are you dissatisfied? Come and fucking kill me. How about that?" Long Sangqui roared. "I'm telling you that if you dare not come tonight, I'll keep planting the bombs. Next time, maybe it'll be your friends, your parents, or your useless colleagues. You could save them this time, but can you save them every single time? I won't fuck with you. I'll just keep fucking your friends and families up. I'll blow them up and give you a taste of losing what is dear to you." "You want to die?" Xiao Luo said coldly, as rage began to take hold of him. "Ha ha ha! Are you finally getting mad, you little prick? I'm waiting for you, and I'll chop your head and kick it around like a soccer ball." Long Sangqui hung up with the lingering sound of his evil laughter. Even beneath all those bandages, Gu Qianshe could still feel Xiao Luo's rage emanating from within. Crack! The phone was crushed in Xiao Luo's hand, shattering its internal parts and screen. They fell into little pieces to the floor. Gu Qianshe was stunned, and for the first time, she feared for him. Immediately she asked in an urgent tone, "Xiao Luo, what's going on with you?" "It's nothing." Xiao Luo forced out a smile. Boom! A crack of thunder rumbled as a flash of lightning lit up the sky. A colossal storm formed over Zhongshan, bringing heavy rains and strong winds. Gale-force winds were driving the rain through the streets, forming a turbulent haze, and blew the trees on both sides with such force that they looked like toppling over. Weaker limbs and branches were torn off and were carried away with the wind. A distance away from the hospital, a vehicle parked under a tree in the fierce storm. A thick branch had fallen on it and damaged the front of the car. Its alarm triggered and blared incessantly, breaking the monotony of the trashing rain and thunderclaps. It was a rare storm, a tempest that only hits Zhongshan every once in a long while. Xiao Luo was sitting on the sofa in the ward with his legs crossed. His right hand was on the armrest, which he was tapping on rhythmically, while his left elbow was resting on the left armrest, with his hand on his chin. He was in his hospital gown, and his eyes were still covered up, but a strange warm glow was surging within his body, revealing his silhouette under the garment when it passed. In the dim light of the ward, the whole scene seemed nothing short of eerie. "Why are you forcing me?" Xiao Luo had spent 100,000 points to activate the healing ability. Waves of warm light now ran through his body, steadily healing the burns and damage done to his body and eyes. As his body healed, his face took on an expression of rage and murderous intent. He would not have chosen this path, but Long Sangqui had painted him into this desperate corner. He was well aware that Long Sangqui had nothing to lose, and he would put all his resources he had to get back at Xiao Luo. What game did he have in mind this time? For the sake of his family and friends, he would play Long Sangqui's game. He had chosen this path, and he intended to finish it. A flash of lightning awakened Liu Taiguo. He glanced at Wang Lihu and Ye Kao, and they were dead asleep. He decided to get up and check on Xiao Luo. He peeked through the little window and found no one in the dim-lit room. "Boss, I hope you're not up to anything silly again." Liu Taiguo mumbled to himself and quickly took out his phone, dialing a number urgently. Fang Changlong, the chief of headquarters, turned his head when he heard his phone ring.
Chapter 235. Meeting Long Sankui Alone. Gu Qianlin, Yiwen Song, K has just sent word. Mr. X had begun his mission. You guys gather the police brigade, the security squad, and the special force team immediately. Send them to Long Sankui's mansion right now. Fan Changlong issued the orders to his captains after receiving Liu Taiguo's call. The entire headquarters came alive all of a sudden. At the People's Hospital, Liu Taiguo stood alone in the corridor and stared blankly at the raging storm. A peal of rolling thunder accompanied the intermittent flashes of lightning. As he stood gazing out the window, he lit up a cigarette, dragged a deep puff, then let it out slowly from his lungs. As he pondered on Xiao Luo's mission, he murmured, "The king of hell beats his death drum. He's here in the mortal world to claim some lives." The gale was howling like the anguished screams of 1,000 evil spirits. Long Sankui sat grimly on the Tai-Shi armchair that was placed right at the front gate of his mansion. His ever-present dragon-headed cane was not with him this time. It was a weapon to be used in a fight, not to help him walk. He had no use of that now, as he had replaced it with an impressive-looking guandao. His weapon was 2 meters in length and adorned with intricate motifs of a phoenix. Its forged blade was 1/2 meter long and etched with a lifelike dragon with claws out and inlaid in gold. It was both a finely crafted weapon and a terrifying one. 2 rows of dragon elite guards stood fierce and unwavering in the rain. They kept their eyes on the guandao, and its well-honed blade reflected a unique radiance even under the stormy night skies. They subscribed to Lord Gan Yunchang's principles and values, and this weapon represented the strong sense of justice and loyalty of the famed warrior and bound them all. Lord Long had his glaive forged in the likeness of Lord Gun's legendary guandao, the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade. The Green Dragon weighed an imposing 120 katis, and none of the elite guards could handle that weapon. Only their chief, Lord Long, was able to wield it as his weapon. During the era of Dragon Gang rising to power, he had used it to chop off countless heads, and it had continuously been washed in blood ever since. This ritual made the weapon possess a fierce and deadly spirit, and it was feared by all who faced it. The Green Dragon was not only Lord Long's weapon, but a symbol of their gang codes and beliefs. Once drawn, all their followers would rally to it during a battle with fanatical zeal, and none of their foes could resist them. Long Sankui had stopped playing with the walnuts in his right hand. He started to crush them one by one to get the kernel within. He tossed them into his mouth, like how one would eat peanuts. Soon the floor was littered with walnut shells. Beside him stood the most wanted criminal in the entire country, Hei Lang. He was dressed entirely in black. He wore a fierce expression on his face that resembled a snarling wolf. His cold, glowering eyes were devoid of any compassion. "Fuck, why hasn't that little asshole show up? Is he not afraid of me fucking up the people around him?" Long Sankui banged the guandao to the ground in anger and smashed the blue marble floor, creating a cavity in the marble tile. Countless cracks started to extend out from the hollow like a web. From my understanding of him, he'd come. If he doesn't show up, it'll be his biggest regret in life. And if he does show up, you men better slash the hell out of him. If he doesn't get chopped to pieces, I'll never be able to relieve my hatred. He regretted letting Xiao Luo go. Had he known that he would have destroyed so much of his underground businesses, he would not have given in to Chu Yunsheng's mediation. He would have sent all 3,000 of his disciples to chop Xiao Luo into meat sauce, but it was too late now.
although the police had still not obtained any proof of his complicity in Dragon Gang activities. His hatred toward Xiao Luo was still unabated. To watch Dragon Gang and everything he had built collapse in such a way was unbearable. As its chief, he vowed to drag Xiao Luo along to hell if he were to perish trying. He Long nodded and bowed slightly. He too believed that regardless of Xiao Luo's prowess, if he turned up here tonight, death would be his only fate. With He Long and some 200 of Dragon Gang elite guards, Lord Long would be invincible. His inner force was immense, and he had mastered the domineering sword technique, the way of wielding the guandao. The guandao could slice a car in half with a single blow. What more a mere human? Right then, He Long noticed that a silhouette was standing before the gate of the mansion. He stared hard at it for a moment and said calmly, "He's here." "Huh, the little prick turned up and he's alone? He surely is a fucking arrogant son of a bitch." Long Sanqui said with a wicked smile forming on his lips as he eyed the lone figure at the gate with a murderous stare. The Dragon Gang elite guards turned to meet the threat standing at the mansion gate. Their faces were grim and their fighting spirits stirred. Every one of them was fanatically loyal to the Dragon Gang, and they took no prisoners. There they stood, 200 killing gods intent on slaughtering Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo wore a military-style olive-green coat with a black undershirt, and he stood there drenched in the rain. In his right hand he held a giant broadsword. The sword had 9 iron rings on the back of its blade. It was Guozhang Hu's 9-upple cycloblade, forged from refined steel capable of cutting a piece of rebar in two. His soaked white canvas shoe made a squishy noise as he stepped through the waterlogged ground. He stopped some 30 or 40 meters from Long Sanqui. He stared at him coldly with his keen, wolf-like eyes. "You little prick, you surely are fucking brave. Since you came as I ordered, I now want you to shove some shit up your throat. Will you do it? Ha 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 ha!" Clink, clink, clink. Xiao Luo raised the 9-upple cycloblade and pointed it at Long Sanqui. Its 9 iron rings rattled against the forged blade in a high-pitched ring. Xiao Luo roared, "Die!" Xiao Luo swung the blade down, and without even hitting the ground, it left a deep gouge that quickly filled up with surface water from the waterlogged ground. Airblade? The elite guards took a step back, shaken momentarily. Only those who had mastered the way of the sword could form the airblade by transferring their inner power through to the swinging sword. "Fuck you, men! Charge! Chop the shit out of him!" Long Sanqui stood up in fury. The veins on his temple were throbbing, and he threw the porcelain cup in his hand to the floor, shattering it. "Kill!" The 200 guards roared and charged forward, resembling an army of fierce and angry wolves with a single-minded purpose: to kill their prey. The guards in the front row had their long swords drawn and swiftly attacked in coordinated moves with skill and precision. They attacked relentlessly, and their slashing swords covered every inch of the space around Xiao Luo. Clink, clink, clink! The 9-upple cycloblade was ringing in Xiao Luo's deft hand as he wielded it with consummate skill and speed, parrying every blow from the guards. The sound of clashing blades filled the air, and sparks flew where the edges met. After a brief clash, the forwardmost elite guards facing Xiao Luo felt the overpowering force of his blade. Their sword hands weakened, and they broke their formation and were on their retreat. Sensing the change in momentum, Xiao Luo continued to push them back before lowering his stance and executing a low horizontal slash at waist height with his air blade. He killed 8 of the forwardmost elite guards instantly, slicing them in two, spewing blood and splattering their entrails on the ground. Long Sanqui, He Long, and the Dragon Gang elite guards were shocked. Xiao Luo had struck fear in their hearts. With one fell stroke, he had silenced the enemy before him.
Chapter 236. Unexpected Person. The Dragon Gang elite guards quickly regained their composure. They were personally trained by Long Sanqui, and they would not back down. Immediately, another line of fighters dashed in to confront Xiao Luo, yelling and thrashing with their long swords. Xiao Luo remained still.
He had an icy smile on his face, and his fierce eyes tracked every fighter closing in on him. In a split second, he had sidestepped the leading man and slashing across, slicing open his torso. His internal organs poured out, dropping to the ground. The smell of blood reeked in the air. The elite guards did not let up and continued the assault. Slash! In a flash, he smote the next man, cleanly taking his head off. The headless body stumbled for a few steps as blood gushed out like a fountain from his open neck. Then the body slumped into a pool of blood, with his head laying not far away. Before anyone else could react, Xiao Luo was already on one knee, delivering a bludgeoning stroke with his 9-ringed sword. He cut the fighter in half at the waist, and the man fell before he could even let out a scream. His upper body toppled first, and as both parts dropped to the ground, the contorted face on the top half still had a look of shock for a brief second before the light left his eyes. "All of you die!" Xiao Luo roared with ferocity. He dashed up against the line of fighters at a rapid speed, immediately slashing at his next victim. But this man reacted much quicker and parried his stroke firmly. Sparks flew as his sword deflected off his opponent's blade metal, producing a piercing ring. But Xiao Luo had applied his inner power to the strike, and the elite guard was thrown back as if he were hit by a running train. The force had killed him instantly, and his body flew back, crashing against 3 other fighters before he finally came to a rest. All 3 of them were knocked down and lay still on the ground in a heap. Cruel and merciless, it was a slaughter. Both Long San Kuei and Hei Long were taken back. Their face took on a grim expression. These elite guards were no novices and had been personally trained by them. Every one of the elite guards was certainly more skilled than even the highly rated Special Forces squad members. Pitted against the average street fighter, one guard could easily take down 5 of such opponents without a problem. To see Xiao Luo quickly dispatch their elite guards with such overwhelming force was difficult to accept. "Damn it, this rotting prick is a freak," Long San Kuei cursed. Hei Long didn't speak. He drew his long dagger from behind his waist and stepped into the fight. He searched for an opening as he carefully advanced, with a burning desire to plunge his nasty dirk deep into his mark. Torn and shredded corpses littered the yard of the villa. It was like a war zone. No amount of rain from the downpour could wash the blood off the soaked ground. The black-clad elite guards in the attack were quickly slaughtered by Xiao Luo, and now there were only 5 to 6 remaining. Killing the Dragon Gang fighters was the only thing in Xiao Luo's mind. After almost losing his sister to Long San Kuei's evil schemes, he was determined to smash the Dragon Gang once and for all. When he found an opening, Hei Long rushed up at a rapid pace to Xiao Luo like a black phantom. It was an opportune moment, as Xiao Luo was just at the point of dispatching another elite guard. Whoosh! The long dagger came in quick and nasty. By the time Xiao Luo gathered himself, he could almost feel the cold steel closing in dangerously to plunge into his neck. He instinctively pulled his head away and sidestepped to his right. He avoided a fatal wound in the nick of time, but it left a gash on his neck. Moving a few steps back, the 2 adversaries stood about 2 to 3 meters apart and stared right at each other. "I've cut you." The cold, heartless protector Hei Long broke into a wicked smile and licked the blood off his blade. He stood staring at Xiao Luo in triumph, looking like a demented, evil spirit. "I can assure you there will be no next time." Xiao Luo smiled darkly. Then, taking the initiative, he advanced toward Hei Long. Clink, clink, clink. The 9-ringed cycloblade flailed into Hei Long's long dagger repeatedly, and the metallic ring of clashing blades echoes across the yard. After several strikes from Xiao Luo, Hei Long's defenses began to crumble as he lost his coordination. He had lost his fighting mettle. His pupils dilated as he watched the flashing 9-ringed nunapple cycloblade take off his left arm cleanly. "Arrgh!" A frightful howl erupted from the mouth of Hei Long as his left arm just fell to the ground right where he stood. Blood spurted copiously like water from a broken pipe as Hei Long held on to the stump on his upper arm to stop the heavy bleeding. He was in excruciating pain. Without holding back, Xiao Luo immediately smashed his fist into Hei Long's chest and sent him sailing through the air. He fell hard, blood trailed from his nose and ears, and his chest had caved in from the mighty blow. Grrr! Xiao Luo growled and strode forward like a demon. He swung his 9-ringed sword and cut down several elite guards who tried to block his way. They all fell quickly in a succession of dying screams. His intention was clear, and he now pointed his sword at Hei Long. Hei Long looked up, and his eyes widened. This was the end for him. He could only see the 9-ringed blade held above Xiao Luo's head that was about to be brought down. His mind was stricken with fear, and time stood still as he awaited his fate. "Stop!" A sharp roar echoed through the air. Xiao Luo was stunned as he caught a familiar silhouette from the corner of his eye. He jerked his head toward it. White sneakers, white sweater, with delicate features and fair skin. Bai Ling? Xiao Luo couldn't believe his eyes. What was Bai Ling all the way from Huaye doing here? Xiao Luo stayed his hand, and the 9-ringed sword remained motionless right above Hei Long's head. The shout did not come from Bai Ling. It was a burly man all dressed in black. He was holding on firmly to Bai Ling. She had been kidnapped. She had her hands tied behind her back, and her mouth was stuffed with a white cloth. After breaking through Mi's firewall and obtaining the specific IP address, she checked with its service provider and traced Xiao Luo's residence to Gong Village. She was immediately confronted when she got to his residence. A group of rough, mean-looking men were already there. They were all dressed in black. They approached her and questioned her if she knew Xiao Luo. She felt intimidated and could only nod that she did. She was then taken by the men and had been brought here. She had been kept locked up in a room. It was only now that she had been let out. The last person she expected to see here was Xiao Luo. Was that really Xiao Luo? Bai Ling was beyond confounded, and panic took hold when she looked at Xiao Luo with a blood-stained sword in his hand. Looking at his brutal demeanor now, she wondered if this was the same easy-going, cheerful boy from campus she had known before. But she knew one thing for sure. Mi and Xiao Luo were one and the same. Oh my God, how could this be possible? Bai Ling felt like this was all a bad dream. It was simply too unbelievable. Dead people were lying all over the yard. The one person that these people had been seeking the entire time was Mi, and Xiao Luo was now in conflict with these people. What kind of life was Xiao Luo leading? She recalled that Xiao Luo had once told her that the two of them were from different worlds. She now understood what he meant. "You little bastard, do you know this pretty girl?" Long San Kuei asked with a smile as he crushed a walnut. He tossed its kernel into his mouth and chewed it with relish. "I don't know her." Of course Xiao Luo would not be that stupid to admit that he knew Bai Ling. He postured to swing the 9-ringed sword in his hands down to the head of Hei Long. But just at that moment, Bai Ling screamed out in pain. Xiao Luo looked up alarmed. The man holding Bai Ling had just stabbed her arm with a dagger, and Bai Ling's weight sleeve was soaked in blood. Bai Ling's face was twisted in pain, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. "Ah, I thought you didn't know her. Then why did you stop? Do you think I'm a fool?" Long San Kuei continued to eat his walnut casually. Xiao Luo remained silent and just returned a cold stare. He could feel deep anger and frustration rising. His mind was racing. He had to do something. "Go on, continue to slash. Do what you want. Who cares, you crazy fool?" Long San Kuei stared at him angrily. He smashed the coffee table next to him with his palm, and his eyes were red with rage.
Chapter 237. Cannot Move. Xiao Luo was in a dilemma. Kill Hei Lang or allow Bai Ling to be killed. This was the ultimatum from Long San Kui. Could he put Bai Ling's life at risk? Xiao Luo couldn't do it. Although the two of them had only known one another for a short time, to watch Bai Ling die because of him was something he could not bear. Xiao Lu's expression changed, and the wrath in his eyes was no more. When Hei Long noticed this, his fighting spirit instantly returned and became fearless once more. A madness took him, and he broke into a burst of deranged laughter. Suddenly, he did not even feel the pain of losing his arm. Every man has a weakness. I now see that she is yours, Hei Long said in a vicious tone. As he slowly picked himself up, he plodded toward Xiao Luo, staring at him with his dark, cold eyes. Then, without any warning, he stabbed swiftly at Xiao Luo with the dagger in his hand. Xiao Luo instantly slapped the knife hand aside and grabbed Hei Long's wrist, locking it with his fingers like a steel vise. The dagger was still in Hei Long's hand, but he could do nothing with it. Arrgh! Just at that moment, he heard another painful cry from Bai Ling. The man who was holding on to her had stabbed her back of shoulders this time. The intense pain made the girl turn pale, and tears ran down her cheeks as she sobbed uncontrollably. Xiao Luo pointed his 9-ringed sword directly at Long Sanqui. A bright glint reflected off the sword. The blade was well forged and honed to a keen edge. Even blood simply slid off its polished surface. Holding the sword aloft, Xiao Luo roared angrily. Long Sanqui, if you were a man, then you will release that girl and get your best men to come for me instead. Long Sanqui laughed coldly and said, "Ha ha ha! I am going to kill you. If you don't want the girl to die, then you better stand still there and not resist." Xiao Lu's heart was seething with anger. He could only stare back coldly at Long Sanqui. Xiao Luo let go of Hei Long. Hei Long's face was contorted with raging fury, and he stabbed fiercely at Xiao Luo again. Xiao Luo instinctively dodged the dagger, but did not strike back. Ah! He heard Bai Ling's muffled scream again, more desperately this time. The mean-looking man stabbed Bai Ling once again in her right shoulder. He knew exactly what he was doing, and took care not to allow the knife to penetrate too deeply. His job was to use Bai Ling as leverage to get Xiao Luo to bow to their demands. She would be useless to them if she was dead. Although it was a superficial wound, Bai Ling was still in very much pain and almost lost her consciousness. She was soaked in blood, and her clothes were stained a bright red. "You little rotten prick, you must be fucking deaf! I'm telling you to stand still, but you are still moving around. Do I need to repeat myself again?" Long Sanqui sneered wickedly. All Xiao Luo wanted to do was cut that man up into 7 or 8 pieces, but seeing Bai Ling in such a state, he finally gave in to Long Sanqui's demands. "Okay, as you wish then." He lowered the 9-ringed sword, pointed it to the ground, but his intention was not to surrender. He was merely waiting for an opportunity to make his move. Hei Long grinned with malice and stabbed hard into Xiao Lu's left shoulder. There was a squelchy sound as the blade plunged into his flesh and blood began to ooze from the wound. Xiao Lu's eyebrows knitted in pain. "Didn't you say that I could not hurt you anymore? Then what is this now, huh?" Hei Long was laughing in a sinister way, half in arrogance and the other in a dull pain from his left arm. "Relax, I won't kill you. Your life will be taken by the Dragon Lord. I will merely torture you slowly." Both his eyes widened excitedly with bloodlust. His mind had descended into a dark madness. Xiao Lu's mouth curled up into a half-smile and gazed at him, showing no emotion whatsoever. The look enraged him even more. His face suddenly turned even darker. He tried to pull the dagger out from Xiao Lu's shoulder to continue stabbing him a few more times, but the blade would not budge. No matter how hard he pulled, he was unable to extract it. "What are you doing?" Hei Long growled loudly. "Fool,
It has grown into my flesh." Xiao Luo had used his mighty internal power to hold the dagger in. He Long, having lost an arm, had bled out a lot, but he would not have been able to pull it out even under normal circumstances. Xiao Luo's mockery was not lost on He Long. Yet try as he might, he could not dislodge the blade despite countless attempts. In anger and frustration, he kicked Xiao Luo's abdominal repeatedly. Xiao Luo shifted internal power toward his abdomen, and when He Long's right foot slammed into it, it was repelled with great force, like an exploding grenade. He Long howled in pain as his right foot was thrown back violently. The bone on his right leg was broken in several places, and he lay shaking on the floor, screaming in pain. "Damn it, you little bastard! Do you really want her to die?" Long Sanqui roared as he pointed at Bai Ling. "Fuck your mother! Did I fucking move?" No matter how calm Xiao Luo's temperament was, he couldn't help but swear when he became furious. But whenever he cursed, he always had an impassive expression and seldom gave others the impression that he was cursing. Long Sanqui was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "Ha ha ha! All right, all right, all right. I have wronged you." Long Sanqui glanced at one of his elite guards, and the man then strode toward Xiao Luo, brimming with animosity and his intentions crystal clear. "Hi-ya!" The man in black yelled aggressively and rushed in. With the long knife in his hand, he slashed across Xiao Luo's back. Slash! A gaping wound opened up on Xiao Luo's back. Blood spilled and a sudden pain shot up to his brain. Xiao Luo's body trembled, and as he tried to hold his composure, a painful grunt escaped from his throat. Bai Ling was desperately trying to say something to Xiao Luo, but her gag prevented any words. She had just wanted to find me, and did not expect to be the cause of Xiao Luo's predicament. How did things progress to this instead? "Die!" Another slash and another wound gouged into Xiao Luo's body. Blood flowed from the injuries, and Xiao Luo's clothes were soaked red. "Ya!" Another elite guard now took his turn. He stabbed Xiao Luo in the back, careful not to kill him. Just as He Long had said, Xiao Luo's life should be taken by Long Sanqui. So the blow avoided all the vital spots. Xiao Luo groaned. His face had become pale and he coughed painfully. Xiao Luo was bleeding badly and losing blood. Staggering, he kneeled on the ground. "No!" Bai Ling's muffled cry was in vain, and no one would help Xiao Luo. Her heart was bleeding out for him as she shed tears uncontrollably. Why was it like this? "Xiao Luo, hurry up and fight back!" So many thoughts were running through Bai Ling's mind. The trauma to both body and spirit was too much to bear. She finally succumbed, falling to the floor unconscious. Believing the threat was over, the man left Bai Ling lying on the floor and did not pay her any more attention. She would not be needed any longer as leverage against Xiao Luo. He wouldn't be able to resist after what he'd just been through. Long Sanqui could not hide his joy. He gave no attention to Bai Ling, and looking at Xiao Luo, he sneered, "Little rotten prick, look at you now, just like a dead dog. Killing you would be easier than killing an ant. Why do you still bother putting up a fight?" "Sorry, I have to let you down." Xiao Luo raised his head, and a devilish grin flashed across his face. His internal energy exploded, and the dagger sticking out of his left shoulder was released. Grabbing it quickly, he threw it at the man standing next to Bai Ling. Whoosh! The dagger flew at an incredible pace in a straight trajectory and thumped into his head. The knife lodged in his forehead, and the man slumped to the ground. He did not even make a sound.
Chapter 238. Blood Battle. Xiao Luo smiled viciously. His body sun-round and a mighty luster shone from the tip of his 9-ringed knife. He slashed at the rainy scene and air around him. The dozen or so black-dressed men who were originally surrounding him began to scream and fell to the ground. Their bodies were almost cut into two, and bright red, bloodied water flooded the surface of the ground. Ha ha ha! The gruesome and cruel laughter exploded from the tip of his tongue. Xiao Luo was like a supernatural being as he rushed forth with his 9-ringed knife. The remaining 30 or 40 men in black were like a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. All they could see was the knife flashing in front of them before their chests or necks were cut open. Fresh blood surged through the air, and the pungent smell of blood rushed to their nose. In an instant, all the people dressed in black were no longer standing. In the yard of the villa, there were corpses everywhere. The water on the ground had already turned blood red, and with the raindrops hitting the ground, the surface began to form blood bubbles. It was like a pool of boiling blood. Xiao Luo was covered in blood. He stood motionless in the field with his 9-ringed knife. His eyes were crimson red, like fresh blood, like the eyes of a devil. It was spooky and chilled you right down to your bones. This was the effect of the Yi Jin Jing technique at its maximum. It instantly improved your power and made you invincible for a short period of time. Long Sangcui watched till he began to tremble slightly. He didn't expect that Xiao Luo, who was seriously injured, would still have such strong fighting power. He was like a wild beast, and his entire aura was filled with vicious, murderous intent that people dread. At that moment, Xiao Luo rushed forward through the pool of blood towards He Lang. He raised his knife, and with a pew sound, he cut off half of He Lang's head. The blood was red. The brain plasma was white. It all splattered on the floor. He kicked He Lang's body a few meters away and pointed his blood-stained 9-ringed knife directly at Long Sangcui. His voice was hoarse, but it was filled with overwhelmingly murderous intent. "Damn it, come at me!" At that point, Long Sangcui didn't care about Bai Ling, who had fainted. His pride as the head of the dragon gang made him answer the call to fight. His body exploded with his internal force, and the falling rainwater was pushed away from him. The old-fashioned Shanghai Tang suit shattered inches by inches and finally turned into small, countless pieces that fell. It finally revealed a black sleeves top and exposed his arms. A dragon tattoo on both arms could be seen. With a loud exploding roar, Xiao Luo, who had a murderous aura, burst into shape. He took 10 rapid steps forward and stomped onto the floor, leaping wildly into the air. Like a humming eagle, like the descent of the god of killing. The 9-ringed knife, accompanied by the thunderous thunder, fell down like God's punishment. The murderous air swept through the sky, and it was like the world was eclipsed. Little rotten boy! Long Sangcui's face was cracking, and the roar rolled out from his throat. He raised his knife to parry. To parry! Kalang! The metals made a resonating sound. The fearsome force resonated around them. The surface where Long Sangcui was standing suddenly collapsed. The gravel split, and a terrible power was transmitted onto the ground. The accumulated water now split and flowed around the surroundings. With such a hard force hitting, Xiao Luo didn't rebound. The second stab, the third stab continued to follow one after another. Clang, clang, clang! The slashing was ferocious. It was so quick it looked like countless sword shadows. The 9-ringed knife and the Qing Long Yan Yue sword battled it out fiercely. Sparks were flied, and a heavy, murderous air filled the air. In the short amount of time, the two of them had made hundreds of moves and put in their best. Long Sangcui's strength was rather tyrannical, and he stiffly restrained against Xiao Luo's violent attacks, slashing at the sky. Pung! The ground was cut into a huge pit. There were countless stones rolling and flying around. The force from the knife broke through the heavy rain with momentum. The accumulated water formed a curved arc on the ground, and he rushed fiercely towards Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo returned with a cross-cut. The crescent-like sword swept parallel to the ground and collided with the vertical curved arc. Pung! The two forces shuddered. The raindrops in the sky instantly dispersed into a mist. The invisible impact fell heavily onto Long Sangquei and Xiao Luo, and both of them took 2 to 3 steps back. Peepaw! The lightning continued streaking in the sky. God was like a slut that had not been moistened for a long time, had suddenly got a man and was venting hard. The rainwater fell without stopping. The wind was howling. The entire Yangshan was drenched. Xiao Luo and Long Sangquei stood 5 to 6 meters apart. They were like a fat and thin two-headed beast who were starting at each other with bloodthirsty eyes. In the fierce fight just now, Long Sangquei had taken a knife to his chest. The shocking wound was constantly spilling blood. "Little rotten boy, I want your life." Long Sangquei's anger had been kindled. His anger burst from his head. He rushed toward Xiao Luo like a wild bison. He handed the Qinglong Yan Yue sword and swept with frightening power, cutting at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo's face was unexpectedly fierce as he burned with the same anger. He violently swung his 9-ringed knife and accurately intercepted. Kalang! The two weapons collided fiercely with their owner's power. The violent sound was like a piercing large bell. The unmatched power swept through the environment like a storm. Qinglong Yan Yue flew out heavily and hit the ground heavily. The water splashed up several meters high and was flicked away like a wave. The 9-ringed knife also left Xiao Luo's hands and spun, flying far away. The tip of the knife finally lodged itself straight into the ground. After losing their weapons, the two of them fought with their bare hands. Their fists and feet constantly hit each other in a short span of time. Long Sangquei was badly battered with bloody nose and swollen face. The skin of his face had become lacerated by a punch from Xiao Luo, and blood was flowing, while Xiao Luo suffered damage to his body. Xiao Luo twisted violently forward, his body twirled and both his hands fluttered. With a loud maddening roar, he entangled with Long Sangquei like a hurricane and forced him to retreat backwards. Although retreating, Long Sangquei did not reveal signs of defeat for the time being. He certainly was shocked that Xiao Luo was not seriously injured, and his strength had not been diminished. He would definitely lose. This was a monster that couldn't be surmised with common sense. Like the hissing sounds of a beast, Long Sangquei's retreating body suddenly stopped. His eyes flashed a glance, and 2 big fan-like hands flicked like electricity. He slammed into it and contained Xiao Luo's attack, but his entire body exerted force and burst out like the shadows of a claw. Xiao Luo grabbed the ankle of a corpse from the ground as though it were a bat and moved the corpse to strike Long Sangquei fiercely. Chi, chi, chi! In a series of infiltrating sounds tearing up flesh and blood, Long Sangquei's 10 fingers resembled the claws of an eagle, tore the corpse into pieces. Xiao Luo clenched his right fist and struck through the rain. He hit into Long Sangquei's chest. Pew!
Chapter 240. Bail him. The massacre by Xiao Luo at Long Sangquei's villa shocked all the police officers who were at the scene. These were experienced police officers who had handled many cases and had seen their fair share of bloody crime scenes, but none of those could match the blood and gore of the slaughter they had just witnessed here. It was like hell on earth. Chong Xiangyang and Chu Yongxiang sat together, looking at the storm raging outside, and pondered on the fate of one man. Their faces revealed complex emotions that could hardly be expressed in words. They had already found out that Xiao Luo had killed Long Sangquei and over 200 of his men in just a single night, and that he had also been caught by the police. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't ignore the crime. "Ah, little Luo, why didn't you control yourself?" Chu Yongxiang sighed and mumbled to himself. In fact, in recent times, he had been paying close attention to Xiao Luo's actions. He had known about Xiao Luo breaking up the vice rings, the fights, and the anti-narcotics campaigns. He had monitored his every step, and sometimes he even found himself applauding the intrepid hero. The Dragon Gang was already slowly heading toward destruction. So why, at this very last moment, did Xiao Luo have to go directly to the villa to wipe them out? Sooner or later, evidence of Long Song Kuei's crimes would bound to surface, and then, given enough time with his identity as a police officer, Xiao Luo could arrest Long Song Kuei. Wouldn't that have been perfect? Chu Yongxiong's heart was filled with a sense of regret, and how the whole affair had turned out was something he found difficult to reconcile. Although he had a strong influence on the authorities in Zhangshang, he was just a businessman at the end of the day. The law was an imposing mountain in front of Xiao Luo, which he failed to negotiate, and once he had committed murder, even if he were the emperor, he would still be subjected to the same trials as his fellow citizens. However, he was still committed to putting in as much effort as he could. He promptly took out his mobile phone and dialed Gei Zhongtian's lawyer, requesting that he started preparing immediately and do his absolute best to defend Xiao Luo in court. At the police headquarters, several unexpected guests dropped into Fan Changlong's office. A middle-aged man had visited, accompanied by two tall and well-limbed men. All three men were well-dressed, looking smart and dapper in their sleek suits. They carried themselves well, with a confident and dignified air. The middle-aged man's hair was all white, but it did not seem to have affected his rigor and spirit. He stood upright, holding his walking stick directly in front of him, and looked directly at the chief with a slight smile. "Old Captain?" When he saw the middle-aged man, Fan Changlong was pleasantly surprised and immediately put down whatever he was doing. He hurriedly stood up to welcome him. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "Changlong, I haven't seen you for a long time. I hope my sudden visit here won't be interrupting your work." "No, what are you saying? From the bottom of my heart, I can't express how glad I am that old Captain has come to visit me. Please, take a seat." Fan Changlong's face was brimming with joy. He cordially invited the middle-aged man to take a seat on the sofa in the office, then turned to pour tea. But at the same time, he was a little puzzled. The old captain now headed the State Secret Service, NSA, in Shanghai City. Why was he here? And what's more, why was he here in the middle of the night? Was it related to Xiao Luo? "Changlong, I came here to bail out a particular person," the middle-aged man said, straight to the point. He gave a respectful smile. Upon hearing this, Fan Changlong almost stumbled and spilled the cup of tea he had just poured for the captain. He came over with the cup of tea and asked with a smile, "Captain, who do you want to bail out?" "Xiao Luo." The middle-aged man said the name clearly. Fan Changlong was taken aback, and a host of questions immediately ran through his mind. So the old captain had really come for Xiao Luo. And since when did Xiao Luo have a relationship with the NSA? Why was he so important that even the old captain had come all the way here in person to bail him out? "Old Captain, I know this will put you in a challenging position, but I have to bail out Xiao Luo no matter what he did or what crimes he has committed. He must remain safe. As for why he should be bailed out, this is an NSA secret and confidential matter," the middle-aged man said calmly. He still had a smile on his face. Fan Changlong was dumbfounded. This was the first time he saw his old captain being this insistent and persevering. "Old Captain, I know that the NSA is higher up the order than the police force, but Xiao Luo is a criminal who killed more than 200 people in one night. At the crime scene, it looked like a river entirely of flowing blood." The middle-aged man waved and interrupted. "But what he killed were social tumors, am I right?" "Yes, but when I left that year, I also instructed you to bring Long Song Kuei to justice and eradicate the forces of the Dragon Gang. Did I not mention that?" The middle-aged man interrupted mercilessly again. Fan Changlong bowed his head, feeling the pressure. He could only reply with a single word. "Yes." Then after so many years that have passed, why has Long Song Kui not been apprehended yet? What's more, he was allowed to establish an underworld empire. Are you to avoid taking responsibility for this? The middle-aged man's smile had long since disappeared, and his face now carried a stern expression. It was looking like the elders rebranding the juniors for committing mistakes. Fan Changlong's forehead began to sweat. He realized that the old leader was threatening him. The NSA had the power to sanction corrupt officials, both internally and externally. If they decided to investigate whether he was in cahoots with the underworld gangs, and if he was involved in their dealings, then his career would end right then and there. The middle-aged man leaned back and further elaborated on his point. What I didn't manage to accomplish, Xiao Luo has done for you. Although the methods were a little brutal, everything he did has accomplished more good than harm. His methods were only a little brutal? Was this really only a little brutal? Fan Changlong wanted to refute his argument, but this man was his former captain, so he had to choose his words carefully. Old captain, it is a fact that Xiao Luo has committed murder. Furthermore, he is probably the Mr. X we have always been looking for. Probably? When did you stop being particular about evidence? Fan Changlong stood his ground and sternly said, "As long as he is in custody and interrogated, we will surely get the truth out of him." The middle-aged man smiled mockingly and responded, "Now that I have left, I have no authority to give you orders anymore. That's true. There's no reason for you to listen to me now." Fan Changlong's mind was shaken, and he stood up straight. "Old captain, I can't bear what you just said to me. In my heart, I have always regarded you with respect and admiration. I also see you as my mentor. However, this problem with Xiao Luo is not a simple matter. It's more than 200 lives. No matter what, he cannot escape the law." "Then I'll have to ask you, what is the purpose of having a law system?" "To maintain social relations and public order, to support the country's stability and sustained long-term development." The middle-aged man nodded his head. "Since you know that the fundamental purpose of the law is to support the stability of the country and its sustainable long-term development, then I'll tell you now that the existence of Xiao Luo is to enable the country to remain stable and sustainable for our long-term development. If you put him in jail or let the court sentence him to death, I can tell you that our country will soon become turbulent and a devastating catastrophe will soon befall us." "What?" Fan Changlong broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, what is it about Xiao Luo that makes him this important to the country? Knock, knock, knock. Just at that moment, someone was at the door. The team leaders Gu Chanlin and Ye Wen Song walked in. "Dad," seeing the middle-aged man, Gu Chanlin's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 241. Gu Zhangguo. The middle-aged man was the highest-ranking NSA commander in NSA, Gu Zhangguo. He was also Gu Zhanglin's father. Fan Changlong quietly let out a sigh of relief. He was in no position to argue with this senior leader. Now that Gu Zhanglin was back, Gu Zhanglin was able to speak to Gu Zhangguo and the leader of the Interpol Brigade. It was much safer. Gu Zhanglin immediately put down the cup of tea and got up from the sofa. Gu Zhanglin walked over and asked, "Dad, what are you doing here?" "There are some things that I might need Changlong's help with." Gu Zhangguo smiled and said, "Take a look at yourself. You're always so busy with work that you've exhausted yourself so much and lost so much weight. Your mom and I aren't in Zhangsheng, so you've got to learn to take better care of yourself. I'm going to be very upset if you exhaust yourself so much that you fall sick." "It's really not as serious as you're making it out to be," Gu Zhanglin replied. Gu Zhangguo let out a hearty laugh and said, "There's no need for a girl to work this hard. It's about time you start thinking about your future. Oh, right. Are you seeing anybody right now? Your mom and I can't wait to have a grandson, so you'd better put in a little more effort." Gu Zhonglin's face turned red with embarrassment. She hastily replied, "Father, we can talk about this sort of stuff when I'm back." It did not feel good or seem appropriate to have her father question her about her personal life in front of her leader. Yi Won-song, who had a crush on her and was constantly chasing after Gu Zhonglin, couldn't help but straighten his body and look straight ahead in an attempt to make himself look tougher. He was hoping that Gu Zhongguo would suddenly pay attention to him. In the end, Gu Zhongguo didn't even look his way. He changed the subject and said, "All right, I know you can't rush things like this. It's all dependent on fate. What about that girl Chun She? Has she caused you any trouble lately?" "No, she's pretty all right. Dad, let's talk about family matters like this later. I have some work-related matters that I have to report to Leader Fan." Gu Zhonglin immediately stopped him and walked forward. She reported to Fan Changlong, "Leader Fan, Xiao Luo is severely injured. They are taking him to the hospital now to save him. We've done a thorough check on the identity of the girl who was with him. She's a student currently enrolled at Huaye University. Her name is Bai Ling. According to our preliminary assumptions, she is most probably someone Long Song-kui captured in order to threaten Xiao Luo. On top of that, according to the investigations that we've conducted recently, Xiao Luo used to conceal his identity. He attended Huaye pretending to be a student in order to protect Chu Yongsheng's daughter, Chu Yue. The target of the Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps was Chu Yue, so we can basically confirm that the secret guy who murdered the 17 members of the Red Scorpion Corps at Wild Boar Ridge that day was Xiao Luo. Fan Changlong glanced at Gu Zhongguo and noticed a change in his facial expression. He nodded his head and said, "What about the guy who helped the police deal with Black Gun and Hei Chong at the pier on September 12th? He made use of us to wipe out Gua Jianghu and his gang. Can we confirm his identity as well?" According to the statement provided to us by one of Gua Jianghu's men, because he injured his leg, he couldn't take part in the operation on the night of September 12th. However, what he knew was the reason why Gua Jianghu went there. He wanted to take care of the 5 people who were disrespectful toward the Drong gang. Through an investigation of the city's foreign population, we managed to quickly identify those 5 people. They are Feng Wuhan, Feng Wubao, Feng Sangqi, Feng Banjin, and Feng Butong. They were originally from the Feng village, which is one of the villages in Guang province. They weren't familiar with the place and didn't know anyone when they came to Zhongsheng, so they accidentally came into conflict with the Drong gang. Since this was one of the cases that he was in charge of, Yi Won-sung continued on with the report. Right now, these 5 people are on 24-hour duty and are constantly protecting Xiao Luo's younger sister, Xiao Ruyi. Their loyalty toward Xiao Luo is very obvious. On the night of September 12th, Gua Jianghu brought a bunch of people to find trouble with them and forced them into an abandoned warehouse. That was a situation in which they were sure to die, but they somehow managed to escape death. It was all because of a mysterious man who appeared that the situation was able to be turned around. Looking at all the available evidence, it is without a doubt that this mysterious man was Xiao Luo. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain this level of loyalty they have toward Xiao Luo. "So what's the point of what you're trying to say?" Fan Changlong asked, coughing a little. "Xiao Luo is the Mr. X that we've been looking for all this while." Gu Zhonglin and Yi Won-sung responded in unison. They had been busy lately with all sorts of things and were focused on finding evidence that Xiao Luo was Mr. X. It was fortunate that their hard work was slowly paying off. They could confirm that Xiao Luo was indeed Mr. X. All they had to do now was wait for Xiao Luo to regain consciousness so they could question him. Fan Changlong bit the bullet and said to Gu Zhongguo, "Old Captain, you heard it all. Xiao Luo is an extremely dangerous terrorist. If we continue to let him roam freely, we don't know when he might cause serious injury to many people. This is a beast that could harm anyone at any given moment." After hearing that, Gu Zhonglin immediately understood the reason her father had come. She turned around and looked at Gu Zhongguo and asked, "Dad, you came here because of Xiao Luo?" She couldn't believe that Xiao Luo had caught her father's attention. On top of that, it even made her father personally attend to the matter. Gu Zhongguo did not deny it. Instead, he admitted to it without hiding anything. "That's right, I want to protect him." "You want to protect him? You want to protect a cold-blooded murderer?" "It's not that I want to protect him, but this country owes it to him," Gu Zhongguo said seriously. "Without him, not long from now our country is going to face a serious crisis. He is quietly and secretly protecting this country. He's protecting its 13 billion citizens. No matter what he's done, he can be forgiven." Fan Changlong was puzzled by what he heard, but Gu Zhongguo was not the type to say frightening things like that for no reason. Xiao Luo must have made a major contribution for the country. Otherwise, it was impossible for NSA's #1 superior to personally mention that he wanted to protect him. "Old Captain, just what did Xiao Luo do?" "I've told you before that it is a secret," Gu Zhongguo said firmly. Despite her emotions being slightly unstable, Gu Zhonglin said, "Dad, work is work, and whatever happened in the past happened in the past. Right now, we can't just combine these things together and talk about it. We have to look at them separately." Xiao Luo turned a blind eye and completely ignored the existence of the law. He killed people according to his own will. Just tonight, he killed 213 people. There were corpses all over the crime scene. The amount of blood could easily form a river. If we don't bring someone like him to justice, then we are not worthy to don the police uniform we are wearing right now. The law does not concern itself with human emotion. I'm sure all of you know why Xiao Luo killed so many people. He wouldn't kill the innocent, and he is not a dangerous terrorist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let a company that was about to go bankrupt grow so quickly in such a short period of time to beat his opponent and become one of Zhongshang's most thriving companies. Besides, speaking of the Red Scorpion Corps, since he was Chu Yue's bodyguard, what was wrong with protecting Chu Yue's safety? He had no choice but to kill them when facing those mercenary corps with fully loaded guns. Surely he couldn't have possibly reasoned with them. How could he have convinced them with words alone? Also, the 912 incident you guys are talking about. Don't you know what those Dronggang lackeys are capable of? After saving someone from them, they were bound to take revenge on Xiao Luo's loved ones. In order to protect his loved ones from getting injured, Xiao Luo had no choice but to kill them all. The cruelty toward his opponents was just to protect the people beside him. If you ask me, I think Xiao Luo is an affectionate and loyal person. Since he had come all the way from the head office to protect someone, Gu Zhongluo made sure he had done all his homework. Even if it was his daughter, he wouldn't give in if there was a difference in principles.
Chapter 242. Dispute. No matter how much you say it, the fact that Xiao Luo killed people will never change. What is the point of having laws if a murderous villain can run wild and go unpunished without having to be tried in court? Why are we as police officers even still needed? The country comes first, and then its people. The law follows that. If the state does not exist, even the basic lives of people cannot be protected. If that happens, for what purpose does the law exist? That's absurd, Dad. I think you're getting more and more muddle-headed. I'm not becoming muddle-headed. I'm seeing things much deeper and more thoroughly. There are many things police officers cannot handle. This world is a lot more complex than you can imagine. The reason that peace and prosperity can be enjoyed is because so many people have had to make sacrifices to silently protect this country without any medals or honor. Even their names are a blank. However, their contribution is enormous and cannot be erased.
Are you going to tell me that Xiao Luo is such a person? That's right. He is exactly such a person. To all of you, he may be a criminal who violated the law, but for the country and the entire Chinese race, he deserves the worthiest of praises. Just talking about Xiao Luo made Gu Zhangguo and Gu Shanlin get into a heated argument. By now their faces and ears had both turned red. Neither of them was willing to back down and come to a compromise regarding this subject. In an attempt to mediate the argument, Fan Shanglong coughed and gently said, "Old Captain and Team Leader Gu, please calm down. Don't destroy the feelings between father and daughter because of an outsider." Fan Shanglong, stop pushing the problem around. Gu Zhangguo was riled up and had become hot-tempered. As the highest-ranking official in the NSA, I will use my position to bail out Xiao Luo. Whoever dares to touch him will be treated and handled as treasonous. Sigh. Fan Shanglong took a deep, cold breath. This old captain was becoming more serious. The NSA was under the central government's jurisdiction. Even members of the provincial departments and party committees had no authority to interfere with the NSA's actions, not to mention Fan Shanglong as the director of the municipal bureau. Do we, the NSA, need to discuss when we take action? Gu Zhangguo shouted, getting his point across with a bright and authoritative voice. The two NSA members in suits responded unanimously, "There is no need." Gu Zhangguo stubbornly glanced at Fan Shanglong and Gu Qianlin. He let out a light harumph before leaving with his hands behind his back. Through his dominating attitude, he had brought the point that Xiao Luo belonged to the NSA, and whoever dared to touch him would suffer, across to Fan Shanglong and Gu Qianlin. The old captain is so hot-tempered. I didn't say I was going to decline. Sigh. Fan Shanglong spoke with a bitter smile. He had not been planning to give up until all hope was lost, and the old captain was forced to make the use of his position as commander of the NSA. It was hard to say whether this incident had offended the old captain. In the end, he had to let Xiao Luo go. My dad is muddle-headed. Xiao Luo has to be prosecuted under the law. Gu Qianlin was not planning to give in so willingly. Going back to the scene of the underground parking lot, she had seen Xiao Luo brutally kill Heiran Liang with her own eyes that night. The scene often appeared in her dreams and had become a thorn in her heart. If Xiao Luo wasn't brought to justice, she would never be able to get over that incident. Furthermore, punishing crime with justice is the right thing to do, so what was wrong? We are unable to interfere any further, Fan Shanglong said after a long sigh. Why can't we interfere? Gu Shanlin asked anxiously. The old captain will be making Xiao Luo an NSA member. As the old leader just said, there is no reason for the NSA to discuss their actions with us. Similarly, NSA members are not what we police officers can manage. How can my dad do this? Gu Shanlin asked, while gritting her teeth. This is as good as covering for criminals. I must appeal, even if it means bringing the incident up to Hua Jing. I must stop him from making a mistake. Calm down. No department has authority to interfere with the NSA's actions. Fan Shanglong patted Gu Qianlin's shoulders and hoped she would calm down. The old leader is very dominating and determined to bail out and protect Xiao Luo. Presumably, Xiao Luo must have another unknown identity that is related to national security. In the eyes of the old captain, national security is more important than the sky, so we must make concessions. Gu Shanlin was shocked to her core. She started to feel that the world was becoming unfamiliar. Ever since she became a police officer, she had been fighting crime. Her principles were that any violation of the law must be pursued. The truth she had believed in was collapsing, and she was not willing to accept that. I'm not giving in. By what means can Xiao Luo, who committed murder without any impunity, get off scot-free? What is the justice that I have been insisting on all this time? If national security is greater than the sky, does that mean that in the face of national security, even murder can be pardoned? In the end, am I feeling prejudiced, or have the values of this world been distorted? She was shouting so loudly at Fan Shanglong that her eyes were red. Meeting her father was supposed to be a happy occasion, but her father had instantly destroyed the perspective that she had built growing up. If a murderer could be pardoned, what else was there that couldn't be pardoned? Qinlin, don't be like this. We are still representatives of justice. It's just that the NSA belongs to the Department of National Security, and we do not have jurisdiction over them. Fan Changlong helplessly sighed, and his heart was not able to calm down for 2 days after letting go of a brutal, murderous guy. Xiao Luo didn't know how long he had been in a coma. When he woke up, he found himself in a hospital bed. The sunlight shone through the window, which was particularly dazzling. After his eyes cleared, he saw a middle-aged man with white hair sitting on the stool next to him. He was holding a fruit knife and peeling apples. "You're awake," Gu Zhanghua said, with a smile. "You are?" Xiao Luo was sure that he did not know or recognize this middle-aged man. Gu Zhanghua, the highest commander of the National Security Administration, NSA. He introduced himself with dignity and poise. He smiled and asked, "What about you? Do I call you me, or your name Xiao Luo?" When he heard him casually mention the name me, Xiao Luo's eyes slightly widened. He connected it back to the time he contacted Bai Ling. He somehow figured out what was going on. Bai Ling had cracked his IP address and had always been secretly watched by the NSA people, which is how they were able to locate him. Things were really quite simple, but he could not believe that Bai Ling was actually Bai Ling. Bai Ling, Bai Ling. He should have made the association earlier. "Director Gu, do you need something from me?" Xiao Luo asked. "Yes." Gu Zhanghua handed the peeled apple to Xiao Luo and smiled before saying, "I came to Zhongshan to bail you out." "I came to bail me out?" Xiao Luo asked with surprise. "That's right. I'm here to bail you out," Gu Zhanghua said. "I killed people," Xiao Luo reminded him with a playful look. "I killed a lot of people." "I know, but you are me." Gu Zhanghua's tone became ominous as he said, "The country needs Bai Ling, and the country needs you. With the protection of you and Bai Ling, only then can the people of China enjoy peace and prosperity."
Chapter 239. Asura Field. Crack! Xiao Lu's tremendous blow immediately cracked several ribs as it slammed into Long Songqui's flank. The force of the punch sent his body sailing through the air over a distance of 7 to 8 meters, crashing into his Tai Chi chair like a cannonball. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. The phone that he left on the antique blackwood chair was knocked to the floor. Long Songqui laid slumped in an awkward position. The impact from Xiao Lu had damaged most of his internal organs. He was coughing up blood, and his face had turned sheet white. Defeated. Long Songqui had actually been defeated. But Long Songqui would not accept defeat. He did not single-handedly build an empire just for someone like Xiao Lu to destroy at his whims and fancy. He raised his head with great difficulty and looked out at the yard of his villa. He watched as Xiao Lu picked up his blood-stained, 9-ringed sword and strode across the waterlogged ground. In his hand, the 9-ringed sword was thirsting for more blood. Suddenly, the phone that had fallen on the floor rang. The avatar on the caller ID was a cute little boy, a bright and cheerful boy wearing a birthday hat with a bit of cream on the tip of his nose. Long Songqui's grim and vicious expression suddenly changed drastically to show a loving and cheerful countenance. It was as if he was another person. There was no longer any murderous and evil glint in his eyes. His hands trembled now, and he wasn't sure if it was the pain or because he was stirred emotionally. With shaking hands, he eventually managed to swipe it right and connect the call. "Hello, hubby. We have arrived in America. In fact, we just got off the plane. Dodo is really sleepy now, but he insisted that he would only sleep after talking to you." A woman's voice could be heard over the phone. Long Songqui smiled and said, "Then put my son on the line." "Dodo, come talk to Daddy." The lady handed the phone over to the little boy. "Daddy!" came the voice of a child. Long Songqui's smile widened.
Hey, why is my dodo not sleeping yet? You're not a good boy if you sleep late. Is that so? It's nighttime here where Daddy is, and it's also raining heavily. Daddy, why are you coughing? Did you catch a cold? Oh no, don't worry, Dodo. Your daddy is Superman. No matter how cold I am, I won't ever freeze, okay? Oh yes, my daddy is Superman. Dodo, you must always be a good boy over there. You must listen to your mother, and you must sleep on time. Next time when you go to school, study hard, so when you're older, you can take care of Mummy and Daddy, okay? Okay. As he spoke, Long Sung-kwee's eyes became wet with tears. His tears trickled down the corner of his eyes, and he seemed to have aged a decade. Xiao Luo stood right in front of him now, holding the nine-ringed sword, as blood-stained rainwater dripped from the edges of his clothing. He was in no hurry. Flash! A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the night sky, briefly revealing the entire Zhongshang from its cover of darkness. In the flash of lightning, Xiao Luo looked like the grim reaper who had come to earth to fulfill his task. The blade of the nine-ringed sword glinted with a cold light. Bye, Daddy. Dodo will be a good boy and listen to Daddy. Hubby, don't stay up too late all the time. Remember to rest, okay? Don't you worry. I will take good care of Dodo. Concentrate on your business. I will. Ming-hee, I will. Long Sung-kwee made a long sigh and hung up the phone. As soon as he hung up the phone, his eyes changed again, and they burned with hatred. After he coughed up 5 or 6 more mouthfuls of blood, his body felt better. He glared fiercely at Xiao Luo and cursed, "Little rotten prick! I feel really unwilling to die in your hands. Just what the fuck are you, huh?" He roared the last word out loudly, releasing his deep anguish all at once. Xiao Luo looked at him with dispassionate eyes. The ominous blade of the nine-ringed sword fell with a decisive stroke. Whoosh! Plop, plop, plop. Long Sung-kwee was decapitated with a clean stroke. His head fell and rolled a short distance across the floor. The headless body remained in position, leaning against the overturned Tai-shi chair as blood sprayed from its cleaved neck. Woo, woo, whoop, woo, woo. The wail of police sirens filled the air, and the villa was surrounded by bright red and blue lights. As often is the case, police officers hurried onto the scene after everything had already been over. Xiao Luo's eyes stared blankly at the scene outside. His ears did not hear the sirens, only heard the sound of the falling rain. He threw the nine-ringed knife on the ground and walked up to the unconscious Bai Ling. He untied her, removed the gag in her mouth, and picked her up, and then slowly walked out of the villa. His impetuous heart had suddenly calmed. He was unable to explain the feeling, but it felt like everything had suddenly quieted, and a heavy burden was lifted. The rain had drenched Xiao Luo's black hair and washed away the bloodstains on his body, but he was still bleeding from his severe wounds. Ding! Warning! The host body is in trauma. Insufficient points to start the healing ability. Please get the host to self-heal immediately. In his mind, the system notification had prompted a critical warning. Its digitized voice was ever monotonous and without emotion. Xiao Luo didn't hear it and continued out of the door carrying Bai Ling, his face without expression. A row of police cars were lined up, their lights flashing intermittently outside the entrance to the mansion. 50 to 60 police officers were spread out in front of him, training their guns at him, and the special forces officers in black uniforms quickly surrounded him. Gu Kanlin, who led the team, held a megaphone in her hand and prepared to give orders. Then Xiao Luo spoke. He looked directly at Gu Kanlin with defiance and said, "Officer Gu, can you call an ambulance before arresting me?" As soon as he spoke, He fell to the ground with Bai Ling in his arms and lost consciousness. The blood flowed from both their body and slowly darkened the soaked ground around them. "Quick, get them to the hospital," Gu Kanlin ordered urgently. An officer of the same rank, Yi Wen-sung, led another team into the villa. When they saw the scene in the yard, everyone was stunned, rooted where they stood, and in absolute shock. They held their breaths. Before them, they could only see the Asura field strewn with the remains of corpses, in heaps of flesh and blood. They were in disbelief and only hoped that what they saw was an illusion. They did not dare to imagine what had happened here. Broken arms and legs, scattered entrails, headless bodies, and severed heads. The heavy rains couldn't wash away the blood from the ground, or the reek of blood from the air. Huh! Several experienced police officers immediately vomited when they walked into the villa. Gu Kanlin, who came in later, looked at the scene with equal shock. She shook her head and only said, "That devil."
Chapter 243. Old Gangster. Xiao Luo was flattered. Even he didn't know when he had become such an important figure.
"You don't need to be too surprised," Gu Zhanghua seriously said. "I didn't say anything too surprising. It was you and Bai Ling who blocked the aggression of the foreign hostile forces. It was a long-planned war. Once we lose the fight, our country's network will be encroached upon and chaos will reign. That will be followed with social riots, horrific terrors, and a loss of control with no order at all, eventually shaking the very foundation of this country." Xiao Luo glanced at the apple that he had been handed. He took it and said, "Isn't what you're saying too serious?" "Serious?" Gu Zhanghua shook his head. "When everyone's bank account has been emptied, traffic lights are randomly changed, and all the satellites in space get disconnected, the whole country will fall into chaos and panic. It will involve too many things at once. No one country could withstand such chaos, especially our motherland, which is undergoing a rapid development." Xiao Luo did not speak. Instead, he took a bite of the apple and slowly chewed. As far as he was concerned, all he had done was block a hacker-initiated war. He never thought of defending the motherland, because the implication of the word defend was too heavy and brought with it too much responsibility. In his heart, those bloody sacrifices and brave revolutionary martyrs were the only ones deserving of that word. What was he? He was just an ordinary person who accidentally got a hold of a high-tech system. "Actually, we have been noticing you for a while now." After speaking, Gu Zhanghua clapped 2 times. The door of the ward was pushed open. A man and a woman walked in. Xiao Luo was taken aback when he saw the 2 people. They were none other than An Huan and Song Jianin from Huaye. They were wearing their NSA professional suits, which gave them an aura of capability and unspeakable coldness. "Hero Luo, long time no see." An Huan greeted Xiao Luo with a smile. Compared with her previous school uniform, she looked even more beautiful wearing the suit. She was like a rose blooming steadily in the night. Song Jianen did not speak. He merely looked at Xiao Luo with a friendly smile on his face. Gu Zhanghua said, "These are my soldiers from the NSA. The purpose of their disguise in Huaye was to observe whether Bai Ling was actually Bai Ling from Huaye. During that period, they were disguised in the form of lovers until you appeared." He momentarily caught his breath before continuing. "The strength you demonstrated attracted their attention. In order to test your true strength, Song Jianin gathered all the members of Huaye's mixed martial arts club against you. At that time, you did not use all of your strength." Xiao Luo smiled but did not speak. He continued to chew on the apple. He had not expected that he was under a state agency's observation.
The identities of An Huanhuan and Zhang Jianin in particular were unexpected. No one would have suspected the truth. Gu Zhanghua looked at him, he smiled and said, "After you left school, you took over a company that was close to bankruptcy. Within 2 months, it was brought back to life. Then you were deeply rooted in Zhang Sheng's fight with the Dragon Gang, like a tumor, and finally put an end to the reign of the secret society. Your capability made me very sure. That was when I knew you were me. I am so excited that I can't describe it with proper words. Do you know that you are a genius without an equal?" A genius without an equal? He wasn't sure why, but whenever he heard these 4 words, he couldn't help but want to laugh. He quickly ate the remainder of the apple and threw the core into the trash can next to him. With a playful and perky tone, he said, "You speak so highly of me, building up my ego like this, so I'm guessing you want me to join the NSA, right?" "Of course. I need a talent like you in the NSA." Gu Zhanghua spoke with a wide smile. He didn't even try to deny his intentions. He looked at Xiao Luo with a relaxed expression, as if he had settled on getting Xiao Luo. "I don't want to be bound by all these rules and regulations. I want his freedom, not shackles." Gu Zhanghua shook his head and sincerely said, "There is no such thing as absolute freedom in this world. When a person is born, one must abide by the laws of this world. Otherwise, all that's waiting for a person is destruction." That statement resonated with Xiao Luo and made him think. What is freedom? Is freedom to live in the present, continue working and live repetitively, day after day? "You killed people, which is an undisputable fact. When you go to court, the presiding judge will sentence you to death for intentional homicide. You still have family members and friends. Do you want them to bear the fact that you will leave forever?" Visions immediately entered Xiao Luo's mind. He saw his father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother. It was almost New Year, and they were all waiting for him to come back. "As long as you become a member of my NSA team, that will not happen to you. You will still be a law-abiding citizen and the owner of Luo's workshop. There will be no stain on your personal records. Everything you did in Zhongsheng will be considered as nothing but you performing your tasks." From those words, Xiao Luo was able to deduce the position of the NSA. If even him, a criminal who killed and was captured by police officers on the spot, could be saved, then their authority would surely override the police system. "Do you still need to consider it?" Xiao Luo snorted lightly and asked, "Do I even have a choice?" Gu Zhanghua laughed loudly and said, "It's an honor to serve the country. You should not feel like you've done any wrong." He laughed, which made Xiao Luo do the same. "By the way, I just want to ask, what is your relation with Gu Qianlin? The 2 of you have similar vibes, and your surnames are Gu?" "I am her father." Gu Zhanghua raised his eyebrow and jokingly asked, "Do you have a crush on her? Should I be a matchmaker and introduce the 2 of you?" "If it's her, forget it, but I could consider your younger daughter." "Oh, really? I guess I'll have to call her and see what she thinks about it." Gu Zhanghua immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed Gu Qianshe's phone. Xiao Luo looked on in disbelief as he asked, "Darling Qianshe, Xiao Luo asked me if you would like to be his girlfriend." "What? At... Xiao Luo's eyes opened widely, and he cursed non-stop. He didn't expect the old man to ask that on the spot, especially in such a straightforward manner. He had just been kidding. This was the first time An Huanhuan and Zhang Jianin saw Xiao Luo lose his cool. Neither of them could help but start laughing. The content of the call between Gu Zhanghua and Gu Qianshe was also very interesting. "I and Xiao Luo are already friends." "No, no, no. I am asking if you would like to be his partner." "I don't understand." "Let me rephrase and ask again. If he touched you, would you be angry?"
Gu Zhonghua knew that his younger daughter was like a little girl who was not well adjusted to the world, so he made the question straightforward and easier to understand. Xiao Luo's expression turned into one of fright. He was beginning to wonder if this old man was really the highest in command in the NSA, or if he was just an old gangster. "I wouldn't," Gu Shanche immediately replied. She was thinking of Xiao Luo patting her forehead, which she would not be angry about. "Okay, I got it." Gu Zhonghua hung up the phone and looked at Xiao Luo with an unexplainable strange expression. Chapter 244. Soldier Level. Since Xiao Luo accepted his offer, Gu Zhongguo left completely satisfied. Xiao Luo didn't have any other choice. In the meantime, he was amazed by his fate. Who would have thought that the one time Xiao Luo accidentally offered a helping hand, it would attract the NSA's attention and make their highest commander act as his shield? It felt like a surreal mix of fact and fiction. He couldn't help but sigh with wonder at how life was like a drama. "Hero Luo, we'll be co-workers from now on." An Huanghuan sat down next to Xiao Luo's hospital bed joyfully and picked up the pear on the nightstand to eat without feeling even a little bit of awkwardness. Song Jianan still didn't speak. He didn't know what to say. As a level C soldier, he'd been defeated by Xiao Luo with ease. He felt like he was always a tiny bit inferior to Xiao Luo. "Should I thank you?" Xiao Luo looked at her dispassionately. He had mixed feelings. On one hand, he was not delighted for being under people's secret surveillance. On the other hand, he might have been finished this time if not for An Huanghuan. He had to pay the price for his killings. "You're welcome, Hero Luo. By the way, you don't need to feel pressured. It's quite easy to work for the NSA, especially for a special soldier like you. You can still live like an ordinary person. Even if we have operations for you, we will notify you in advance so you can have enough time to be prepared." An Huanghuan grinned playfully and moved closer to Xiao Luo's ear. She whispered, "Also, I was not joking when we were at Huaye University. You really are my type." "But you're not my type," Xiao Luo smiled. He wouldn't have felt so repulsed if An Huanghuan was just a student. Nonetheless, An Huanghuan's real identity was a member of the NSA, which meant that many seemingly coincidental incidents that happened at Huaye University were actually designed and planned by her. It made him feel icky. "That's all right. It's enough that you're my type." He. An Huanghuan laughed in a simple-minded manner and kept the atmosphere from turning awkward. "Can you leave for now?" Xiao Luo asked. "I want to have some peace and quiet." "Okay, have a good rest." An Huanghuan clearly felt Xiao Luo's hostility. She decided not to stay in the ward and walked out with Song Jianan. Xiao Luo closed his eyes and slowly digested the fact that he had become a member of the NSA while circulating his inner force. He had to gracefully accept it since he had no other choice. He hoped that perhaps it wasn't going to be something so terrible. 5 days later, Xiao Luo had mostly recovered. The power of the King of Mercenaries' constitution was adequately embodied. Gu Chanshe took Xiao Ruyi to visit him. Naturally, how he had carried the knife and went to Long San Kui's villa to wipe out the enemy was not exposed. Gu Changguo had already mobilized his connections and covered it up. No one, except for the police officers who were on call that night, knew about the matter. Xiao Luo took off the hospital gown and put on his own clothes. He walked into the next ward. Bai Ling didn't have a healing ability as good as his. She was still weak and pale, even though she had already woken up. Xiao Luo learned from Gu Changguo that Bai Ling wouldn't be recruited by the NSA anytime soon. After all, she was still a college student. She would make her choice after she graduated. Bai Ling's eyes turned red the moment she saw Xiao Luo. She hurried to apologize to him. "Xiao Luo, I'm sorry." Xiao Luo would not have been so severely injured if not for her. She had put him in this situation. Xiao Luo sat down on her bed and shook his head. He said with a smile, "You don't need to feel sorry for anything. On the contrary, I need to thank you. Thank you for cracking my IP address. Otherwise, I would have been put into prison by now." He knew that Gu Changguo only protected him because he was me. "Are you really me?" Bai Ling still felt it was all unreal and dreamlike. Xiao Luo nodded his head and said, "You probably wouldn't believe me if I said no." He looked at her in admiration. "You're pretty good. I never thought you would be able to break through my firewall." Any firewall can be breached as long as you carefully identify the pattern of the construction of the codes. You may be me, but the most basic elements for building a firewall are still 1 and 0. Bai Ling plaidly explained this. "That means you're a real genius when it comes to computers." Xiao Luo genuinely praised her. After sitting in her ward and chatting about some insignificant topics, Xiao Luo got up and said goodbye. Out of the blue, Bai Ling shouted at Xiao Luo's back, "Xiao Luo, do you really not want to come back to Huaye University for a visit?" Xiao Luo stopped in front of the door. "Zhu Xiaofei, Ding Kai, and all the other people are concerned about you and hope to see you again, especially young Mistress True. I can tell that she fell in love with you. Even though she never admitted it, she's been talking about you non-stop since you left." Xiao Luo turned around and shook his head as he said, "I already told you. We live in 2 different worlds and only shortly shared some overlaps by coincidence. People from different worlds staying together will only hurt one or maybe even both sides. You're a perfect example, aren't you?" Bai Ling's heart trembled as she recalled the nightmare that happened in Long San Kuei's villa. It was such an awful and terrifying experience that she would probably never be able to forget it her whole life. Xiao Luo didn't speak anymore. He opened the door and walked out. The NSA had a bureau in Zhangcheng. After Xiao Luo's body was fully recovered, Gu Changguo took him to the bureau's Evaluation and Assessment Department to put in his information. Gu Changguo introduced the basic structure of the NSA to Xiao Luo. Soldiers are divided into S, A, B, C, and D 5 levels. S is the highest, and D is the lowest. The people you're seeing now are all level D soldiers. Xiao Luo swept his eyes around the room. He saw the staff wearing black uniforms. "The 2 people standing behind me are level B soldiers." Gu Changguo folded his hands behind his back and said, "The higher the level, the fewer soldiers we have. The entire NSA only has 2 S-level soldiers." "Do they have terrifying power?" Xiao Luo asked. "Exceptionally terrifying. I will introduce you to them if the chance presents itself." While talking, they walked to a delicate machine. It looked very much like an MRI machine, only much bigger. There were about half a dozen smaller computers mounted on top of it. The whole set was spotless, like some alien technology in a sci-fi movie. "This is the equipment for determining level. We will soon know which soldier level you belong to after you lay on it." "It's not dangerous, is it?" Xiao Luo asked with some concern. "Don't worry, it's very safe. Every new member who joins the NSA needs to be evaluated. This is what I need to fill in your file." Xiao Luo climbed on it and laid down. He was still suspicious. Some people from the NSA strapped him to the bed before pushing the buttons on the machine and switching it on. Xiao Luo was slowly pushed into a hollow cylinder. He laid flat inside. The blindingly bright lights around him made it impossible to open his eyes.
Chapter 245. A Paradox of Good and Evil. The web of green lights slowly scanned Xiao Luo from head to toe. A virtual image of the structure of Xiao Luo's body soon appeared on the monitor connected to the device. Gu Zhangguo stared intensely at the screen. He valued Xiao Luo so much, not only because the latter was destroy, but also because of Xiao Luo's capabilities. Long San Kui's capabilities were a grade B. Someone who was able to kill Long San Kui definitely had capabilities higher than grade B. In fact, he might even be a grade S warrior, which had a 1 in 100,000 chance of showing up. If Xiao Luo was a grade S warrior, he could become the sharpest knife in the country. Beep, beep, beep. The device used to determine which grade a warrior belonged to suddenly made a piercing beeping alarm. Garbled text appeared on the monitor of the computer, which had been initially normal. "What's going on?" Gu Zhongguo hurriedly asked, the NSA engineer in charge of the grading device. The engineer immediately started tapping on the keyboard with both of his hands and said rather puzzledly, "It's weird. The device cannot determine his grade as a warrior." "What do you mean?" Gu Zhongguo shouted. The engineer was confused as well and said with a frown, "As long as the party tested is a living thing, this device of ours can determine its grade as a warrior. For some reason, the device cannot determine that of this man." Gu Zhongguo interrupted him. "Undeterminable? Are you telling me that the man lying over there is not human or cannot even be considered a living thing?" The engineer was very panicked. After such an anomalous incident happened in front of the supreme commander of the NSA, he would probably lose his job. Maybe an error has occurred in the device." "Fool! What good are you if you can't even maintain a device properly?" Gu Zhongguo was enraged. He couldn't wait to find out which grade of a warrior Xiao Luo was. In the end, he was told that the device had encountered an error. It immediately triggered his bad temper. All the staff members were so scared that they trembled. The engineer lowered his head. He was so nervous that cold sweat was cascading down his body. The beeping alarm of the device sounded more and more hurried. It was as if a bomb was ticking down and going to explode at any time. Gu Zhongguo was shocked and roared loudly, "Get him out of it! Hurry!" If an accident happened to Xiao Luo there, he would directly go mad. The engineer immediately entered the command for the device to open up the cabin, but a red light had already lit up on the device. The alarm was deafening. Cold sweat cascaded down the engineer's body as he discovered that the device gave no reaction after he entered the command. The two grade B warriors behind Gu Zhongguo rushed over like a rapid gust of wind and pulled Xiao Luo out of the cylindrical device manually. As they brought Xiao Luo out of the sealed glass room where the device was located, the device exploded with a boom like a bomb. "Xiao Luo, are you all right?" Gu Zhongguo asked with concern. Xiao Luo pushed away the two grade B warriors supporting him by the arm. He turned back and looked at the exploded device and said with a somewhat blaming tone, "Chief Gu, didn't you say that it was very safe?" Gu Zhongguo was embarrassed and dryly laughed 2 times. With a dark expression, he roared at the engineer responsible for the device. "Come, you answer this question." The engineer was so scared that he trembled and directly sat on the floor. Xiao Luo gave a wave of his hand. "Never mind. It is normal for devices to malfunction. I have worked in a factory before, so I know that all too well." Actually, he was more or less feeling guilty. The device for determining the grade of a warrior seemed to be able to detect the presence of the system. When he was inside, he felt very uncomfortable, as if his soul had been sucked out of his body. "It seems that we can only go to the headquarters to carry out the test," Gu Zhongguo said to Xiao Luo, with a smile. "Rest assured, the device there definitely won't have such a problem." "I am already traumatized." I immediately rejected him and said, pausing between each word, "I will get mad at whoever brings up this grading device from now on." Gu Zhongguo could only lightly laugh. At the same time, he glared at the engineer. Xiao Luo was recorded into the files of NSA and formally became a member of the Bureau. A ring was added to his finger. The ring seemed ordinary, like it was just something off the rack that one could buy for $10 by the roadside. After being processed by the NSA's technical department, it became a tiny tracker created just for Xiao Luo. It was a privilege given to Xiao Luo by Gu Zhongguo. Trackers are normally directly implanted into some part of the body for other NSA members. Next, Gu Zhongguo would pair him up with a liaison office, which would be the bridge of communication between him and the NSA. Xiao Luo didn't mind it. He realized that joining the NSA was still quite good. At least it didn't require him to clock in and out every day like other jobs. It was more like freelancing or a side job, more or less. His main duty was to heavily damage foreign enemy forces when they were trying to open up the gates to the internet of the country and stop them from entering the country. After leaving the branch of the NSA, Xiao Luo took a taxi to the Guangming District Police Station. The enforcement operation that night had been conducted by the headquarters without informing the district station. But word had gotten out. The cops at the district station felt fear and respect toward Xiao Luo. Of course, he didn't mind it. The Dragon Gang had been destroyed, so it was time for him to take off his police uniform. The chief, Hao Zhijie, didn't say anything. Wang Yanjia wanted to say something, but held his tongue. After Xiao Luo submitted a letter of resignation, Wang Yanjia told him to take care. Head, Wang Lihu and Ye Chu, who had already been discharged, approached him. They didn't say much. All their feelings were contained in that shout. Xiao Luo patted them on the shoulders and said, "Keep it up. All the best to you." As he spoke, he walked out of the district police station. At the door, he ran into Liu Tieguo. Liu Tieguo was wearing a well-ironed police uniform and a police cap. He had a righteous aura about him. Gu Quanlin and Ye Wensong were with him. Xiao Luo walked over and said to Liu Tieguo with a smile, "Brother Go, it seems that my guess was right. You really are more than 22 years old." "I'm 34. Liu Tieguo smiled back. He was old K. As a member of the Special Forces, this was the task that had put him in the most conflict. He originally thought that Xiao Luo was an incredibly evil man. After being in contact with him, he got to actually know him for who he was. He targeted the Dragon Gang because of a girl who had been harmed by the gang. He was a decisive and resolute man. To his enemies, Xiao Luo was vicious. To his friends and family, Xiao Luo was always enthusiastic. If Liu Tieguo had to comment on Xiao Luo, he would have said that Xiao Luo was a paradox of good and evil. "Actually, Liu Tieguo is not my real name. My real name is—" Xiao Luo lifted a hand and interrupted him. "Brother Go, as a member of the Special Forces, it is not a wise thing to reveal your real name." Liu Tieguo did not continue and nodded in agreement. "You are right." Xiao Luo fixed his gaze at Gu Quanlin. "Officer Gu, surely you aren't still thinking of arresting me?" Gu Quanlin grit her teeth. "If you break the law again, I will definitely arrest you." "All right, then keep waiting." Xiao Luo asked, "Oh yeah, where's that girl? I'm leaving, so aren't you going to let me see her one last time?" "I warn you, you better stay away from my younger sister," Gu Quanlin shouted. "Being close to you will only affect her ability to distinguish good from evil." Xiao Luo smiled. He didn't want to say anything more.
Chapter 246, Zhang Daishan's Complaints. It wasn't long before Zhang Daishan arrived in a cab. Xiao Luo bid farewell to Liu Tieguo, Wang Lihu, and Ye Chu, and then hopped into the cab. "Hey, old Xiao, let's go and buy a car now. Damn, we already have more than $1 billion worth of assets, yet we don't even have a car. If word gets out, the other bosses in Zhongchang will be laughing at us." Zhang Daishan didn't wait to start bleating about the vehicle issue, which had long been on his mind. He was aware that Xiao Luo had been focused on destroying the Dragon Gang all this while, and that was the reason why he had not been pushing Xiao Luo to buy a luxury car. But considering that his white Corolla was now a pile of scrap, thanks to Xiao Luo, it made every sense for him to invest in another car. In his mind, perhaps something worth several $1,000,000 at least. As Xiao Luo listened, he couldn't help noticing that Zhang Daishan's skin had gotten much fairer, and his fashion sense had taken a turn for the better. The only thing that had remained the same was his familiar big fat face. Xiao Luo chuckled to himself. With that prominent face, he could immediately spot Xiao Luo even among a crowd of 10 million people. "Okay, then let's go to the car dealer." "Hee, old Xiao, you are a decisive, clear-minded man." Zhang Daishan couldn't stifle an excited giggle as he patted Xiao Luo's shoulder and then immediately said to the cab driver, "Sir, can you take us to the car dealer? And yeah, it must be a dealer that trades in luxury cars." "All right, no problem." The cab driver acknowledged him promptly, but in heart he spat and thought, "You two damn posers. If you all really had more than $1 billion, why would you need to take a cab, huh?" Outwardly, he remained a model of professional behavior. He was responsive to his passengers and kept his eyes on the road and hands on the wheel. "Oh yeah, so how's the company doing? No major issues, I hope?" Xiao Luo asked about Luo's workshop. Zhang Daishan, confident as always, casually chimed, "Old Xiao, with me overseeing it, what issues could there be? Besides me, there's also Li Zimeng, Lo Qi, and Lin Chongdong. They all are competent too. Yeah, don't worry. The operation of the company is just fine." Then his tone hardened, and he added, "It's just that Xu Guan-san, that cunt, is just irritating." "Why? What's wrong with him?" "What else? He's still unconvinced about my appointment and feels that he is the most qualified to be in charge while I'm away. Now he's created cliques and factions in the company, and he's bent on isolating me. God damn that motherfucker." "Does he not know that I was the one who appointed you?" "How is it possible that he doesn't? The whole company knows that I am the person that you have appointed for the company to take charge." The more he talked about it, the more worked up he got about it. He seethed as he recounted a recent incident. "During the last company meeting, we had key decisions to make, and my opinion differed from Xu Guansan's, so I argued with him. Do you know what he said to me in the end? He said that I am part of your boys' club and only got the job because of you. He even said that I would be nothing without you. He really pissed me off so much. I wanted to hit him. Anyway, so what if I have you as my brother? I'm proud of having such brothers. Who the fuck does he think he is, and what right does he have to criticize me?" Xiao Luo was not an overly protective person by nature, but he felt agitated when he heard that Zhang Daishan had been bullied. He knew very well that if Xu Guansan hadn't crossed the line, Zhang Daishan would never have complained to him otherwise. Furthermore, he was the owner of Luo's workshop, and it was his prerogative to entrust it to the person he trusted the most while he was away. The fact that the business was still thriving during this period was sufficient to prove Zhang Daishan's capabilities. While there was some truth to the claim that Zhang Daishan was part of his clique, this was mainly because of his abilities, which could clearly be seen. "I'll go back to the company and have a word with him." "Brother, I was just waiting for you to say so. As a temporary employee, I have no right to reprimand him, but not for you, as the rightful boss of the company. That Xu Guansan definitely won't stir too much trouble in your presence." Zhang Daishan laughed mischievously. Xiao Luo thought and sighed, turning to look out the window. It was 1 month to the new year, and the festive mood was getting into full swing. All along the road, red-colored decorations of all designs and sizes had been put out. At the train station, many outstation workers were waiting in a long queue. Evidently, they were all queuing to buy train tickets to go home. "Old Xiao, why didn't you ask about Sister Huang?" "Huang Ruran?" Xiao Luo turned and asked back, "Why would I ask about her?" Then he asked again, "Didn't you properly send her on her way the last time?" "Fuck, are you doubting my abilities? Of course I sent her on her way. But Sister Huang is gorgeous, definitely my cup of tea, and more importantly, she's still in university. If I can, with her, wah, see, my dick is stirring with deep passion just thinking of her." A longing but somewhat perverse look formed in her dreamy eyes. "Thanks to you, brother, I've already gotten her contact number. Rest assured she won't get anywhere near you. Whenever she comes over to find you, it'll be a chance for her and I to get to know each other. I believe that as long as I'm patient and determined, this delicate flower will one day belong to me." "Then you should work hard and make it work. You can date Huang Ruran for 2 years and wait until she graduates, then marry her." "Wait your ass! 2 years is too long. I can't wait. If I manage to be in a relationship with Sister Huang, I'll try to get her pregnant quickly. After all, since when did the law prohibit students from getting married? As long as they're above the legal age, it's okay." Xiao Luo was left speechless. After about half an hour, they arrived at the largest car dealership of Zhongchang. Fuck, there really is no limit to your boasting, is there? What $1 billion worth of assets? Why settle for a university student? If you're so capable, you can get any beauty you want, even go to heaven and become a god. What nonsense! Eavesdropping on the conversation Xiao Luo and Zhang Daishan were having along the way, the cab driver had gotten riled up. He despised such braggarts, always thinking they were so much better than he. When he had dropped them off at the destination, he spat viciously at them after they walked away, before driving away in a dour mood. Zhang Daishan had long been eyeing a particular car model, the Range Rover SV Autobiography, long wheelbase variant. It was sold for almost $1.8 million, including tax and some other fees, bringing up the total cost to some $2 million. Gentlemen, are you two looking to buy a car? A salesperson walked over. Xiao Luo and Zhang Daishan looked at her and instantly recognized her. What a coincidence! The lady was none other than Fang Shulan, the daughter of Fang Chonglei, the former boss of Taste Buds. Fang Shulan wore a business suit that accentuated her slender, well-limbed body. After Taste Buds had been declared bankrupt and Fang Chonglei sent to jail, she had become less arrogant and looked plainer. When she set her eyes on Xiao Luo, she was momentarily stunned, then her shock turned to anger. She had a deep hatred for him because of what her father, Fang Chonglei, had gone through. Her father had also told her that Xiao Luo, the boss of Luo's workshop, was the cause of his demise. All she knew was that her father went bankrupt and got imprisoned because of this man. Xiao Luo, you are a cruel man. I am the one who offended you, so target me if you must. Why did you target my father? Fang Shulan demanded, losing control of her emotions, revealing her true colors.
Chapter 247. Fire. Your father is in jail because he deserves it. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Luo answered her calmly. Fang Chonglei's imprisonment had nothing to do with him, and insisting that it did would be like saying that Fang Chonglei failed in his attempt to frame Xiao Luo. The present demise of Fang Chonglei and Taste Buds was his own undoing. It was he who perpetuated unfair competition and committed commercial espionage. He even spent money to bribe reporters and doctors to damage the reputation of Luo's workshop. All of Fang Chonglei's crimes could be likened to the silkworm producing silk and at the end bound by the cocoon it had spun. Pretty lady, don't simply accuse people. Surely you can't fault us for defending ourselves when your father was the one trying to harm us. There's no such rule in the world, so you really can't blame us for what happened to your father. Zhang Daishan spoke up and nodded, in total agreement with himself. Shut up! You are birds of a feather. Of course you would take his side. Xiaolan shouted angrily, her glowing stare still fixed on Xiao Luo. She said to him viciously, Xiao Luo, one day I will take down your Luo's workshop and take back everything that belonged to my father. All right, I'll be waiting. Xiao Luo smiled slightly. He had no wish to argue with the woman, as an argument between them was, at the end of the day, entirely pointless. A senior salesperson walked over hurriedly, looking sternly to Xiaolan, and in a voice of reprimand she said, Xiaolan, how many times have I reminded you to serve your customers with a smile? How can you not remember my words? Please, be more attentive and enthusiastic in your attitude toward customers. Make them feel the sincerity of our service. If I ever see you speaking to your customers this way, you don't have to come to work anymore. She was obviously Xiaolan's superior, and Xiaolan quickly lowered her head and apologized with a slight bow. I'm sorry, manager. I will definitely give it my best in the future. All right. I will take care of these customers. You may take your leave now and pull yourself together. If you continue to serve customers this way, how will our outlet get any business done? The sales manager didn't hear what Xiaolan had said earlier, but she had been working in sales for almost a decade. She only needed to take one look at a salesperson's body language to know if they were providing service genuinely or not, and she was very dissatisfied with Xiaolan's performance. Xiaolan had a reputation for being rude to her customers.
Similar incidents had happened several times before. Once Xiaolan had even argued with a customer and brazenly told him to go elsewhere to buy a cheap, locally manufactured car if he couldn't afford it, and not loiter at an exclusive Land Rover sales outlet. Was this something a salesperson was supposed to say? Xiaolan left thoroughly embarrassed. "Gentlemen, I'm so sorry. She is new here. I hope her poor attitude hasn't offended you in any way." With a warm smile, the sales manager said to Xiao Luo and Zhang Deshan, "Are there any particular models you would like to look at? We have the complete range of vehicles, and various models for both the Land Rover and Range Rover. If you buy a vehicle from our outlet today, you can even enjoy a 2% discount." Zhang Deshan opted for a long-wheelbase variant of the Range Rover SV autobiography. When he informed the manager that he'd make the full payment immediately, the entire outlet of the exclusive Land Rover franchise buzzed in low murmurs. There were several of the younger sales ladies that looked visibly stunned, with the word tycoon clearly registered in their wide-open eyes. The vehicle cost a whopping $2 million, so how rich would one have to be to pay in cash? The sales manager didn't expect to have such prodigal big spenders to walk into her outlet today. It was an unexpected and welcome surprise. "Old Zhao, aren't you going to buy one too?" Zhang Deshan asked Xiao Luo. "For now, no." Xiao Luo had no wish to consider it. He definitely needed a car, but not at this time. Meanwhile, Xiaolan was standing glumly in a corner, not knowing what to feel. Her father's company had gone bankrupt, and family, friends, and relatives that so often visited them in the good days suddenly stayed away. Even her lover Fu Zhaowei had dumped her. Strapped for cash, there was nothing she could do but to quit her studies and start working. Her brother had to also find work in a car wash. Everything had changed, and all of a sudden she had been thrown from heaven to hell. She still recalled what Xiao Luo told her at Fu Zhaowei's villa that day. He said that every dog would have its day, and maybe she would be the one having to look up to others when they met the next time. She didn't give it any thought back then, convinced that Xiao Luo was ridiculous to say such words, and totally unaware of his social station. But now she realized what a terrifying man he was. It didn't take a couple of decades, but just a few months for her to have to look up to him. Life. How ironic. As for now, without financial help from Chu Yue, she probably couldn't even survive. The next day happened to be the first of the month, and Luo's workshop held their monthly meeting as usual. All the managers of their stores in Zhangjiang and the senior management members attended the meeting. Besides reviewing the performance of the past month, they also had to discuss the details and goals of the plan for the upcoming month. As the acting president of Luo's workshop, the first thing Zhang Deshan said when he called the meeting to order was this: "Zhu Guansun, you are fired." The people in the conference room were utterly stunned, and there was dead silence for a brief moment. The vice president had been fired? What was going on? Then the room was suddenly abuzz with murmurs, and everyone started exchanging shocked looks, not knowing what had happened. Recovering from the shock, Zhu Guansun stood up and shouted at Zhang Deshan daringly, "Zhang Deshan, what's wrong with you?" He raised his voice and even drowned out Zhang Deshan's, no regard for his superior position. At the same time, several trusted subordinates that Zhu Guansun had nurtured also stood up and joined the fray in support of their mentor. "President Zhang, surely you can't just fire President Zhu without giving us an explanation. President Zhu is one of the most senior employees of the company. Do you really think you can fire him just like that? Do you think that you're the one in charge of Luo's workshop and that you can fire whoever you like? In terms of capabilities, President Zhu is way above you. Don't you assume unwarranted authority by flaunting your connections and forget who you truly are." Like Zhu Guansun, they had no respect for Zhang Deshan. As far as they were concerned, in the absence of Xiao Luo, Zhu Guansun should be leading, with absolute control over all affairs of the company. Li Zimeng, Luo Kui, and Lin Chongdong were unsure of exactly what was going on and were unable to speak up.
President Xiao has put me in charge of the entire company, so I represent him. Disrespecting me is equivalent to disrespecting President Xiao. In my view, none of you seem to want to work here anymore. Zhang Deshan, don't use President Xiao to subdue me. My contributions to the company are evident to everyone sitting here. Even if President Xiao were here, he would think twice about firing me. What more a person of your standing? Back when Xiao Luo had been here, he was never this arrogant. But now he considered himself to have the prime mover of the company, and indispensable. Zhu Guansun had no regard for any one of them, especially Zhang Deshan. He believed him to be useless and had only been given the job because of his relationship with Xiao Luo.
Chapter 248. Nothing to lose. Think twice? Old Xiao, did you hear that? Vice President Zhu here doesn't have any damn regard for you. Zhang Deshan called out to his president and couldn't suppress a conceited smile. As he spoke, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and Xiao Luo walked in his business suit. His smooth, fair, and clean-shaven face had a coldness to it. His features were comely, his angular jaw, poise, and confidence gave off vibes that made others take him seriously. President Xiao? Everyone instinctively stood up upon seeing Xiao Luo, who meant something to each and every one of them. He was a legend and had saved Luo's workshop, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy and closure from the jaws of their competitor, Taste Buds. It really is the big boss. Lu Qi was both shocked and elated. After not seeing Xiao Luo for such a long time, she did indeed miss him quite a bit. The delight was written all over Li Zimeng's face as well. Xiao Luo was the kind of boss whom subordinates could quickly take a liking to. Seems that there's trouble here. Lin Xiongdong was more circumspect, as he discovered that every time Xiao Luo appeared with that expression, someone was bound to pay, and who that unlucky person was this time around was quite evident. President Xiao, when did you come back? Zhu Guansong's expression was troubled, not knowing whether to sit or stand, and he appeared a little tentative. I was worried that if I did not return, Vice President Zhu, you were going to overstep me. Xiao Luo glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, then gave a wave of his hand and said, "Sit down, everyone. Let's talk." Everyone sat down immediately, and unlike earlier, they all sat up straight, looking alert and focused. Several people who were dozing off before Xiao Luo stepped in suddenly had no more trouble keeping their eyes open. Respectfully, Zhang Deshan gave up his seat in the middle and sat on the right of the long table. I've been busy over some private affairs recently, and I specifically appointed President Zhang to manage the company for me. When I left, you all also agreed to give your full cooperation to President Zhang. But some people here think that they have done our company great service and are indispensable. They even don't give a damn about President Zhang, defying him publicly. Zhu Guansong, you've really impressed me. Xiao Luo was standing and leaning on the table, with both hands on the table supporting his weight. His words sent a chill down the spines of Zhu Guansong and his allies. President Zhao, Mr. Zhang is not capable of running this business. How can you leave the company in his hands? The company would go out of business sooner or later if this continues. Zhu Guansong explained himself. He isn't really capable of running this business? Xiao Luo laughed coldly, then challenged. So tell me, how has the business been lately? Have there been any significant incidents? It seems customers' orders are increasing, and he managed the operations well, and yet you are telling me that he isn't competent? Surely you are not going to claim that he wasn't the one in charge during this period, and the company did well because of you, Zhu Guansong. I'm not saying that. You didn't, and you dare not, because you did nothing during this period other than to create trouble for President Zhang and embarrassing him, Xiao Luo growled. President Zhao, I know Zhang Deshan is your classmate in university and your best friend, but you can't fire me just because I didn't obey his orders.
At the very least, I watched Luo's workshop grow. I was already working here when Fang Shangmao was the boss, and I don't think there's anyone else in the company that has worked for more years than I have. If you fire me just for your friend's sake, let me ask you, who in this company would be able to feel secure about their jobs from now on? And if they accidentally offended your friend, you would not hesitate to punish them. Aren't you worried that the company would no longer have any spirit of unity and fall apart by doing so? Zhu Quansong responded in a way that portrayed that he had the interest of the employees at heart. At this juncture, he couldn't turn back, and his best hope was to plow ahead without fear of Xiao Luo, as he had nothing to lose. He needed to be perceived that he had the conviction and courage to argue with Xiao Luo. Doing it in front of all the key employees of the company would strengthen his standing. So what if Xiao Luo was back? He honestly did not believe that Xiao Luo would really dare to fire him. As he had hoped, on hearing his words, a look of doubt formed in everyone's eyes. Firing Zhu Quansong for only being rude to Zhang Daoshan was unreasonable and a disappointing decision. The fear had been seated in their minds, and it played to Zhu Quansong's advantage. "Are you threatening me?" Xiao Luo glanced at him calmly. "I dare not. You are the boss of Luo's workshop, and we are all your subordinates. You can fire whoever you want. I am just reminding you not to disappoint us all. No matter how high a building is, as long as its foundation is unstable, it will collapse." Zhu Quansong said so in an impartial manner, playing to the sentiment of the crowd. His words sounded earnest, from the bottom of his heart, and it touched the souls of the listeners. Even Lu Qi and Li Zimeng felt that Xiao Luo was unreasonable, what more the others? "Sir, Vice President Zhu is loyal to the company and has been hard at work all along. If you fire him just because he had been rude to President Zhang a few times, I would be the first to object." "Yeah, President Zhao, please do not disappoint us, as we are all loyal to the company." "It's normal to have differing views during company meetings. Vice President Zhu only voiced out his opinion. He wasn't deliberately being rude to President Zhang. If this isn't even allowed, who would dare to speak up in meetings the next time? A good decision requires everyone to work as a team and participate in the discussion actively. If there wasn't even freedom for us to voice our thoughts, there would be no need for a meeting at all. And President Zhang might as well just make all the decisions himself." Zhu Quansong's trusted subordinates began to speak up in support of him. They firmly believed that Xiao Luo would relent. But Xiao Luo just smiled and stared coldly at Zhu Quansong and said, "Zhu Quansong, do you really not know why I am firing you?" Zhu Quansong was slightly stunned, and he suddenly sensed something amiss. He coughed a couple of times dryly and forced himself to calm down. It was all or nothing. He spoke with the conviction of one with nothing to hide. "President Zhao, I swear on my dignity and have never done anything detrimental to the company." "Do you?" Xiao Luo laughed in derision, then called out fiercely, "Department Head Guo." The door to the conference room was pushed open. A lady in office attire walked in, her face pale and uneasy. Guo Fu, the head of the finance department. Only then did everyone realize that Guo Fu wasn't in the conference room when the meeting commenced. Zhu Quansong had also just realized it. His expression changed drastically, and he cast Guo Fu with a meaningful stare, as if warning her of something. "The first thing I did after coming back was to visit the finance department and check the accounts for the period I was gone, and I realized that Department Head Guo had manipulated the financial reports." While Xiao Luo was talking, Zhang Daoshan turned on the projector in the conference room, promptly clicking on 2 files and projecting the reports in question. 2 financial reports were displayed, one interim and the other external. They showed that the contents of the 2 were identical, except for the final sums of transaction. "The company pays taxes according to this financial report.
Under the item of the total transaction, the external report has an amount of $5 million less than that of the interim report. However, the tax expense reported to the company by the finance department is about $200,000 more than the actual amount of taxes we are required to pay. This $200,000 didn't enter the government's coffers, nor did it enter the pockets of everyone seated here. Xiao Luo turned his gaze to Guo Fu and smiled mockingly. Department head Guo, tell us, whose pockets did it enter? As long as you tell the truth, I will not pursue your case, given that no significant damage has been done yet.
Chapter 249. Hot Gossip. The entire conference room fell into a sudden lull, awaiting what the department head Guo had to say. These were unit managers holding critical roles in the company and familiar with financial matters. They immediately recognized that someone had siphoned money out of the company. The amount in question was about $200,000 from tax provisions, channeled elsewhere after adjustments were made to the final report's net income. The day the government's tax department found out, and they always do, the company would face severe penalties and even jail terms for its top executives. Tax evasion and fraud were punishable by law. Guo Fu glanced at Xiao Luo timidly. She really didn't know why she told Xiao Luo everything. She simply felt that a voice in her head was guiding her, making her expose every detail on the accounting fraud. Little did she know that she had been hypnotized by Xiao Luo. Department head Guo, aren't you going to say anything? Xiao Luo said coldly. Guo Fu trembled as she spurted out her reveal. It's Vice President Xu. Out of the $200,000+ taken from the tax provision, $150,000 went to Vice President Xu. I only took... How dare you! Shut your mouth! Xu Guansong screamed. His eyes turned red with rage, and a vein protruded visibly on his forehead. He glared at Guo Fu and continued ranting. You are making unfounded accusations. This is defamation. I will sue you for defaming me. With generous amounts of saliva spraying liberally around him, those seated close to him inconspicuously took cover. Xu Guansong, be honest and ask yourself, is she really defaming you? Xiao Luo said calmly. Xiao Luo had all along only wanted to use this case as a severe warning to Xu Guansong, but seeing how things had panned out, he was left with no choice than to put an end to Xu Guansong's career. While Xiao Luo was away, this man had committed a blatant act of malfeasance with the head of the finance department and embezzled money from the company. No boss should have to tolerate such a breach of trust. Xu Guansong put forth his argument without any hesitation. This is outright defamation. With no evidence, she could simply claim anyone as the culprit. Fixing his gaze at Xiao Luo, he said, I know all these so-called evidence have all been arranged by you, right? You want to fire me. But if you fire me solely because I have offended your brother, this would only create doubt in our employees' minds and affect the unity of our company. So you've come up with the perfect excuse, accusing me of committing fraud. This gives you a good reason to fire me. Xiao Luo, you are really good at these underhanded corporate tricks. He even raised an arm in a rally to action, declaring loudly to all the key employees present, Comrades, please don't be deceived. I am innocent. Xiao Luo is using conspiracy and trickery to force me to leave. I have already worked in this company for nearly 15 years, and I have dedicated the best years of my life here. But in the end, is this the outcome I deserve? Comrades, in your hearts, don't you all feel worried? With such a boss, can you all perform at your jobs with peace of mind? There was a tangling feeling of anxiety and tension in the room. Those present did not know who to believe. What Vice President Xu has said is right. This has all the makings of a conspiracy. President Xiao's goal is obvious. He just wants to fire Vice President Xu. It is disappointing to see him use such dishonorable tactics against Vice President Xu, one of our long-serving employees who has been around for ages. He simply isn't treating us like humans, despite our toiling and sacrificing so much for the company. I suggest that we all stand together and oppose this overbearing and unreasonable move by President Xiao. As long as we are united, we have safety in numbers, and he can't fire us all. If he does, the company won't be able to continue operating. Boom. Those seated at the table nearly jumped out of their seats in fright. Zhang Dashan was furious and shot up from his chair, slamming both his palms on the table hard. Big customers will bully shopkeepers, and bad servants would bully their masters. I once thought that these were nothing more than plot and television dramas, so I least expected that I would have the chance to witness it in real life. Ah, a stick is soon found to beat the dog with, Xu Guansong said in deep emotion. He then dramatically looked to the heavens, resigned to his fate. It appeared as if a righteous person had been wronged. His performance was flawless. Many of those who heard Xu Guansong's impassioned plea and the voices of support that came after were swayed. The seeds of doubt had truly been sown. Those in the room could not cast aside their anxieties and worries for their own well-being. That their president, Xiao Luo, could stoop to such an unethical level of deception just to get his own way raised questions on their future in the company. Li Zimeng, Lo Shi, and Lin Changdan exchanged glances and chose to remain neutral. Although they were convinced that Xiao Luo wasn't that kind of person, they found it hard to believe that Xu Guansong would embezzle funds from the company. After all, he had already reached the level of vice president, and besides a high annual salary, he would also receive significant bonuses at the end of each year. Surely he had no need to plunder from the organization. "Are you done?" Xiao Luo glanced indifferently at Xu Guansong. Xu Guansong posed with the demeanor of a man with nothing to hide and held his head high. A guilty man would not act in this way. Xiao Luo didn't bother with him and instead turned to look at Guo Fu and questioned her. "Department Head Guo, I too want to look at the evidence. Since you said that Xu Guansong has taken the money, you must provide proof to convince everyone. Otherwise, they would think that you are only defaming him." Guo Fu bit her lips and hesitated for a while. Then she raised the hand holding her handphone. "There are bank transaction records on my phone. According to Vice President Xu's instructions, I transferred the $150,000 into an account in the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. The account holder is a woman named Wang Shuili." Wang Shuili? Who was the woman? How was she related to Xu Guansong? Everyone exchanged quick glances, and this time they were puzzled. Was there another twist to the plot? Xu Guansong's face reddened, but he recovered quickly and confidently said in a clear voice, "I don't know any Wang Shuili or Zhang Shuili." "Surely, that's her English name. Don't you always address her that way?" Guo Fu said, and a tinge of jealousy could be detected in her voice. "I don't know what you're saying. If President Xiao had instructed you to bite me, then you aren't really doing a good job as a bitch tasked to do the biting." Xu Guansong snorted. "Bitch?" Hearing the use of that derogatory term, Guo Fu gave him a pained smile as she replied coldly, "Xu Guansong, so I'm a bitch in your eyes?" Tears streamed down her face, and she was incredibly hurt. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? It was at that moment that Guo Fu made up her mind. She opened the private storage in her phone and would expose Xu Guansong for what he was. When the contents were presented to everyone, it caused a stir, because the folder was full of the photos of Guo Fu and Xu Guansong together in bed. In every picture, Xu Guansong was asleep in the nude, looking tired, and Guo Fu had her smiling face in the selfie shots. Xu Guansong was slack-jawed with shock, and his expression was somewhat moronic, like a boy caught with his hands in the cookie jar. He had never expected Guo Fu to have taken photos of them after having sex in motel rooms. "As what you have seen, I have been maintaining an immoral relationship with Xu Guansong, or to put it another way, I'm the other woman."
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Guo Fu had loved Xu Guansong, but he had heartlessly mistreated her, and now she only felt betrayal and hatred. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. She sobbed and said with as much dignity as she could gather, "I took all these photos secretly after he fell asleep. He would never allow me to take pictures of him. I never planned to use them for any purpose other than as mementos of our happy times together. Maybe you all think that I am shameless or dumb, but which woman wouldn't after falling in love with a man? Although I knew that this affair would have no good ending, I was still willing to go with him without hesitation."
Chapter 250. The Next Destination. The effect of Guo Fu's confession in the conference room hit like a runaway freight train and just blew everyone's mind. They just sat in dead silence, in confusion, trying to process what had just been revealed. Who would have thought that Guo Fu, the head of the finance department, was in a sexual relationship with Xu Guansong? And by the looks of it, they had maintained this relationship for quite a while. "This is shocking," Lu Qi exclaimed, unable to contain her shock. Zhang Dashan grinned, and giving the man a thumbs up, he chirped, "Xu Guansong, you have a wife and children, yet you are still able to have an affair and keep a mistress? Wah! How man of you!" Everyone knew that he was sarcastic. The company's key employees who had initially backed Xu Guansong now had only contempt for the vice president. If Xu Guansong was willing to have a secret affair in his workplace and without his wife knowing, how much could the man be trusted? Xu Guansong ignored Zhang Dashan's quip, and instead he pointed at Guo Fu and flew into a rage. He roared, "You whore! How much money did you get from Xiao Luo? Are you willing to defame me, even by ruining your own reputation as a woman? Do you think I wouldn't dare to send someone after you?" He was in deep anguish and humiliation, and was almost losing his mind. He couldn't stay calm any longer. Guo Fu couldn't believe the man was still at his devious game, and she retorted icily, "Defame you? Xu Guansong, are you saying that all these photos are fake? Of course they are fake. That man isn't me at all. You must have photoshopped them." "Photoshop? Fine. Our colleagues from the IT department are here. Let them look at the photos and see if they have been photoshopped or not." Xu Guansong had reacted rashly, as he was in too deep and had nothing to lose, but the woman who had had her heart broken would have none of that. "I can say with 100% certainty that these photos have not been tampered with." "Yep, if an image had been photoshopped, no matter how well it was doctored, it would leave telltale signs, such as chromatic aberration. The photos had only been altered by the enhancement effects built into the phone, but the people and the background in it are all real, and there is definitely no forgery here." The IT engineers refuted Xu Guansong's claim that the images had been doctored after closely examining them. They were all employees with advanced computing certificates, and they had the experience and knowledge to determine if the pictures were genuine. Everyone now turned to look at Xu Guansong. Some stared stone-faced, while others gave fleeting glances of revulsion. "What else do you have to say, Xu Guansong?" Xu Luo looked at him with a mocking smile forming at the corner of his lips. Keeping a mistress was immoral and unacceptable in our society. Now that his actions had been brought to light, his reputation and the image he had cultivated over the years was gone in an instant. Xu Guansong's face now turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and glared furiously at Guo Fu. Then his composure returned. He suddenly laughed coldly and said, "So what if I have an affair with this woman? It was consensual. What does it prove? It just proves that she's a whore willing to be fucked. That's all. What does the matter of embezzlement we are discussing today have to do with me? Nothing." Guo Fu's tears streamed down her face. She couldn't believe she was hearing this. This was the man who had always referred to her as his sweetheart and promised to love her forever, or rather, that she had foolishly been willing to believe it. "Department Head Guo, can you tell us about this Wang Shui Li?" Xu Luo steered the topic back on the right track.
A worried expression formed on Xu Guansong's face, but it soon passed, as he didn't think that Guo Fu knew much about Wang Xueli other than her bank details. Even if she did know something, he would challenge them as mere speculation. She is his paramour. As Guo Fu said so, the entire conference room was abuzz with chatter again. What was going on? Xu Guansong was keeping not only one, but two mistresses? Indeed, this was going overboard. Whore, what bullshit are you saying here? If you dare to sprout more nonsense, I will send someone after you. Xu Guansong was reeling from the revelation and glared angrily at her. Xu Guansong, shut up for now, can you? Xiao Luo said tersely, giving him a stare. This whore is sprouting bullshit. She's defaming me. How can I told you to shut up. Xiao Luo shouted firmly, and this time he emanated a powerful aura, causing everyone in the conference room to sit up. Xu Guansong felt a shiver run down his spine, and even his soul briefly left him. He broke out in cold sweat, slumped back into his chair, and looked wide-eyed at Xiao Luo in fear. Having killed so many times, Xiao Luo had long since developed an ominous and intimidating aura. An ordinary person like Xu Guansong could never resist such a force. Department Head Guo, please continue. Xiao Luo motioned for Guo Fu to continue speaking. Guo Fu nodded and swallowed a mouthful of saliva as she recovered from the shock. She went on to explain, Xu Guansong doesn't understand how a woman feels. I loved him very much, and I would thoroughly investigate any woman around him. Yes, that Wang Xueli is the paramour of Xu Guansong. To keep her happy, he even bought her a sea view house at South Lake Bay. The purchase of the sea view house was the exact reason why a small shortfall appeared in Xu Guansong's cash flow. To fill the gap, she convinced me to alter the financial report. That accounted for it. Now that the truth had finally been brought to light, everyone openly gave Xu Guansong a look of revulsion and disgust. As if keeping mistresses wasn't enough, he also had the audacity to talk Guo Fu into committing fraud so that he could siphon out money and use it to please his second mistress. This man did not have a soul. Then do you have any evidence that Wang Xueli is Xu Guansong's paramour? Xiao Luo asked Guo Fu. Yes. Guo Fu nodded and pointed to Xu Guansong's fan phone, which he had placed on the table. Wang Xueli's WeChat username is her English name, Shirley, and they have been sending many suggestive messages. Even though he deletes the chat history regularly, I believe that our colleagues from the IT department can definitely recover them. Furthermore, Wang Xueli's contact is also saved in his phone contacts, so all we need to do is call her to find out the truth. Xiao Luo looked at Xu Guansong and said in a cold, threatening tone, Xu Guansong, do you still want to continue with the act? Xu Guansong's face had turned white as a sheet and he was trembling. In a state of great distress, he slid from his chair and then knelt on the floor. He covered his face with his hands in humiliation and hung his head low. Sobbing, he admitted to his wrongdoings, struggling with the right words to say. President Xiao Luo, I am guilty. It was a sorry sight, seeing a grown man cry like a child. Xiao Luo smiled with contempt, then turned his gaze toward Xu Guansong's trusted followers. They appeared like mice hiding in the dark and suddenly exposed to bright sunlight. They looked self-conscious, panicky, and lost, none daring to look Xiao Luo in the eye. It didn't take long before the police arrived, and they took Xu Guansong away. As for Guo Fu, Xiao Luo didn't pursue her case as promised, but Luo's workshop could not retain her as an employee. All of Xu Guansong's trusted followers were fired that very day. The key employees of Luo's workshop had once again witnessed just how decisive Xiao Luo could be. As they got back to the meeting agenda, they presented the plans for the next 10 years, which conclusively determined the nationwide rollout of their outlets. The first phase of their expansion plan was Shanghai. Shanghai was a city located at the border between the southern and northern regions of the country. Its central location made it easy to reach and was favorable to economic growth. The city was prosperous, with excellent infrastructure, and was conducive for business. To develop branches of Luo's workshop nationwide, it made good commercial sense to build their hub in Shanghai. Interestingly, Shanghai was where the NSA was headquartered, and the city where Xiao Luo's alma mater, Xisheng Aeronautical University, was located. Xiao Luo had lived there for 4 years and was very familiar with the area.